Another one.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, September 15th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper and Jordan Bachelor, who's helping us on IT. And I will turn the meeting over to our Chair, Steve Child, who's at home, along with Commissioners Greg Poshman, George Newman, and our wonderful staff.
Okay, welcome everybody. We're going to continue our airport discussion, the ASC Vision Committee final decision discussion. This will be about the third or fourth session where we've been going through these things, the items one at a time. So I'm going to turn this over to John Peacock to introduce it, and we have a couple of special guests here today who are here as resource for us to ask questions of and to learn more about some of the technical things that we want to learn about. John?
All right, thank you, Steve. And I'm just going to share my screen here, I hope. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I'm getting better at this. So as Steve said, we are changing things up just a little bit today. We have Alex Siebold and Richard Scott from Flight Tech Engineering. We'll be doing introductions of them in just a moment. But Alec in particular has been working with ASE since really our first air services study that we conducted, I believe, back in 2014. And we wanted to bring, and Alec was one of the experts that presented during the visioning process in several forums and put much of our information together, particularly around aircraft performance capabilities. Alec can comment on commercial aircraft retirement projections, but in particular, Flight Tech and Alec and Richard bring expertise in FAA safety procedures and can give us an overview of next-gen technology and such. And as we get into the next phase, or the more difficult recommendations, it seemed that we needed to start addressing some of the questions that have been raised by the board, particularly in regard to aircraft types that are likely to be able to provide commercial service, as well as what we know about potential impacts of GA aircraft. We'll take as much time as we need for the board to ask questions and such. The way that we're going to do this, item 2 with Alec and Richard, is to present some of the information that was included in either the technical committee report or vision committee report. Alec Alec and Richard will be able to provide comment as to whether there is updated information, as some of this is getting to year and a half to 2 years old at this point. Depending how far we get with that process, we'll go back to continuing to walk through. I think we had a general agreement, but we didn't really get our thumb vote on the flex gate. So just want to come back to the flex gate concept, not number of gates, but the flex gate concept. I think we have some additional information there. And then we'll continue walking through the Vision Committee recommendations. We do have time set aside on September 22nd again. And then during future agendas, we probably need to talk about whether we want to schedule another meeting, maybe on one of our off days, to start to bring the recommendations of the board to conclusion. So with that, before we start talking about commercial aircraft and aircraft performance capabilities, Alec, can I invite you and Richard to do an introduction of both yourselves and Flight Tech?
Absolutely. So I'm Alex Siebold. Good morning, everyone. Let's see, I'm the founder of Flight Tech Engineering. I have 18 years of experience in airline operations and air navigation, airspace, and flight procedures. Let's see, I've worked directly with air carriers and airports as part of our work, so we've got a pretty broad perspective of the industry. As John said, I've been working with Aspen through the various planning projects since now 2014, which was, I believe, the beginning of the very first airline study, and that's continued to evolve since that time period, as you're all aware. Flight Tech is a FAA authorized service provider. We have, basically that means we have an LOA, or a letter of authorization from the FAA to provide flight procedures and discuss aerospace matters on behalf of them, and also implement those solutions in some locations. So as part of that, we spend a lot of time working with air carriers, determining aircraft performance to ensure that they can safely operate at airfields. And this is all throughout the Mountain West and Alaska are some of our areas that we work in. So a very diverse area and challenging locations similar to Aspen. I also have Rich Scott, who's joining us today, who's a very experienced colleague of mine, and who can also speak to these matters. I'll have Rich give a quick introduction.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. As Alec mentioned, my name's Richard Scott with Flight Tech Engineering. Rich and John kind of have a little bit of my background, but just to fill in briefly, I started my professional aviation career back in 2001. More recently, I flew for Alaska, Horizon Airlines, operated the CRJ 700, so have operational experience in that platform, actually quite a bit. At the time, we were doing contract work for Frontier as Frontier Jet Express, who are based out of Denver. So very familiar with the area, very familiar with Aspen. For the last 11 years prior to joining Flight Tech, I was director of operations for a flight department in Boise, Idaho. We owned and operated a Bombardier Global 5000, which is very similar to, and actually heavier than, the CRJ 700. Did a lot of operations into and out of Aspen, did all of our simulator flight training. So there's a portion called line-oriented flight training. We did all of that into and out of Aspen. So very familiar with your environment. Very happy to be part of this process and anything that, that I can add operationally or from an airport standpoint, I'm happy and excited to do so. So thanks for the opportunity to be here today.
Sorry, that mute button. Excellent. Thank you. So jumping in, I know this is probably a little bit difficult to read. This is a chart that is included in the appendix of the Vision Committee report and also of the Technical Committee report. And what it did was took the Group 2 and Group 3 commercial aircraft, both those that are currently operating, as well as those at the time that were planned, to put on a chart so that people could see so that committee members could see which are operationally capable on a number of different criteria, including missed approach in the winter, missed approach in the summer, and whether those aircraft would have a weight penalty, or likely would have a weight penalty for operating at ASE. What I thought would be helpful for the board is for Alec to give just a brief overview of how aircraft are determined to be operationally capable, what that process is, and then to talk about any changes that may have occurred since this chart was originally developed for the Vision Committee, and then really answer questions. I know, Steve, I think at the last meeting you had brought the CRJ 900 up, which is not on this list, and Alec may be able to present that. So Alec, with that, can I kind of turn over to you to talk about how operational capability is determined, and then any changes that you see from this list?
Yeah, absolutely. So there actually have been a couple minor changes, amazingly, since this last list has come out, and mostly due to COVID-related issues. So what I'll probably do is I'll speak to some of the changes. The determining how this list was developed was based off of previous efforts of years past, right? Of working with the airlines directly to get this information. And that's the key thing. There is a lot of information that what we consider marketing material that's based off of sea-level operations, and for all of our assessments in Aspen, most of our numbers actually were derived directly from working with air carriers. And that determined that aircraft that have a high thrust to weight ratio were the best candidates for operating in Aspen. So those, continue to be what's currently here, obviously now operating today, which is the CRJ 700, your Dash 8 Q400s, which is sort of a rare bird in the U.S. anymore, and then the new Bombardier, which is now Airbus, the A220, and some of the smaller Airbus aircraft as well. Rich Scott, I may have you speak a little bit to some of the aircraft performance aspects of how they would determine going into an airfield like Aspen here in a moment. But it's a combination of a lot of different factors, weather, environmental conditions, and also aircraft performance, and even crew training factors into that. So we determine the capabilities of the aircraft first and foremost to be able to, number one, safely take off, but also to land, and during the landing have to either abort their takeoff low level due to wind shear events or weather events, right? Or say a fox runs out on the runway and they've got to abandon the flight. But also from an airline perspective, and even a lot of charter operations, we determine performance from what we call one engine and operative assessments. So making sure that the aircraft can not only fly in on both engines, but under one engine and operative conditions, and that's not only on takeoff and on landing. And so that really dictates the performance and the aircraft selection that can go into Aspen due to its elevation, right? One of those environmental factors, due to the elevation and the wild weather swings from cold to hot conditions in the summertime. That is actually what self-limits aircraft from coming in here. So when we constantly get the question, about, well, what about larger aircraft operating into Aspen? And the fact is that a lot of the larger aircraft that are in consideration, these larger 737s or even larger Airbus aircraft, despite technically being able to be hosted by a wider runway, it doesn't necessarily mean that just because you have the wider runway that those aircraft will come. It's a matter of not only airport and runway capabilities, but also the performance capabilities of those aircraft. And those larger 130 plus seat aircraft, based on our studies, and we have some really good heat maps, I think in previous material that's posted on the website, that shows the impact of the larger that aircraft gets in size and the more seating capacity, the less efficient it is because it can't carry as many people and it's going out half full. And the air carriers, you know, they're businesses, they can't afford to fly the flights empty. And so they are going to plan for the most efficient aircraft on the route. I'll pause there. I'll ask my colleague Rich Scott, is there anything else you want to add to aircraft performance calculation and so that self-limiting aspect of Aspen?
Alec, actually, I think you hit it right on the head. You know, there's been conversation about widening the runway, and while that's certainly helpful for an operator, it's actually runway length that determines what aircraft is suited to operate at Aspen. So you can make it wider, and that certainly doesn't hurt, as Rich E. and John P. and Alec and I discussed before. It certainly makes it easier for a flight crew to identify a runway, things like that, makes crosswind landings easier. It doesn't change the performance characteristics that an aircraft faces. That's runway length and terrain and meteorological events of the day, temperature, density, altitude. So those are all hard givens. Those are exogenous variables. So Alec's right on. The larger the aircraft gets, the more difficult it gets to operate into a fixed space like Aspen. And you're going to see that operators won't fly larger aircraft half full. That doesn't make sense. And that's why most of this you see focuses on the regional jet fleet, the Embraers, the CRJs, the Q400s. They have the best mix of seat capacity to aircraft performance that can operate safely and efficiently into and out of Aspen, particularly, as Alec alluded to, during one engine inoperative events. So should the aircraft lose an engine on approach, it needs to be able to execute the missed approach on a single engine. Or should it lose an engine on departure, on takeoff, it needs to be able to climb out of a very adverse scenario at Aspen on a single engine. And that's the performance aspects that operators look at. Let me tell you, they look at in excruciating detail typically for Aspen.
Thanks, Rich. I'll pause.
Kelly has a question. Let's go to her real quick.
Thanks. I have a few questions, so maybe I'll just list them all, and then Alec and Richard, you guys can decide the best order to answer them, if that's okay. So, and you can always feel free to like really define what you're talking about, because I am not an airline or airport or aircraft expert, though I'm becoming more and more so. So I'll just rattle off my questions. So where you mentioned that thrust is one of the significant elements that get looked at. Can you explain where on this chart we might interpret that as related to a specific aircraft? And a similar question related to runway length. You know, how do those interplay and where does that show up on this chart for us to look at? And are the operational capability, you know, I guess limitations ever looked at with a double engine failure, or is it industry practice to look at single engine failure? And then more general questions. Help me understand why your work relates with the operators rather than the manufacturers of the aircraft. And then finally, does your expertise play into the fleet mix report that we look at? And just help me understand if those are tied together or if they're separate. And that may be a question for John and Rich, but I'll throw it out there. So those are my 5 right now.
Okay, no, great questions. You may have to remind me on a few ones here
Sure.
as I send the list. Your first question was about engine thrust and how do we identify that. This chart here, without going down into the weeds of aircraft performance and getting into details, we had to make this chart a little bit high level, but a lot of aircraft have different engine thrust available, and it's an option that the manufacturers sell, and the air carriers then subscribe to, depending upon where they're operating at. And so, for example, a 737-700, for example, could have anywhere from 4 to 6 different engine thrust options. The aircraft's the same, but they offer different thrust ratios, and then that allows them to operate at higher locations. So, for example, in the Tibet region or really high altitude regions of China, all the air carriers up there have to buy the higher thrust airplanes. And same here, some of the air carriers in the U.S. that operate out west have higher thrust aircraft. It's not defined without making this list pages long. We haven't listed out every single operation, but what we have is highlighted aircraft that tend to have the availability for higher thrust or could be easily upgraded for higher thrust to operate into Aspen. And just a few of those aircraft, without, once again, creating a mile-long list here of different airframe and engine combinations, as we call them. Those aircraft are the Airbus A220, and which is the smaller, I call it sort of mid or transition aircraft between regional jets and narrow bodies. And then drawing a blank, the Airbus A319, the smaller, what we call the baby bus, which is the shorter version of the regular Airbus we're used to seeing, that American Airlines flies, is a high thrust variant that does very well at Aspen, or was designed for Aspen. And then what else do we have? That was some of the 737s all offer various thrust options. The CRJs and the Embraer 125s are all they all have very limited, or some of them only one thrust option that was available. So anyway, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm trying to think. We did have another chart at one point, somewhere in the year's worth of material, but I'm trying to remember what packet that ended up. So I'll keep an eye out for that, though. Runway length. We were not considering different runway lengths for this project. Right. The runway stayed the same, and so there were maybe some small modifications to runway length based upon different alternatives for canting the runway in different directions. But for the performance assessments, only one runway length was assessed. So we don't have a matrix that goes into different runway lengths. Certainly, extending the runway or increasing the runway does allow for not necessarily new aircraft variants, but just better seat and cargo fulfillment on the airplane. Well, I should say some.
Let me just jump in for clarification then. Do we, so all of the aircraft listed on this chart then are operationally suitable for our current runway length, which is not proposed to be changed?
No, so these aircraft here, and if you, actually my window is blocking some of this here, but if you look at the chart there on the right-hand side, you'll see whether it says, there's significant penalties or more research needs to be done. And essentially, the aircraft that we had determined that were operationally capable, and John, if you can kind of scroll over that area, it's that first, where you see all the ends there, significant weight penalty at Aspen on the right-hand side. There's about five aircraft that made that list. So those are the aircraft that are best suited, and the other aircraft have some sort of weight penalty that would cause them to have an issue operating at Aspen.
Okay, thank you.
That was only two of your
questions. And then I'll repeat, the double engine failure, is that something that is, do you ever look at that, or is that not part of industry practice when looking at operational?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm happy to repeat. I wrote them down.
The one engine versus double engine. So from a FAA standard, it is to assess one engine and an operative is the industry standard. A double engine scenario is something that is obviously very rare, but from a safety and planning perspective, they use the one engine and operative standard. Rich, I don't know, do you want to add anything to that on OEI versus all engines or double engine?
What I would add, it's a great question. In fact, the series of questions are great, and I'm so sorry that thrust to weight, it's a balance. So you can have higher thrust engines, but if the aircraft weighs more or has more people on it, net, you're in a no different position than if the engines were at lesser thrust, but the airplane weighed significantly less. So it's a hard question to answer just based on thrust for the first one. For the second, runway length, we kind of already addressed. For this third one, double engine failure. So from the FAA standpoint, under current technology for turbine engines are incredibly reliable. So their worst case scenario is to lose an engine at the worst possible time, which is close to the ground on approach, or during the takeoff run when you've passed a point, what you would kind of think of as a point of no return. So you're still on the ground, but you can't stop. You're committed to fly, and you lose an engine at that point. That's the worst case scenario that it represents any kind of realistic probability within the United States for engine failures, and that's what's required to be modeled by operators to make sure that their performance standards meet the limitations of runway length and the temperature of the day and the weight of the aircraft and the winds. And trust me, in today's operating environment in the United States in particular, that would represent the worst. That would represent your bad day, your worst day.
Rich, can I just jump in really quick on that? And that's with the full payload, right? That single engine takeoff or landing is with the full payload. That's how they calculate?
Well, they will. So that's another great question. So what they will do is they will do the performance calculations with today's with that flight's current parameters. So for certification, the manufacturer will go through a number of scenarios, right? For certification, then the manufacturer will address one engine in operative performance throughout an entire envelope. But for the operator, let's just use Alaska or Horizon, somebody that is familiar, that works around this part of the world. What they're required then to do is look at today's flight and say, okay, with as much fuel as I have on board, with as many people as I have on board, with as many bags as I have on board, and with the meteorological conditions present today, that means the temperature and winds and the runway length and altitude that I'm operating at, can I, as the airplane sits in that configuration, can I lose an engine at this critical speed on takeoff and still climb out and climb away on the departure procedure? Or can I lose an engine on the approach, execute the missed approach, and climb away from Aspen on the missed approach while I was landing? And that's their requirement to do on each and every flight, is to look at those scenarios. And if they can't do that, then they have to start offloading, and that's that significant weight penalty that you see, right? Then they have to take people off the plane, they have to take bags off, they have to download fuel, and those are the three predominant ways. And what the carrier will then do is they'll place ad hoc limitations up front, particularly in the summer or in the winter, and limit the number of seats that they can sell so that they don't find themselves in this restricted, this penalty box, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes great sense. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And thanks, Rich.
Alec, could I jump in here? Greg had a follow-up question on the thrust question. Let's have him ask that right now before we get too far in front of that.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I put that in the chat. Mostly what I'm trying to determine then is, I think I know the answer, but I want to hear it. How do the carriers decide how they're going to proceed? Because what's keeping them from just going for the biggest, greatest thrust they possibly could get on all their aircraft? And the questions come down to what's the cost to operate and what's the fuel efficiency is what I was getting to. If you could elaborate a bit on that, because I think that's where the thrust conversation is going. Why don't they just fly the biggest, most powerful aircraft they can, or biggest, most powerful engines they can into Aspen?
Right, that's a good question. It's a balancing act on the airline's part as to what they want to order. It's kind of like you could equate it to when you go out car shopping and you want do you get the car with the big block fire-breathing motor, or do you go with maybe the four-cylinder? And it all comes down to efficiency and where you're operating. Are you always towing a horse trailer, or are you towing your bike to go to the nearest trail? And so it all depends upon what the mission is. And for most of the locations that an air carrier is flying to, let's say mostly they're just doing hub-to-hub work. There's not in terms of the mainline carriers, and there's not a ton of them that are flying to Colorado ski city locations. And so, the majority of their fleet is not flying to Colorado ski city locations. The majority of their fleet is flying hub to hub or regional operations out in the U.S. that isn't based in high elevation. So they're planning for the majority of their fleet to usually have the lower thrust engines. That's what we see. Just to be completely upfront about that, is most of the fleet are your standard base package, the four-cylinder version, in relationship to the vehicle type thrust. Now, there are some air carriers who are highly invested in certain locations, or maybe flying out west, where they've had to make fleet-wide decisions. And for example, American had some aircraft that were capable of the higher thrust. Delta, with the Airbus A220, has the ability to unlock the higher thrust in the 220s that they've ordered as well. Sometimes it's just as simple as a unlock key or minor modification of the aircraft, and sometimes it requires re-engineering. And so we've got a wide mix. And then one last final note is the regional jets, your 700s and your Embraer 175s. Those usually just come with a single thrust option that's available for the aircraft. There's every once in a while there's some minor deviations to that. For the most part, though, they just have one single thrust package, and unfortunately, once again, just due to the places that they operate, it tends to be a base or not a high thrust for a lot of the regional flights, which is why regional aircraft, which is why we see in our performance analysis that some of these smaller narrow bodies actually are more efficient, not only from a fuel efficiency perspective and emissions perspective per passenger than the regional jets, because the regional jets are having to now take weight restrictions because they're not higher thrust. So that's any other questions on that, or Rich, you want to add anything on that, or did I cover it?
Nope, I think you covered it great.
Okay. All right. Unless anyone has any questions, I'll move on to, I think, the last two questions here, which was the operators versus manufacturers. And what are the differences when you receive performance data from the operators and manufacturers? And we actually went through this with Mitsubishi is a great example. So the manufacturers provide. Oh, sorry, go ahead. The manufacturers provide an aircraft in various different configurations to airlines. So it's not a plane that's going to Delta may not be the same as a plane going to American. There's different interior configurations, different options, right? And those all equate to, in the end, different weight of the aircraft and different capabilities of the aircraft. So when you go to a manufacturer for aircraft performance data, it's not been specialized for a specific operator in general. And so, it tends to be what we call marking material that's kind of tailored for a wide range of operating scenarios and environmental variables, weather, airport conditions. A lot of it, you have to be careful because it's all based off of sea level, or mid-level, or 3,000-4,000 foot elevations, unlike Aspen. So what you really have to be careful. You have to actually work with the aircraft operators, i.e. the end users, because they're operating it and they're the ones who are going to be operated into Aspen or whatever location it may be. They've got the true details as to what the aircraft is going to be weight-wise and thrust-wise in their configuration, and are holders of the very specific performance data applicable to that flight that day. So, we had, for example, working with Mitsubishi had come out with an offering right kind of at the end of the vision committee process. Well, I shouldn't say the end. They had been working on something for 10 years, but it had just started to go through their non-scope compliant M90 had just started going through flight validation, and their smaller M100 scope compliant was supposed to be advanced as on the paper design. And for example, we started to reach out to Mitsubishi, and they were only able to provide very basic preliminary data. It wasn't based on what the final weight of the aircraft was. It was more modeling-based projections, so they were very preliminary. And ultimately, and this is sort of going into our fleet mix discussion here, but ultimately they had to idle the M100 space jet program and have shut down that program here for flight validation and testing, and they're just focusing now on delivering their pre-existing commitments, I think in the Japanese market for the non-scope compliant M90. But anyway, that's I think those are, going back to your question, operators versus manufacturers, we tend to try to go straight to the source and work with the folks who are actually flying the planes, because that there is a difference between operator and manufacturer.
That makes sense to me.
I'll pause there and let me know if you have any follow-up questions on that, and remind me again what your last question was.
That's a great question.
The last one was just how does your, and again, I don't know if this is for you or Rich and John, about how your assessments on the operational capacity feed into the fleet mix report that we have.
Right. So they feed in heavily these are what made it in here into the operational capability was based on a very specific review of what aircraft here that was on this list had the best chance, not the best, we don't want to say chance, but the best capabilities, right, of operating at the airfield. And this is basically a review of the available engine capabilities, the amount of seats on the airplane, and then their capability to fly the missed approaches, one engine and operative capabilities, and based off of, I mean, some of these are unknown because there's not someone who's currently flying the aircraft in here now or had planned to fly these aircraft in here. So that's why some of these are unknown, because the original study only focused on a smaller subset, and then some of this is based on our experience of the aircraft not being able to operate in here. So for example, like if you go down to Embraer E175 E2, which is the non-scope compliant version, thanks for pointing that out. The 175-E2, that aircraft is still in production. There's no current flying customers of it yet, and it's not scope compliant. Same with the 195-E2. The E170 to E190 are older first generation versions of the Embraer, and so we didn't spend a lot of time on those variants because those are being depleted from the fleets, similar to like the CRJ700. And some of these other aircraft are either too big or still, we're in production or in the midst of flight validation when they come up for discussion. So yes, every aircraft that is part of our recommendation list was based on a discussion with the actual operators who potentially could fly in here and shared their feedback about the capabilities. And that basically led to, I think the one thing that's key I want to mention here as part of that too was a lot of them, looking back at load factors, just realized that it wasn't going to be financially effective to operate some of these larger seat aircraft in here because there's just not that traffic to warrant that many seats going to Aspen. So it tended to be a focus, and I had a slide that I showed back in January at the board meeting that highlighted this. But with a runway widening, it would probably look like you would continue to operate regional jets for most of the year, and during peak season, there were opportunities to bring some of these newer next-gen airframes on, like the new Airbus A220, that mid-size aircraft, and some of the Airbus A319 aircraft were the two strongest targets in the regional, the narrow body, small narrow body crossovers. And then on the regional jet side, now that Mitsubishi is out of the equation, we're limited to the CRJ700, which is obviously is becoming less and less available, as witnessed even just recently. And then the Embraer 175, we think that as carriers are forced to find a replacement for the 700, is going to have to fill in. The reason why it's not operated now is because it just doesn't have, it has less performance capability than the current 700. It's a little bit heavier, roughly the same thrust. So it's as you can kind of see there with the takeoff weight MTOW capabilities there on the chart. So it is certainly possible, but just less efficient, and that's where those narrow body crossovers start to come in.
So, Alec, I have a couple of questions. One would be, where does the CRJ 900 fit into this? Some of the Vision Committee members brought that number up, which, I had seen these charts here before, but that wasn't listed on there. Second question, with Mitsubishi having bought out Bombardier, where are they going in terms of manufacturing either the CRJ 900 or a combination, the Mitsubishi, the M90 combined with, are they combining the kind of the two aircraft into one more modern Mitsubishi Bombardier aircraft?
Well, I'll just start with your last question here. So Mitsubishi has been very clear on their intentions for the CRJ program, and that is to end it. They're shutting down the assembly lines. Any aircraft that were in production are being closed out, and those were CRJ 900, CRJ 1000 aircraft, and I think probably at this point those aircraft have been shut down and delivered. There's been no deliveries of new CRJs to regional jet operators here in the U.S. Within the last few years. All of those deliveries have all been foreign deliveries of Bombardier. The aircraft of the future for the U.S. regional airlines is going to be the CRJ until it's used up and has reached its life cycles, and then as we're seeing currently is the transition to the 175 in the regional jet world. There has been well, before I jump there, the MRJ, you asked about the MRJ. So there's two versions. I know this is kind of gets down the weeds here, but the M90 is the larger 90-seat version, and it is a non-scope compliant aircraft and has a larger, well, it's still the wingspan, I believe, is almost 96 feet there. But it's a larger non-scope compliant aircraft. It doesn't meet the weight requirements. It's above 86,000 pounds, so it can't fly for the regionals. That is the only aircraft that they have in production right now and plan to continue building. Like I said, no plans to build the CRJs. They're going to support the parts network for the time being, but ultimately Mitsubishi's goal is to get people flying new MRJs, not continue flying CRJs. So they as a business, they need to sell new jets, and that's their MRJ product or space jet product. The M100 was recently shut down. They decided that due to cost overruns, and that was the scope compliant aircraft. So for the time being, I think their play is they're going to hope that maybe there's some relief on the scope clause department within the major airlines, and then just continue focusing selling the M90 in foreign markets. The CRJ 900. CRJ 900 has been around since the early 2000s, so it definitely has had the opportunity, if the performance made sense, to operate into Aspen. Same thing, you could potentially operate a CRJ 900. It's a bigger, heavier aircraft, and with the thrust to weight ratio is not as advantageous as the CRJ 700, which has made the 700 so effective in Aspen. So while it is possible, it takes longer takeoff distances to operate, longer landing distances, and that means that it would be impacted negatively under a wider range of environmental conditions than the CRJ 700. So once again, since the 700 has been available, they haven't flown the 900. The 900 sort of is in that same category as the Embraer 175, where it's possible, but it doesn't. It's not as effective. You're going to be operating at a weight restriction more of the time. So none of the operators have considered a viable aircraft in the past, and a lot of analysis has been put into the 900.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. George?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just back to the CRJ 700, because that's created sort of the most controversy in the community. Different reports saying it's being, they're outdated. They're going out to pasture. Other members of the community are saying, well, they're still being utilized, they're being refurbished, and they still have a long lifespan left in them. Can you help try to clarify that? those two opposing statements?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no, they're all, I mean, it's all technically correct. The CRJ 700 it's not dead yet. It's still going to continue to live on. What we're seeing happening is a lot of the CRJ 700s were produced in the early 2000s. That's a fact. And most of those deliveries for the CRJ 700s ended in that 2008 to 2012 time period. So the early 2000s, there were most of those CRJ 700s were delivered, and then the airlines tended to continue to increase the size of the aircraft, and you had the CRJ 900s kind of replace the CRJ 700. So that was kind of the evolution within the airline industry as to their production. So that the capability of that aircraft is definitely good for Aspen because of its thrust to weight ratio. But what we're seeing though is customers, the flying public, want to fly on newer equipment. If any of you guys have flown on a 700 lately, you may notice that they are showing their age. As the aircraft ages, it continually requires more and more inspections, more frequent inspections that become costly for the aircraft. Also, these are metal aircraft that are going through constant pressurization and depressurization cycles. So you get fatigue on the aircraft, and that over time that just becomes more and more applicable. If you look at some old airplanes on the ramp, you might notice that they have more patches than a new airplane. And so it just continually becomes harder and harder to keep up with the aircraft as they age. So is it possible to keep an aircraft going into perpetuity? Sure, but it's at a higher cost than to just get a newer aircraft that requires less maintenance. And once again, going back to the car analogy of yes, it's possible to keep cars going, but at a certain point, those parts become scarce, and it becomes harder and harder to keep it going. And that's a big unknown too, with Mitsubishi and what the parts availability is going to look like into the future. I don't think anyone can answer that here at this point. As of right now, it's still stable. But those are the challenges we're facing in the CRJ world. Is folks like Delta, they want new aircraft, and so they've had to pull down a lot of the Aspen flights because so many of those aircraft have now been replaced by the 175 at Delta. I think American is one of the final carriers who's bought up a lot of the older CRJ 700s, and they have them on routes being flown by smaller regionals in non-ski city markets. And you don't want just anyone coming in and operating. You want someone who's got experience coming in here. And so what we've seen is that the primary regional carriers like SkyWest have been given most of the newer aircraft that are operating out here in the Mountain West. And we're seeing a reduction of the 700s that SkyWest is flying. So a lot of different dynamics affecting that CRJ 700 schedule. Also, the last piece I'll mention here that I think ties into your question is that I will clarify this again and make sure that this is known, but the CRJ 550 is not a new aircraft. It is a refurbishment, or what we call on a more the technical side, an STC or supplemental type certificate, to take an old 700 and remove seats and put in, make it so it can be flown by a smaller regional airline. And the mainline scope clause agreements with the airlines allow for a larger number of 50-seat regional jets. But when you only have 50 seats on the airplane, now for that same flight that was carrying 76, you've got to increase the flights. So, that's something that in an already congested environment of Aspen to now, reduce the seat capacity, and which is just going to cause a potential for having to now increase the flight frequency or have more people come in through alternate locations or drive-in. So the CRJ 550 is a way to increase the amount of 50-seaters in the airline, but it's not extending the life of the airplane any longer than it currently can fly.
Greg?
On that conversation, I'd love to ask, you guys have some particular insight that might be able to help us. And I thought George was about to get it when he's talking about the ending of the CRJ. My question is, how has the pandemic and the recession in travel, in air travel in particular, that it has caused, affected the upgrade schedule for the airlines? We've seen airlines laying off and furloughing tens of thousands of people, dropping routes. Is it practical to think that they're going to be upgrading their fleets at the same schedule that they were? And will they be trying to eke out more life from those older aircraft going forward for economic reasons? And then the other question is it practical for long distance carrier with, say, a direct flight? You know, somebody says, oh, we're going to save a lot of fuel if we avoid the Denver hub and people could fly here directly from any number of cities around the country. Just want to make sure I understand how practical it is for them to be able to do that, especially if they require high thrust engines, which are more expensive. Is that part of their economic consideration? Is like, can you fly a really long route with a high thrust, high expense engine and still make money? And could we expect to see this happen? So 2 questions there. Thank you.
Well, on the pandemic side and airline planning, you know, and we tend to be focused more on the engineering side, so as opposed to really studying the planning schedules of airlines. So, but I'll do my best to share my thoughts on that. The CRJ 700 pull-down plans have been in effect now for years. This is not something new. It's been actively occurring. In fact, if not accelerated within the last few years. It's just, you know, the reason for this discussion. So it's not that it's in the future, it's happening now. In fact, you know, there's some fleets that are down to, like, United only has 13 700s now capable of even flying to Aspen. Delta's down to, I think the number is just a few or if any left. It's actively, the plan is already in place. They have already committed to all these aircraft deliveries on the regional side. And so, in fact, the pandemic has caused more parking of the CRJs. In fact, we've seen announcements of even SkyWest getting rid of more and more of their CRJs. And those announcements have been throughout the pandemic as they look to take on more efficient, more passenger-friendly aircraft. So the trend has not been to defer a lot of the regional jet deliveries. In fact, I just talked to Embraer yesterday, and while they have had some deferrals, especially on a lot of their larger aircraft, their Embraer 190s that are going to a lot of foreign entities, foreign air carriers, the deliveries for some of the smaller regional jets are still on track and still proceeding forward because these were planned replacements, and they're being, I think through the pandemic we've seen an increase in, I would say increase in precedence for regional jet flying because they're the right size aircraft for some of these markets in spite of lower load factors, right? So that has been that's been the trend we've been seeing. And sorry, your last question, remind me, was on
just wondering if you know, one of the great efficiencies people talk about is that we could avoid people having to go through Denver and an extra takeoff and landing. So will a high thrust aircraft actually be employed for long hauls, longer hauls?
So one of the studies I think we looked at was an emissions perspective. It was one that we partnered with American Airlines, and it was looking at, you know, some of the higher density markets that serve Aspen, and some of those were that we noticed, according to the passenger inbound statistics that all the planning folks look at, is there were a high percentage of folks coming from East Coast. There were a lot of people that were coming from, for example, I think we assessed the New York hub, and they were having to now take multiple flights to get to Aspen. And so if there was a high enough density of passengers coming from one of those hubs, then we did an emissions study, fuel study. It was actually less resources for them to fly, for example, an A220 or A319 high thrust from, say, the New York hub to Aspen, if they could fill it up. And that was the key thing is, you know, they're going to fly it half full or they can't fill up an airplane from one of those hubs. And we looked at both as purely as an example was New York and Miami. And if you stop if you sort of had people go to fly all the way to O'Hare or to Denver and then take another hop, it's the takeoff phases of the flight that are the most resource demanding, right? To get up to cruising altitude. And when you created now multiple takeoffs, that's what really spiked the resource drive. But if the airplane could be filled, yes, a nonstop flight into Aspen is more efficient, not only from a passenger perspective, but from an environmental and emissions and resources perspective. Now, that being said, the regional jets do not have the capability to fly long distances. It's just a matter of their size of the aircraft, the capability to carry fuel. For example, the Atlanta run to Aspen on Delta was one of the most challenging from a performance perspective because it required just, you know, at the upper limits of what the aircraft could do in terms of weight carrying capacity out of Aspen. And I believe, if I recall correctly, the 175 definitely wouldn't be able to serve that market. So it's possible that as this transition occurs and we you know, the 700s gradually start to disappear or get converted or get sold off in exchange for a 175, you know, Aspen may lose certain markets. And it's the other thing too, really quick, I wanted to mention, it's not, this is a key point. It's not that they bring on a new Embraer 175 and keep the CRJ 700. It's one for one, because their scope clause only allows, the major airline scope clauses only allow for a set amount of 76-seat regional jets, a set amount of 50-seat regional jets. So what happens and why the 700s, you may ask, well, why don't they just keep the 700s on? Well, because they have already committed to bringing on new 175s, and it is a one-for-one swap. So when a new 175 comes on, a 700 is either sold off and is no longer part of the fleet, or what we're seeing with United, it's being converted into a 550 with less seats and being flown at a different regional airline. So those are some of the dynamics in play. We can't just keep the 700s if you want new airplanes. It's a one-for-one swap.
If I could follow up with that, a third question I had there is just that the elephant in the room on the chart that we haven't discussed today is the Boeing. If you could just elaborate on, you know, how do we consider this? That's of course the one that's scaring everyone. Any insight you can share with us on the likelihood of them flying in here? Right.
Yeah. So when you say Boeing, it's you know, there's a wide scope of aircraft, right, that possibly could fit under that same category. The most, just to be absolutely clear, the most practical Boeing jet that could fly into Aspen is the 737-700 series. It doesn't have to be the MAX, but when the MAX now goes through its multi-year recertification and grueling multi-nation review of certification, the 737-800 and the 737 MAX 700, which is just the higher thrust version of the 700 series, is what the MAX provides, were the most viable from an operational capability perspective. The reason being is that those were the lowest seating configurations of any of the aircraft, and that was basically the seating configuration of the 700 series ranges from anywhere from 130 to 150-ish seats, depending upon final air carrier configuration. So those were the most capable aircraft, but interestingly enough, there has not been any air carrier so far that we've talked with that has been interested in flying those into Aspen. The only fleet mix that has so far on the narrow body side that has been viable and actually been talked about from a runway width perspective by the air carriers as being viable are the smaller A220s and the American A319, which has a high thrust package on it. Yeah, and currently there are some 737s that can legally fly into Aspen now. The 500 series, which we see on a charter basis sometimes, can easily operate into Aspen. It's been demonstrated multiple times, and it's been doing that over the years. But the 800 series were not a good mix. Those were marginally capable just because they're too heavy and they don't have the thrust needed to handle the missed approach OEI. And the 900, which is 737-900, not the 900 CRJ, is a extended version of the 737, so it's really long, and it needs a ton of runway and to operate, even at low elevations like Denver. So it is definitely just, will never see the light of day at Aspen. Does that answer your question on the Boeing, or is there anything more specific you're interested in hearing?
Well, yeah, I think so. I was looking at the 737 MAX in particular, but I appreciate your anything else you can add to that, but I think we're getting close.
Kelly?
Well, thank you. Yeah, Greg's question sort of leads me in a little bit of a different direction, so I don't know if this is an appropriate question for you, Alec and Rich, but thinking about the general aviation side and that operational capability, how do we think about the aircraft that has operational capability from a general aviation side? Who makes that determination? Is that the air traffic control that says that type of plane can or can't fly in here? Because the 737 MAX issues are related to, or the 737 issues are related to commercial, but I think there's also a big concern about private 737s flying in.
Yeah, Rich, you want to take a stab at that one? I'm sure they're tired of hearing me talking.
So it's also a great question. So for the GA fleet, for the general aviation fleet, it is so widely, that encompasses a wide array, as you can imagine, of fleet types. Air traffic control does not get involved in telling operators or pilots, flight crews, whether or not they can or can't operate into a specific facility. That's incumbent upon the flight crew. There is a private 737. It's called the Boeing Business Jet, the BBJ. There are not a lot of them currently in service. They're very, as you can imagine, they're very expensive to operate those aircraft. It's incumbent then upon the operator, and whether that operator is a private operator like what we would call Part 91, so that would be like if you owned the airplane yourself, or a charter operator, which would be Part 135, and those are regulatory regimes by the FAA, and they provide guidance and requirements on what's necessary for them to determine in order to safely operate at any spot, Aspen, Miami, Dallas, Fort Worth, whatever. And so the owner operator and the crew then take all of the resources that are available to them from both the FAA and from the manufacturer in order to determine can they operate into and out of a certain location. And they do it in much the same way that American does. Obviously, that the air carrier and air transport regime, Karen, is the most highly regulated and is the represents the pinnacle of the regulatory environment in the United States for air traffic. 135 and 91 do not have all of the same regulatory requirements, but provide for the safe operation of aircraft throughout the national airspace system. So just because it doesn't have American Airlines scrolled across the aircraft doesn't mean that it's not safe. It is. But they do operate under less expensive regimes and training requirements. Did that address your question, or did that just kind of give you some background on general aviation?
Yeah, that addresses my question. I guess, more specifics on that would be helpful. So how I'm interpreting that functionally is, the operator of a private plane, whether they own it or it's a charter, needs to know if the runway length, the max weight landing, all those things, the thrust that they have are sufficient to safely come in and out of Aspen's airport. And we've heard from the committee that there's concerns that there's not enough training and information to those flight crews to do that in maybe the highest standards of safety that we have. So I guess it's a little bit of a comment, but if you want to provide more detail to unpack that a little bit, that would be helpful for me.
Okay. Nope, you are right on. And so in the broadest sense, it is incumbent upon the flight crew and the owner and operator of the aircraft to determine whether any decision they make, so whether that's to depart or to land, to proceed in the face of weather during the en route phase. So any decision that the flight crew faces, it's incumbent upon them to determine whether or not that's safe. And they use all of the resources that are provided to them. And those are resources that are provided by the manufacturer like Bombardier or Gulfstream. We're going to talk in the general aviation. So Falcon, Gulfstream, Bombardier, Embraer makes a general aviation aircraft. So all of those decisions, let alone the ones to operate into and out of Aspen, fall eventually to the flight crew and pilot in command, and then in conjunction with a dispatcher or a scheduler if they happen to be operating in that regime. For general aviation, there isn't a requirement for a dispatcher. That would be like at American Airlines. So they are using the same essential resources that the American flight crew is using to determine if that's a safe operation. So they're using all of the data that the manufacturer has provided for today's ability to take off at 80 degrees Fahrenheit from a field that's at 7,000 feet with a 2-knot tailwind, and the runway length is 6,500 feet long. That is, in essence, their reason to exist. Mm-hmm. Their training, their ethical responsibility to themselves and to the people on board and to the people around is driven by their ability to say, yes, been in the charts, we've done the research, and now everything is software driven, right? There's applications, and you enter in your weight, the meteorological conditions, the runway length, all of those into what's called a flight planning engine, and that crunches all the numbers, which removes a tremendous amount of possibility for human error now instead of, looking at an old school, old school charts, and they had a variety of names, but now you're plugging them into a software solution that's telling you exactly how heavy you can be to conduct this operation. And if you need to take somebody off, or you need to offload fuel, or what your stopping distance is going to be if there's snow on the runway. All of that data exists and is now highly technically integrated with the software, either on board the airplane or in the resources within the crew's reach, like on iPads or tablets, or what are called electronic flight bags, or integrated into the flight management systems on board the airplane. And that literally is their greatest concern, their greatest reason for being on board, is to make sure that you get from A to B safely. And they're using the same methodologies, they're using the same procedures and philosophy to determine that.
So can I just jump in then? So is that true?
Yeah.
Is that also true for the single engine failure missed approach in summer and winter with a full payload?
That's a great great question. Those are some of the regulatory aspects that are different between the three different regimes. So Part 121 is air transport, where you are paying for a ticket. And so to adopt kind of the United States philosophy, if you are paying to get on board an airplane, your expectations are different than if you're getting on board a Cessna 182 with your next door neighbor and not paying anything. That kind of expectation of what's been done and what planning levels have to be adhered to follow with some of the financial exchanges that you've made in the contractual relationship you have with the carrier. So no, in Part 91, so that's like if you and I owned an airplane together, I don't have to do the same modeling for an engine loss that I would have to do for a much larger airplane in air transport service. So some of that single engine and operative aspects and that also that single engine and aspirator, that only applies to multi-engine aircraft, right? Obviously, if you're in a smaller single engine airplane, there is no single engine modeling, right? If you lose the engine, that's the only engine that you have. So it does, the requirements, the bar is different. However, I would always try and caution people to think then that means the bar isn't sufficiently safe at any level. That's not, and the proof's in the pudding. If you look at statistically, aviation in the United States is the safest transportation endeavor so far to date in human history. So that statistically speaks well of the regimes that people have to adhere to.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that clarification. I think the struggle is our expectation on the ground is they'll all land and perform the same. So thanks. I appreciate understanding that better.
Yeah, really. Oh, sorry, Rich. Go ahead. I just had a quick note. I know some of this last bullet point here on the slide deck that we've got is NetJets operates approximately 50% of all the GA flights, general aviation flights into Aspen. And one thing, on an encouraging note that I wanted to point out is NetJets, despite not being an airline, a Part 121 airline, they operate both the Part 91 and the Part 135 world. And despite, operating in an environment that has slightly less environmental or regulatory components than the airline world, I've done a lot of work with NetJets. I've toured their facility. They operate with the same airline-style dispatch center, the same airline-style training program that that you would have at a major branded airline and apply that to all their Part 91 and 135 operations. They even have their own special approaches that provide enhanced guidance into Aspen. So in some cases, they can actually be providing even more stringent safety standards than some of the airlines, because they've gone through such great lengths to make sure that their operations into Aspen are safe. They've got a custom Aspen training program, specific charts and tailored data on the flight deck for Aspen. I've seen this firsthand. So there are a lot of these non-airline operators who take flying into Aspen very seriously, and I think that reflects in their history in Aspen over the years.
And that, not to belabor this too much, but it's a great point. If I would add, if you look at that last bullet point, the Bombardier Global 6000, that's the aircraft that I operated for the last 11 years before joining Flight Tech Engineering. We operated under Part 91, so that's the regulatory regime that you would think of that's the most applicable to you and I as maybe, that's the general aviation standard. We did, because it is now so prevalently available through flight planning engines, we did all of the single engine, even though weren't strictly speaking required to. We did all of the single engine flight planning as well. We use third-party providers that Alex very familiar with that provide departure and turn criteria should we lose an engine on takeoff, and all of their mirror image, even though it might, and this is what Alec was kind of speaking to, even though it might not necessarily regulatory be the same I's and T's, they're now, those tools and resources have found their way to every piece of aviation in the United States. Particularly for this class of airplane, a Global 6000 will cost, brand new, it's going to cost $60 million. So taking advantage of what the 121 world has provided in terms of protecting people and protecting assets is a small investment. And so we had all of those things. So if we lost an engine on departure, we had a special procedure that we flew, and it was part of this subscription to our flight planning engine, our flight planning service. And that was provided at every facility, right, that had terrain challenges of something that required more than just climbing out to 1,000 feet on runway heading, lowering the nose and cleaning up the airplane. That was all available to us as well, and utilized and briefed at every departure. And as I mentioned, our flight department, which is typical for, we were Part 91, practiced every year Aspen. So it's those tools and resources are at the level of operators that are routinely working into and out of Aspen are well established in their standard operating procedures.
So right now we have about a half an hour left. I'd actually like to transition into not talking necessarily about specific aircraft, but about the location of the runway and the airspace we have, and the taxiway situation.
Steve,
So,
I had a question though. I had a really quick question
Go ahead,
about,
Pat.
we were talking safety, and we've been talking safety in the broader perspective of how we can beef up safety in our airport as part of moving forward with any plan, as part of the recommendations. It's my understanding that insurance companies play a large role in safety plans. It's not FAA, it's not the local airports, it's the insurers of those aircraft. So that's why, what is our control over requiring safety versus encouraging insurance companies to help us with that? I don't know who I'm directing that to, I just wanted to bring that point up.
I can really quickly, and then I'll defer to Alec, so I'll keep it very short. You're 100% right on. Insurance companies have been very proactive in mandating safety where they feel they have, that their business model requires it. Particularly in the use of simulator training. And simulator training has been a tremendous advance for aviation throughout the world, and it's particularly pioneered here in the United States, initially with the Department of Defense. But yep, insurers are great advocates for augmenting and be very honest, they're trying to ensure and mitigate their insured exposure. They're trying to mitigate their business risk, but I think are doing so, where appropriately. Certainly, everyone that owns and operates the class of aircraft that we're talking about that routinely uses the Aspen as a facility, have close relationships with their insurers and work through the requirements that they have, that they add to or augment the FAA's. And again, they have very detailed risk algorithms on how they arrive at their requirements. But it is a significant aspect of training and safety in the general aviation world.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second what Rich said. It's been a big issue within the industry this last year. There was actually a lot of high-profile issues that occurred up in Alaska that drove insurance rates higher, and the requirements for insurability have become stricter, even dramatically in the last few years. And what this is leading to is the requirement for higher standards for pilots, higher pilot time or experience required for flying high-performance turbine aircraft into airports in general. I mean, Aspen's not alone in that. There's been high-profile incidents in the city, in Peterborough, for example, that have been just as bad as some of the issues that have been experienced at some of the mountain airports. And so it's prevalent to everyone in the industry, but what we are seeing is a trend for insurance companies requiring higher experienced pilots and more training. And so I think that's the good news on that aspect.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve, it's John, and I wonder if before we pivot to a new topic, I just want to be sure, another aircraft I know that you've received a lot of communications on is the Q400, and I just want to make sure that the board's had any of their questions answered about that existing aircraft that has operated here historically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'd be curious about Q400. A couple of years ago, flew on I think it was a Q200 in Alaska, and it was just an amazing flight, very, very comfortable. And I remember the day when those kind of planes used to fly into Aspen a lot too.
Yeah, absolutely. You used to have both the Q200, which is the 37-seat Dash 8 operated by Mesa, and then also the Frontier Express Q400 that was operated by Lynx Aviation and even Republic for a while as well. And what we've great airplane, very powerful, right? Was easily able to operate into Aspen, but the favor of the Q400 has drastically fallen in the U.S. The resounding opinion from the flying public is that they would rather fly on a jet as opposed to a prop plane. Prop planes have to fly lower than jets, and so they tend to be in the weather more and are lower to the terrain, and therefore tend to pick up a little more turbulence. And for the most part, you'll have a bumpier flight on a prop plane than a jet plane due to its limitations. But that aside, we have seen a major transition in the last decade or a couple decades to regional jets as opposed to props. I mean, when I first got into the aviation industry working for regional airlines, we had an equal amount of props as we did jets, and now you go to airline after airline and it's all jets. The last bastion of Q400s left in the U.S. are essentially only at one airline, and that's Horizon, Alaska Horizon Service. And even those aircraft at Alaska Horizon are being replaced by Embraer 175s. So that fleet is dwindling. The bases where the Q400s are a little bit on the high end, or distance-wise for the Q400. Alaska has bases in LA and Seattle where they're operating those aircraft, and it's just been a little bit at the farther extent of where their operations would be to operate that in here. So the other reason is just it's not, the Q400 has had a checkered past. It doesn't do well in cold weather locations. In fact, Alaska, surprisingly for a Canadian plane, it experienced a lot of issues with cold weather. They tried bringing it up to Alaska and had to bring it back because the reliability was so poor. So it's tended to focus on warm weather locations and short haul routes from a lot of places in the Pacific Northwest to the local hubs on short flights. So unfortunately, that's not an aircraft that airlines have on order here in the U.S., and it's being replaced quite actively by the 125s, similar to the one CRJ 700. There's not any new orders for new U.S. based airlines to order Q400s. We don't see that changing in the near future, just due to their experiences with using them in the past and lack of reliability. But good aircraft.
So, looking at now, my question, this actually has to do with the type of aircraft. But one of our things we have to consider is whether to leave the runway where it is or move it further to the west, which then the flight path would put the flight closer to the hillside there by Shale Bluff. So with your experience with the airspace around Aspen, would any of these aircraft have any problem with, being closer to the hillside? What are the things we have to consider there in relation to what aircraft are flying in?
Yeah, absolutely. John, do you mind if I do a screen share really quick?
Sorry, that's trouble unmuting. You should be able to share now.
Now let's see if I can figure this out. I had this just in case it came through. Can you guys see my screen? So this was actually one of the slide decks from the presentation I gave back in January, where we discussed this subject in quite a bit of detail. And this is essentially an example of what the flight path would look like if we moved 80 feet over to the west. And the key takeaway from this is that the Shale Bluff is not in the instrument flight portion of the procedure. Meaning that you have to have, the Shale Bluff is in the visual portion, meaning the plane has to be visual prior to them even being close to the Shale Bluff. And so at that point where the aircraft is located and in the air, and it is obviously trying to land on the runway as it's parallel to the runway, that 80-foot shift, when we ran this by various different pilots and the airlines, was a negligible factor due to it being in the visual phase of flight. And this sort of gives this image here gives a representation of what that 80-foot shift looks like while the aircraft It also gives a perspective of where the aircraft is in relation, what altitude it's at in relation to the altitude of the shell bluff. So as you can see, shell bluff actually gets higher as it gets closer to the runway, but it also starts to veer off to the right. The high points do as you get closer to the runway too, so the separation increases. So as an aircraft is approaching the first portion of the hill, it's essentially 200 feet higher than the shell bluff. As you reach the center point or midpoint of the shell bluff, it's essentially right on the same altitude. And as it starts to reach that point of inflection where it's at the same height of the shell bluff, is where the aircraft actually starts deviating away from the shell bluff distance-wise, and now is in the aircraft environment. Rich, I don't know, anything else you want to add on shell bluff and maybe a pilot perspective of that 80-foot shift?
Yep. Yeah. Quickly, 80. Okay, I'm sorry, I was talking over someone there. An 80-foot shift on that segment of the final approach would be almost impossible to perceive from the flight crew standpoint. As you can see, the slide is a great representation. And your focus is to maintain the aircraft on the guidance that's being provided. But in the visual segment, now my focus is primarily is transitioning to the runway. And obviously you can see the extended center line, whether it's at the original position or 80 feet to the right of that original position, does not put me in any kind of proximity to the terrain that really is giving the crew pause. The terrain issues at Aspen are well known and well documented and are certainly at the forefront of every crew's mind. But this shift would not be a meaningful alteration for the crew in terms of their flight planning or their performance into Aspen.
The other, just really quickly, the FAA has defined surfaces for what they determine is a safe visual area. And those surfaces are what we call in the world that I have worked in is the 20-to-1 visual surface, meaning that no obstacles can penetrate the visual surface. This is the same at every single airport. And here's a projection, a 3D projection of what the FAA's safety surfaces are. And if we saw a obstacle or a piece of terrain sticking out of the visual surface, that would mean that the airport would not be in compliance with the visual surface. As you can see here, the shell bluff at its current elevation and just the way that the shell bluff falls out and is lower in the initial portion allows it to miss all of the FAA's defined safety surfaces. Those are both. There's 3 surfaces in general, and the shell bluff is out of all of those surfaces, and that's with an 80-foot shift. So I just wanted to touch back on those slides. Here's a little bit closer view of what that looks like and where those surfaces fall. You can see the 80-foot shift runway here in green, but that is the standard for visual areas for airports. Yep, go ahead.
So I have just one follow-up on that. I mean, the flight path, the planes are coming in from way down the valley, way over the Triangle Peak kind of. They're already lined up to the runway way far away. Are there any of the general aviation planes, do they have to follow that same flight path, or do some of them kind of come from the west and swing around, be turning when they're getting closer to the runway instead of doing a long straight approach to the runway?
Majority of aircraft are coming in straight in to land 15. There are a few, I should say most of the airline aircraft and most of the charter aircraft have been taught to only use the approach and to land straight in. Now, on the general aviation side is where we have more variability. The smaller aircraft can circle to land. They're in visual conditions. That's a normal maneuver. And so we do see smaller, more nimble aircraft circling to land on 3-3 on the opposite end. But I'd say 90%-ish are probably coming in straight in and landing 1-5, if not more.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Looking at this photograph, this image here, you can actually almost see the location of my house. I live right about in Brush Creek Village on the left there. And when I look out, I'm watching aircraft coming in all day long. And I'm seeing fairly interesting variations in the altitude at which they're coming in. When I look at your maps showing that the top of Shale Bluff and comparing the distance from the top of Shale Bluff, it's a great argument. But I can't help but think that there's some cognitive disconnect here. I only have to think back to that horrendous crash in '93, was it, when the pilot was clearly lower than usual in a general aviation, and he put it in just off the side of the highway on his approach. And he was well within, he was probably within 80 feet of the center line of the runway, but he hit the hillside, he hit the foothill. And so I'm having trouble here understanding, we're not getting the full picture here because we have a foothill on Shale Bluffs, which I think presents a formidable challenge. And then we've had the demonstration there. You've got the Avjet crash site. If you could elaborate on that, because I'm looking at the big picture you're showing, and I'm not seeing the issue that I have regarding the safety of a runway center line relocation closer to the foothill. If you can elaborate on that, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So the clarification, the Avjet did not crash into the Shale Bluff. It actually crashed right there on the side of the road, right in front of the runway. And Rich, I'll let you speak to this because I know you know about this well. But in fact, the location of the crash was actually below the runway threshold. And this was an issue of the pilot taking control of the airplane outside of the scope that it was supposed to be operated in, and he was disregarding all of the rules that applied for flying an instrument procedure. He was supposed to have the runway visual in this portion of flight. As you saw, the visual segment extends almost 3 miles out to the north, and he was operating illegally in this section or phase of the flight, which is what led to the crash, which was not Shale Bluff related. And so I think this only goes to highlight that it's historically there's not been an issue with the Shale Bluffs. It's been an issue with pilots and pushing the limits and not following protocol. Rich, do you want to add to the Avjet assessment there?
Yeah, Alec and Greg, it was you that posed the question in one, and so first off, I want to be very respectful. This was a tragedy. However, this was a tragedy due to the flight crew ignoring the regulatory constraints for the safe conduct of the flight. This was the flight crew ignoring every aspect of airmanship that they were ever taught. This is the flight crew ignoring the training that they've had in operating that aircraft. It didn't crash into high terrain. It wasn't an issue with Shale Bluff. It was an issue that this flight crew proceeded below the allowed minimum descent altitude where required to have the runway environment in sight. They did not. The cockpit voice recorder recorded their confusion. The non-flying pilot realized that they did not have the required visual picture in sight, however, did not forcibly speak up. The flying pilot mistook the highway for the runway environment and was much lower. You can see from the crash site. He mistook the lights of Highway 82 for the runway environment, descended far below where he should have been at that point, and the resulting tragedy is not due to the terrain or to the design features or to the placement of the runway, was due to the hubris and tragic decision-making of the crew that day, and it cost people their lives.
Thank you. I appreciate your elaborating on that. So that, for me, it begs the next question, which is, why do we always hear that our airport, this airport, is considered one of the most dangerous and requiring the most training in the entire country?
Go for Rich.
Well, so again, Greg, great question. So Greg, I don't want to parse words, and I don't want to sidestep your question. It's a valid one. It's a good one. You live, in fact, you pointed out your house. You're familiar with the terrain. You're familiar with the operations. Typically, Aspen is what's considered an opposite direction operation airport. You land in one direction and you take off in another. Why? Why would you ever do that? Obviously, in this case, it's the terrain features that drive considerations, and also the location of Aspen, the city itself. Trying to be sensitive to noise there, but are there features to Aspen that make it different than Boise, where I live, or different than Orlando or Dallas-Fort Worth? Absolutely, there are. Driven by the altitude of the airport, the surrounding terrain, those require crews to pay special attention to what they're doing. They require training that would, for larger aircraft, make the terrain features, Triangle Point, Shale Bluff, as you pointed out, front of mind for those crews. Does that mean that Aspen is dangerous? No, Aspen's not dangerous. But does it mean that I have to be paying attention? Yes, it does. And should I always be, as part of a flight crew, be paying attention? Absolutely. But when I'm paying attention landing at DFW, the things that have my attention are different than the things that have my attention at Aspen. Aspen clearly has, related to the approach procedures, has some different characteristics that you should brief, that the crew needs to brief prior to its arrival. And that's an aspect that for every Part 121 crew does, every Part 135 crew does, and every Part 91 crew that is routinely working into and out of the Aspen area is doing as well. The FAA, insurance companies, AOPA, all of the trade groups have made a tremendous effort to alerting and advising the entire flying demographic, at whatever level, of the challenges that Aspen presents and the mitigations that have been put in place to make it safe. So part of the things that we've said, training inherent to Aspen, the procedures that are inherent to Aspen, air traffic control's ability to supplement your operations and provide support to operators in and out of Aspen. All of the design features that have gone into the regulatory environment for the facility at Aspen are all there to help flight crews do this safely. Now, it's like any other endeavor that you would take. You get on the ski hill and there are green runs, there are blue runs, and there are black runs. That doesn't mean that black runs can't be skied safely. they can. They're skied safely every day by thousands and millions of skiers. But they obviously are telling you that there are features here that aren't present elsewhere. And being cognizant of that and mitigating those, which every aspect of aviation is done, whether it's the FAA, ATC, training, insurance, the OEMs, everybody has Aspen on their radar to make sure that the facility is operated into and out of safety with the recognition of the challenges it presents. Greg, does that address your question?
It does. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Steve, can I just add on to that really quickly, because I know our time has really run out. But the other issue is I'm going to say that we get credit, our airport gets credit for airplane issues, accidents, crashes in our region that may have absolutely nothing to do with our airport. So it's because we're in the vicinity. So if you actually look at accidents that occur at our airport, on the runway, the numbers are much different than when you're looking at the global count of airplane accidents, crashes in our region. So, and I've talked to a pilot who's been involved in 2 of those that are included in that number that had nothing to do with the airport itself. So it's just how they accumulate the data.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of if it's within a 20-mile zone of Aspen, they attribute it to Aspen Airport, whether or not it actually was attributed to something that occurred at the airport or not. So that's a valid point.
Thank you, Alex, for clarifying that.
Okay, are there any last questions, burning questions that commissioners want to ask from our guests while we still have them here?
I want to thank them. This is great information.
Absolutely. It's been, very helpful to me to hear your assessment of, the different aircraft and these situations about the runway. Going back to you, John, at this point for final wrap-up.
Sorry. Yeah, Steve, thank you. And thanks again, Alec and Rich, for being here today. Obviously, we're going to have some more meetings in our future. I think good background information, and I think it is a necessary conversation before getting into the next round of questions, particularly about the airfield that you're going to address. I believe we are scheduled again for 2 hours next week. And we'll need to find, I think, time. Kelly had suggested maybe looking for time outside of our regularly scheduled work sessions to maybe get a bigger block to work through these final sets of recommendations. So I don't want to stand between you and lunch anymore, so we'll pick that up. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec.
Thank
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Alec.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah.
Stay well.
All right.
Good to see you. Thank you.
We'll drop off, and I guess, Rich, if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to send them our, Rich and John, feel free to send them our way, and we'll talk to you guys all next time. Thank you.
Thank you both for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, so, board, anything you need to say before we go to lunch? We're due back at 1 o'clock.
Just thanks to Grassroots.
Thanks, guys.
We'll
see you after
everyone
lunch.
then.
So we'll be back 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.
good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, September 15th. I'm Vice Chair Kelly McNicholas Curry. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper and Jordan Bachelor, who's helping us with the Zoom. And I will turn the meeting over to our Chair, Steve Child, and our other commissioners joining from home, Greg Poshman and George Newman.
All right, thank you, Kelly, and welcome back, everybody. So this is September 15th. Our first item on the agenda this afternoon is the 2019 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And we have Ann Driggers and Liz Woods and various people here from the auditing company, I believe. So Ann, I'll turn it over to you to do the introductions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Child. I would like to introduce to you, we have Liz Woods, as you said earlier, Controller for Pickens County. Also Paul Backus with McMahon and Associates, who's the lead partner, and Yadira Miller, who was the lead manager or auditor on our recent audit. We are here today to present to you the 2019 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, and we are presenting a little bit late to you this year with the change in between our two systems. It was a challenging audit for us, and I'd like to recognize at this time both Liz and Paul and Yadira, and also Connie Baker, who is trying to get on the line, I believe, but doesn't have a Zoom link, but they're all critical to the production of this report. But first of all, I think I'll hand it over to Paul to talk about the auditor's opinion on our financial statements, and then if you have any questions, we'll be happy to respond.
Thanks, Ann. As she mentioned, I'm Paul Backus. I'm a CPA. I live in Avon, Colorado, and our firm is a little unique. We do pretty much only government financial audits, and so we have pretty much all the governmental clients in the Central Rockies, and I think right now we audit about 15% of the counties in the state. So we're pleased to be auditing one of the few home rule counties. I'm just going to kind of really briefly show you what we actually do, because I think it's important for you to understand what we do when we do an audit. So I'm going to share my screen for a minute here. And what you'll see is this is actually our audit software. And so audits pretty much are planning, fieldwork, and reporting. So when we do planning, one of the main areas that you would probably find interesting is we spend time looking through internal controls. So you can see we look through the controls at the airport, assessor, building, business information, cash receiving, clerk, ComDev, finance, journal entries, landfill, library, kind of goes on, payroll, all of these. And in each area, we're meeting with your department, and we're trying to understand how money comes in and money goes out. And then we do some additional testing to make sure we understand that. So in the past, auditing used to be about kind of sampling and looking at transactions. Now it's much more about pulling entire databases. And so when we were looking at your payroll, we pulled every vendor payment you made. And then we can look for certain items that stick out in that database, and that's what we pull our sampling from. So it's kind of changed a lot. It's much more computer-oriented than it's ever been. And once we've kind of figured out the internal controls of the county, we read all your minutes, look through component units, try and assess risks and variances from year to year. And then we set about field work, and field work is looking at the actual numbers. So we want to verify all your cash investments, accounts receivable, AP, payroll, debt, all those items. And as an example, like cash and investments, if you have, this is a work paper in here, if you have a Vectra Bank account, we could take and pull that up, and we'd say, okay, you have $2.9 million in that account. you should have 2.9 million on your financial statements. You can see this was done by Lillian and reviewed by Yadira on 6.8 and 8.3. And so once we've kind of gone through all of that, you know, each of your debt obligations, trying to make sure you complied, you'll see we actually have 675 different work papers in here that help verify that the audited financial statements are materially correct. And that allows us, Liz did a tremendous job. She puts together this comprehensive annual financial statement. Let me just make sure I'm still on the right page here as far as sharing. She puts together the comprehensive annual financial statement, and in that statement is an opinion from us as independent auditors, and that opinion basically uses the 675 work papers to ensure that the numbers are correct. And your opinion would be referred to as an unmodified opinion, means the financial statements are materially correct and you can rely on them to make your financial decisions. And you know, there's a lot of different language in here. It's actually 3 pages, but that's ultimately what it means. And then there's 2 other opinions that cover federal grants. And the reason that the comprehensive annual financial report, which is, you know, 185 pages, it isn't necessarily really for the BOCC's edification. It's to kind of make sure that you guys are comfortable with doing the best practice, which is the CAFR, but also it gets used by, you know, the Colorado State Auditor for compliance, the Highway Department for highway money they give you, the federal government for federal grants, the state government for state grants. The SEC gets uploaded to an SEC website and distributed all over the world to bondholders of Pickens County debt. Goes to your banking relationships, your insurance relationships. So really there's a lot of different users that that go through it. And I'm not really going to go into a lot of detail on the financial statements because I think you're getting regular reporting from your finance team, and they have the details on any questions you would have on the report. I will mention, as Ann said, it was a challenging audit just because of the software change and then COVID on top of it. And software changes, you know, I've been through a lot of them with clients, and I think, you know, Pickens County handled it as well as you could. No matter what, it's just a painful process. But ultimately, Pickens County, you got through everything you needed. We got all the documents we needed. And really, I think we've had maybe 1 or 2 counties that we've filed so far. Most have extended just as a matter of COVID. So you're not really out of the norm there. Is there any questions on the process or maybe the financial statements? Because there's a letter that probably has some more information you would like on it that we're going to go through.
I do have, my only question would be when did you start working on the audit? How long does this whole process take for you?
Well, we started before year end, and that's when we do a lot of the internal control work. And then after year end, we do kind of all the verification numbers. So honestly, it kind of goes on over 6 months, kind of in and out, depending on when your team has data available and when we can do it. We do have 2 CPAs that live over in Glenwood and some in Gypsum. And so, you know, normally we would do a lot of that work on site. This year they, you know, did a great job of not only going through the software change and COVID, but getting everything scanned and sent over to us electronically, which was huge. So it's a lengthy process.
Kelly?
Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Paul. I do appreciate giving the overview. I guess my question would be, are there things that are outside of the scope of this audit? So, like, are you worried about liability from a lawsuit that the county might be in, or if there's a crucial personnel position that's not filled or something like that? Do you guys look at that, or is this specifically about money when we're talking about?
Well, our focus
is
to make sure that the county can produce accurate financial statements. So, like your first example of, are we concerned about liabilities, litigation that the county's in? The answer would be yes, only in so much as it could reflect a potential financial liability that would need to be on the financial statements. So we do communicate with your attorneys and we say, are there any liabilities out there that meet a certain standard? If so, we need to book them. We spend a lot of time with each of your departments looking at how transactions are processed, trying to make sure money goes in, money goes out, your financial statements are correct. And we don't necessarily look at personnel levels, but we do look at is certain things being done that need to make sure the county can kind of produce good financial statements.
Okay.
And so we do actually have a letter that has a number of recommendations that that we need to go through too, but let me answer any other questions on this part of it first, maybe. Okay, so I'm gonna jump over to the letter. I think maybe you can see the letter here, hopefully.
Paul, we can't see the letter or the financial statements. We're still on your binder snapshot.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Paul, if you hit in the meeting controls, the share button should say new share. If you hit that,
yeah,
you might be able to select a new window or document.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I kind of hate about Zoom. When you share your screen, it picks one document. I think you can see now the letter.
On the letter.
Yeah, the one that I'm going to admit publicly. How about that? Yeah. So I should have been changing that. Here's the 675 different work papers, and here is. I was kind of opening these. Here's a database of all your vendor files and how we kind of graph certain things on there, looking for anything that falls out of the ordinary. And there's just a kind of lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes that you guys don't necessarily see, but it's all geared towards making sure that you guys have correct financial information. So this is a letter, and it has information that we as independent auditors are responsible to communicate to you, the governing board. And some of it is applicable and some of it maybe isn't. Yadira is going to walk through that. I will just say, keep in mind that, when you're auditing a county, at least a larger county like Pitkin, we're always going to have comments and recommendations, so take them in the spirit they're intended. It's not necessarily anything was done wrong. It's here's areas for improvement. It would be almost impossible for us to do a county audit and not have recommendations. So, Yadira, you want to jump in and kind of walk them through this?
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Yadira Miller. I was the lead auditor in your engagement. So, as everyone has said, thank you to Liz and Connie and all their staff for all the work they've done, because this year was definitely a little challenging. So this is a required letter that we have to present to the board, and it's a pretty standard letter. We are required to kind of describe any aspects of accounting policies during the year audited. There were not any new policies that were implemented in 2019. And then we also have to describe any estimates that are used in your financial statements, there's 3 estimates that are used in there. They're pretty standard. It's your allowance for any uncollectible receivables, your lives for capital assets, so for depreciation, and then any estimate or the estimated closure and post-closure landfill liabilities. So these are all kind of follow industry practice, and we kind of agreed with the way these estimates were created. Then next, we have to discuss any difficulties encountered during the audit. There were no difficulties encountered. And then we also have to let you know if there were any corrected or uncorrected misstatements. We did have a few misstatements that were corrected to be reflected on your financial statement.
So that means kind of large journal entries that we help the county post.
Yeah, so we're showing you any material adjustments that we made, and there were 3 of them this year for a dispatch contribution that needed to be recorded, and then some airport assets or airport entries that we'll kind of discuss further down this letter. There were quite a few journal entries that we had to make at the airport. And then solid waste capital assets, we just had to increase those when we found an asset there. Next is any disagreements with management. We did not have any disagreements. Management representations basically states that your management was required to sign a letter basically saying any information they provided to us was accurate and they didn't lie, cheat, or steal. And then next, this is just kind of a heads up that there is a new governmental accounting standards coming up for leases. It will just change the presentation of a lot of your leases. But it has been pushed off, so it is not required to be done until your 2022 audit. So it's kind of coming down the pipeline. And then next is kind of where Paul was describing. We visit with all of your departments and we interview staff and we look at documents and kind of figure out how revenues flow through each department and how they make it onto your financial statements. So we are giving you just recommendations to strengthen those internal controls where we saw opportunities. And the first one we did, we are considering a material weakness at the airport just because, as you saw before, there were quite a few adjustments in that department where revenues were increased by about $1 million or so. So we definitely think that there are kind of major weaknesses in internal control in this department. So here we're kind of detailing, I won't go through every single one, but there was just a lot of issues with reconciliations not being done timely for all these revenues, which is car rental company revenue, airline revenue, landing fees, and then FBO and parking. So just because of the amount of the journal entries, the number of journal entries and the amounts, we really kind of strongly recommend that this is fixed by creating annual reconciliations by vendor and proper review from either finance or management at the airport so that we don't run into this issue for the next year's audit.
And we did meet with your management team and kind of go through this, so they, probably can provide a little more detail on that. But airport really needs some TLC as far as the accounting goes.
And if this is Anne, if I may jump in, I just want to say that these were findings in 2019, and both finance and the airport staff have been working hard in 2020 to fix these issues.
Yeah, although it's going to be a challenge in 2020 because, airport staff, all those car rental companies, they're bare bones, and trying to get any response on them is almost impossible now. But so each of these has kind of a recommendation and then management's response in here.
We have a couple of questions here.
Sure.
Let's go to Kelly for a question.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you for all your hard work and diligence, both to the audit team and especially to our staff. I guess I will say, I'm glad some things have been flagged at the airport, I guess. One of the things that jumped out to me in my first budget review last year was just how the airport budget looked different from the other departments' budgets. So I don't know if that is something that we'll expect in our upcoming budget season, to see a little more alignment in the presentation of materials as a, product of this good hard work. So sort of a question probably for Ann and Connie, and maybe just an expectation as we move into the budget.
And I was wondering, how much of this is due to, it's probably due to various factors, but doing the software transition, is some of the airport difficulty attributable to that? We've had some changes in personnel there. And then also just, I don't know how much of the 2019 budget carries over into 2020 with all the COVID-related stuff from happening in 2020, but maybe all of those things contributed to us having difficulty at the airport. Could you address that a little bit at some point in our discussion?
Sure. We audit, I guess maybe comparable airports would be, Eagle and Gunnison both have kind of similar operations. And when we get the data from the airport, they have, I think, a outside contractor that kind of helps reconcile the numbers. And I just feel like we need to get the right person in the right position as far as reconciling, because there's things like, if you dig a little more into the details, the car rental contracts have this annual adjustment where there's a minimum annual guarantee of 10%, and that gets credited back to them. And we still have some credits from previous years. The allocation of space rent to the airlines didn't comply with the leases. We had some problems with getting the correct amount of, the landing fees are getting recorded when they're paid, not when they occur. And so, if they don't pay you, you wouldn't catch that revenue. And then there's just some, missing billings and inaccuracies. Really none of this came through finance per se. It pretty much all came from airport. And I just think it's finding the right person to dig into the details on this and then stay on top of it through a monthly reconciliation process.
Liz, why don't you, she has her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw in there that we did meet with Rich and the airport staff, with Paul and Yadira and Ann, and we've discussed these concerns. Rich is really trying to take other workload that was not intended for their finance team off of them, so that they really can concentrate on this between now and the end of the year to get those things cleaned up. And then the other thing is that we're looking at working with a third party to help them kind of get a month-end process in place so that we can be in a better place going forward, just to address some of these concerns as well.
I would note for the board too that we've had a long-standing vacancy at the airport in a finance director position that would take on a lot of this. We've had challenges recruiting that position and then held on it. So I think with the number of projects that were ongoing, as Liz said, created additional workload on that staff, as well as having a high-level vacancy, I think creates some of the challenges around the processes that you're seeing. So we're looking at the immediate fixes, as Liz said, of refocusing staff time, and then we will be looking at taking another run prior to recruiting that finance director position for the airport.
Yeah, and keep in mind how kind of we approach this is when we start digging in and looking at the documents, we have to report anything that is a material entry, basically. And the airport had a lot of material entries, so that's why you're seeing this. So the next area was also kind of airport, and maybe I can just tee this up, Yadira, with this isn't necessarily an unusual comment for airports, because trying to get updated contracts from some of the vendors is a challenge, and so they have these holdover clauses. And honestly, it's almost going to be impossible to remedy now in the middle of COVID, because they've all gone, the airlines and car rental companies have gone to just completely skeleton staff, and trying to get anything done is going to be nearly impossible. But Yadira, maybe you want to just run through, at least for 2019.
Yeah, so we just basically noted that there was a contract that they couldn't locate the executed contract for SkyWest, and then a couple of the airline contracts have expired as of 2019, and they're just operating under the holdover clause. So we were recommending that those contracts are, signed and executed. But as Paul said, we understand it may not be very easy this year. That's just something for you guys to be aware of.
And I would note for the board that you actually did take action. We were able to get the airlines to come to the table on that. So those are some of the leases that you recently approved.
Yeah, I think that is in their management response right below there, so that's good. So moving on, I guess, to the next comment is in your community development department. There is a software there that allows manual modification of fees. But currently there is no review being done of any adjustments to fees, so it kind of poses a risk there that someone may modify a fee and it may not have correct or adequate support. So we are recommending that somebody reviews and signs off on any modification of fees. And it sounds like, if you look at management's response, it sounds like they're implementing new software that will kind of segregate duties and require those permissions. So hopefully that resolve the issue.
And sorry, I'll just jump in. ComDev, they have been working on implementing their PAT system, and I believe that went live in April of this year. And so that's their new permitting system, and it does have role-based security and permissions. And I also met with community development just last week, I think it was, and Brian Hall said that he would review adjustments on a monthly basis going forward as well, and sign off on them.
Okay, so the next comment is the Sheriff's Department. They are currently tracking any receipts on a spreadsheet that can be accessed by multiple employees. So we were just kind of recommending that some kind of software or some kind of pre-numbered receipt book would be is used for receipts in order to just kind of have better controls over that. And then it sounds, from management response, it sounds like they are looking, they are tracking ticket numbers, but they still have no way of voiding or tracking voided or non-issued citations. So I'm not sure how else they can resolve this, but it is a risk that we just have to kind of make you aware of. The next comment is at the jail. It sounds, there are deposits with the treasurer, but there is no detailed record of what is being deposited. And there was, when we went to their department, there was no reconciliation of fees being made. Reading management's response, it sounds like they have a new commissary system that now tracks the deposits made for all inmates, and there is now a reconciliation being done. The next comment is regarding restrictively endorsing checks. So anytime a department receives a check, not all departments are stamping them with for deposit only. So it kind of poses a risk there if checks are lost or, misappropriated. And it sounds, from management response, sounds like they are working on kind of getting those stamps distributed to all departments and ensuring that every department begins doing this. Next is cash reconciliations. This was mainly due to the transition of software from Eden to Munis. There were a lot of issues with cash reconciliations that didn't allow finance to kind of perform them in a timely manner. So cash reconciliations are a very important control, so we are just letting you know we recommend that those are done on a timely basis. And it sounds like finance is working on that in 2020.
Yeah, and that's purely a issue related to the software transition, but so we're required to point it out.
Yeah, and I'll jump in on that one real quickly as well, is that not only is it that we transition software, our bank reconciliation it's been difficult because we have a ton of transactions, as you can imagine, that are coming in and out of one bank account. That's, for the whole county. And seeing how those new deposits go through the system is like learning how that process works. That's been what's kind of taking the majority of the time of figuring that out. We have transitioned things off of the person who is working on the cash rec, so that is his primary focus between now and the end of the year. Basically, only focus between now and the end of the year that we get caught up on those. So we are working very hard on that one.
And this is Anne. I just add, we have probably upwards of 60,000 transactions, and we're talking about a reconciliation of about anywhere between 120 to 150 million dollars a month. So it's not a small feat, and it's something that needs to have a dedicated resource to it.
Okay. All right. The next comment is regarding landfill. So residents of the county receive a $100 credit to use at the landfill. These are currently being tracked on an Excel spreadsheet. And then when they bring it up, it's just a memo written in the comments, and there kind of is no reconciliation being done of what credits have been given to the spreadsheet used to track the credits. So we recommend that some kind of reconciliation is done, or that you use coupons as a way to track those credits. Looking at the response, it sounds like they are working on that, reconciling the spreadsheet now, and then a coupon system was implemented for 2020. Next is kind of a few comments regarding inventory in a few departments, or a couple.
We have a question. If we could wait, let's hear George's question.
Yeah, if you just go back to the landfill.
Yep.
So going forward, I actually thought starting 2000 and maybe this year, 2020, we're no longer providing a $100 credit to the landfill. Is that correct? We've got a different system in place.
No.
We went to a coupon system, George?
No, I thought that now there's, I thought that the landfill, because of the new recycling ordinance, that the landfill is open for free recycling, and you're able to dump your trash if it's half the amount you recycle, and getting away from the $100 credit or coupons.
I think I will double check. I think, George, we still have the $100 credit for Pickens County residents.
Well,
No,
okay,
no.
we'll double check it. I don't think that's correct.
Well, I have 2 of the coupons at home, so.
Hopefully we weren't supposed to just give you one, Patty.
No, there's 2 of me at my home.
Notice was sent out that residents could pick up 2 $50 coupons at the landfill, and so they are physical coupons that someone needs to go and pick up, and then they can use those. But there's no tracking of credits on the coupons. They have to be used all at one time.
Yeah, our concern obviously is, if it's not being reconciled, somebody can say, hey, they used a credit, and just pocket the cash. So, the coupon system will be much better, because anytime there's a credit on your cash receipting, we can, you know, tie that back to the coupon used that day. But I can't answer whether that's still in effect for 2020 per George's question.
No, you take your coupon out there, and regardless of whether it's $30 or $49.99, it's still one $50 coupon, and you turn in the coupon when you go through and take your load of whatever to the landfill.
Yeah, which is, if that's your policy, that's a much better system than just saying, hey, I'm a resident, showing your ID, and
You know, you have to physically give them the coupon.
yeah. I mean, those areas where you know, you have, especially kind of outside the county where, county building where you have a lot of cash coming in, you just gotta, it's a pain, but we gotta make sure we have good controls over that.
Okay, there we go. Moving on to inventory comments at a couple of your departments. So Road and Bridge has a significant amount of road signs in inventory, and it sounds like the cost isn't really being tracked in their software module that they use for that. So we are recommending that you begin kind of using the cost part of your software just to kind of know the cost of each sign when it gets used or sold. And then for the Solid Waste Center, there was just a few errors in the reporting of inventory. It sounds like the previous year cost values were used for 2019. And then there was a few just input errors and duplicate costs and stuff in the spreadsheet for inventory. So we are recommending that kind of a thorough review is done, and to ensure that everything's kind of adequately valued and reported. It sounds like landfill is working on doing that for 2020. Next is the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. So we did also have a few corrections made to this schedule that is part of your financial report. And there was no issues with compliance, but we do recommend that there are kind of stronger controls over federal award reporting. And
So the CFA schedule of expenditures of federal awards is kind of the basis for which the federal government tracks the grants that you as a county receive. So the county has to come up with, here's all the federal grant money we received, here's the program that it's under, and then based on that, we have to do testing of certain grants based upon a percentage. So that's why it's kind of a critical document. If you're missing a grant off it, then basically all the audit work can be incorrect because we wouldn't have selected the correct grant to document. So the Fed is really difficult on trying to make sure the CFAs are correct. They want to make sure every dollar that you've received as a grant is on that schedule.
yeah, and we have discussed this with your finance department, and I believe it is kind of a list, it's on their list to fix for 2020. Next comment is treasurer accounts. Again, as a result of the transition to Munis, there was quite a few adjustments that had to be made. Sorry, is there a question? No. There was a few adjustments that had to be made to some treasurer accounts, so we just kind of wanted to let you know that these adjustments were made kind of for unsupported differences. We believe that this should be just a one-time entry or entries that were made to transition you to the correct balances in Munis. We just want to make you aware that there could be a risk of any previous misstatements that was made. And then management believes the risk is low and they don't anticipate any other errors going forward. Next is the investments. So your investment policy currently doesn't allow any investment to exceed a 5-year maturity. When we were looking at your investments, we noted a few collateral mortgage obligations, and those technically have a maturity that is longer than 5 years. So we were just recommending that you either amend your investment policy to allow those, or to not invest in those kind of investments. And if you read management's response, this kind of gives a pretty good explanation of kind of CMOs, and they basically have an average final maturity just because mortgages are paid off before their initial length most of the time. So we understand that that's kind of why the county is investing in those funds, but we'd prefer if the investment policy allowed for that, so that we don't have to report it as kind of a violation of your policy.
Yeah, it's a technical violation, but not a practical one.
And these are legacy investments that were prior to the new investment policy, and we are no longer investing in these particular instruments.
Okay, so they'll come off.
They're just going to roll off, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that was it. Those are all our recommendations, and we have discussed these with management. And does anybody have any questions on anything?
So, I keep in mind that to me, this is a pretty good letter for a software transition year. I mean, it doesn't always feel like it maybe to somebody that doesn't see a lot of them, but honestly, the software transition with COVID, honestly, your finance team did kind of an amazing job to get everything done within the timelines. And then the report also gets submitted to Government Finance Officers of America, GFOA, and they'll do another review on it just for compliance. But that usually doesn't come back for a couple of months.
So we had I think it was John Peacock, I think it was you who said we'd be worried if there were no recommendations made, because then we would be thinking that there's got to be something wrong in there, and what is it actually having, some deficiency identified that gives us something to work on to try to improve our system. And I think it's really helpful to have things identified that we didn't do perfectly, because nobody's perfect. But I think our finance staff does an awesome job doing what they do. Every year I'm just amazed at when we go through the budget process and look at all the different things that have to be considered and reconciled. It's really, they do an outstanding job. And so kudos to Ann and Liz and your whole staff for the job you do. Yeah, and we have our list of things to work on that you guys have given us, so that's good.
We concur, and auditors really don't ever say anything nice, so. Yeah, and the items in the letter, they're definitely there. You're always going to have comments. It's impossible to have an entity the size of Pitkin County and not have areas to work on. I will say that the biggest one I think that needs to be addressed is the airport. That's the one area where we have real concerns that you could be missing out on real dollars that maybe didn't get collected if you don't get kind of those processes tightened up. That's the big one, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think we would concur with that. And Steve, I want to thank you for bringing up that quote, because I actually have been part of audits in counties this size and larger that haven't had findings. I always felt ripped off at the end of them. Of course, this one probably has a few more findings than we wish we had, but we would much rather have this discussion and be in a position to fix these issues for the subsequent audit than to have something go wrong and really break public trust. So appreciate the work that our auditors have done. thorough report that they've provided. As staff, I think we, stand ready to address these issues. So thank you.
Kelly?
Thanks. Excuse me. Paul may have answered my question. There's a lot of detail here, which is really helpful and thoughtful. I guess I'm wondering, is there a simpler summary? Is there like a AAA rating that goes to counties, or a platinum, gold, silver, star that you get based on how your audit comes out, as something easy to point to for how, well we've done?
The kind of the gold star that you have is the opinion on the financial statements, which is unmodified. As I kind of mentioned, auditors don't ever say anything nice, but it does get submitted to GFOA, and they'll review it for kind of compliance with accounting standards, and then you likely, fingers crossed, will get an award that says you've kind of met best practices. Okay. So historically, you've received that going back a number of years. Yep. I anticipate you'll get it again, and that would kind of be the bow on all of this at the end of the process.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Where are those awards lists? I remember in the old county building, they had them in the small little room where we would sit and do the audit, and there was like 50 years worth of awards, I think.
And then they changed it. They went to like a plaque that then you just put a little thing on for each year that you get it. So you get like 10 years on one plaque kind of thing now. Okay. Currently that plaque is in my office. So if you guys ever are interested and want to come see that, that's my office at the moment. And then we also published in the CAFR, the prior year's award as well. It's on one of the first pages in the CAFR as well. So hopefully, as Paul said, fingers crossed, we'll get it again this year. We've submitted for it. I am anticipating that all of them are going to be really slow this year on getting those awards, because I think everybody submitted their CAFRs very late. And so I have a feeling that it's going to be a slow process this year.
Yeah, so this is last year's from the Government Finance Officers Association, Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting, and really that's the gold standard for financial reporting, and Pickens County has followed that, and as Liz said, I think it's going to be delayed this year, but I anticipate Pickens County will get it again.
Great, thank you.
Normally there's a motion to accept these documents, and then we can make sure we get it filed with everyone that needs it.
We're not in a special
meeting. So we'll need to schedule that for a regular meeting. This is a work session for presentation. We're not scheduled in a regular meeting where we can take that action. We wouldn't want you guys to have a finding on that next year. So we will schedule that for our next regular meeting.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
John, we can put it in for the 23rd. We have nothing else to do that day.
Okay.
You're joking, right?
I was being very sarcastic.
Yeah, you could add it to the consent. You can add it to the consent agenda, to be honest.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul. And you do.
So I think we're through. If no other commissioners have any comments or questions, thank you, Ann and Liz and Connie, for your work on this, and then thank you, Paul and Yadira, for coming and presenting to us, and for digging through all of the cobwebs in our finance things to help us keep them straight. We appreciate that.
All right, take care. Give your finance team kudos for us.
They do a great job.
Take care.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Okay, now we have, moving on to the next 150 pages of our packet for today, we have draft recommendations for the Emma store. And Lindsay Utter's here, and I see Jesse Young's on the call also. So Lindsay, will hand it over to you, and I love your backdrop you've got there.
Excuse me. Hello, yeah, the back side of the store building. Jesse and I are going to share the share screen duty. But,
It's a great picture.
we're good? Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I'm Lindsay Utter. I'm the Planning and Outreach Manager for Open Space and Trails, and Jessie Young's also here. She's the Senior Planner. And we've been working with the Emma Town Site, or Emma Store Building Steering Committee for a little over a year on developing draft recommendations for the future use of the building. And so, for everyone, the document that we're discussing is focused just on the store buildings, the warehouse, and then the accessory building, which is in a bit of a debate amongst members of the committee. It was a hot powder house or a barn. Those three structures and the area around those structures. As you guys know, the Mather House just went through its own renovations and is an affordable housing unit for the agricultural lessee, and not part of this discussion. So we're just talking about those three structures. So a little bit of an overview quickly is that the buildings were built in the 1880s and have had a variety of uses since then, including store, a warehouse, a jail, a community meeting space, a dance hall, a residence, and storage for the open space program. The county purchased it in 2008 and began stabilization immediately to stabilize the exterior, the shell of the structures, but we haven't done any improvements since then. Then in 2017 is when we did the management plan that focused on the Emma open space, so the town site area, and then the three parcels that we leased across the highway as one plan. And during that planning effort, what to do with the buildings was one of, as to be expected, probably a very hot. And so we said in that planning effort that we would create a separate steering committee to focus on that conversation and that discussion. Also, about once or twice a year, we get inquiries on people who want to use the buildings. In particular, it's usually for a restaurant or a brewery. And we just have never had anything that helps check against those ideas. There's been no community discussion about what the community wanted for the future of those buildings. And so our hope is that this document will help provide that going forward in time when those ideas come. And so looking at the schedule of how we've gotten to where we are today, in 2019, in April and May is when we convened the steering committee. And quickly, I would just like to read those names and thank those members because they have dedicated a lot of time, and their passion for the buildings is immense, and it's been really a pleasure to work with them on this. Raul Gowries, Carolyn Shipp, Perry Teague, Mitzi Repkin, Martha Ferguson, Jason Smith, Liz Newman and Margaret Simmons have both shared the caucus duty in representing the caucus on the committee. The town of Basalt has had a couple different staff members participate. Sarah Nodolny has been the one that's been to the most meetings, but we've also had participation from Watkins and James Lynn. Matt Annabelle has been the Historic Society liaison. Michael Kinsley has been the Open Space and Trails Board representative. And Susanna Reed has participated as the county's Historic Preservation Officer. So that committee is who's been meeting and discussing and hashing through all these existing conditions to develop the draft that's in front of you guys today. So we met with them, we started with them in 2019, we've had a series of since then, all the way through July of this year, working with the committee on, first we developed the vision statement that I would also like to quickly read because it's the thing that's been guiding a lot of our conversations and what we continue to check all the ideas against. So the committee's vision statement for the future for the buildings is that the Emma Store buildings will honor their historic agricultural roots, the natural environment, and the character of Emma, and provide a space that is accessible to the community and celebrates the innovative spirit of this location. And you can probably guess we've wordsmithed that a lot and often, and we've spent a lot of time on each and every part of that and making sure it represents what they want to see. So with the committee, we worked on that vision statement, and then ultimately they had homework with a lot of existing conditions info. We went through all that. They brought back more questions. We went as staff and got, hopefully, we worked with some consultants and developed, hopefully got them the answers they were looking for, and then began to develop the, just working through the different challenges with the site, but also the opportunities with the site and the strengths of the site, and then looking at those challenges, what would be some of the mitigation measures that could potentially happen in the future to address some of those challenges. And then they also discussed the long-term future uses and what they as a committee would support within that site, as well as identified a few uses that they thought would not be vision and would not be something they supported. And then also looked at ideas around a future champion for whatever would happen to the buildings, and then funding opportunities. And so that is in that draft that you guys have today. And then ultimately this went to the Open Space and Trails Board on September 3rd. They released it for public comment, and this is everybody's first look at all that work, of that year's worth of work. And this is the first time the public's had the ability to give us feedback on it. So our goal right now is that we are gathering as much comment as we can, and then that committee will meet again, go through those comments, and then bring it back to the Open Space and Trails Board. And then it was decided that the Open Space and Trails Board would recommend to the Board of County Commissioners for the final approval, just given the complexities of the site and any future use there. And then if we were, for instance, to have the ability to do a long-term lease, or we could even subdivide and sell, but that was really a BOCC level decision. So we wanted to make sure that both boards were in agreement on that those future guidelines. Have any questions before I move on about the process to date and how we've gotten to where we are? I'm going to quickly just highlight the document and then hand it to my screen to Jesse, and we'll kind of go through some of the highlights. But everything that was in the appendix was the background the committee worked with. So we include all of that into the body of the document, but that was all the homework that the committee worked on and reviewed to help their conversation and guide their discussion. But the document itself summarizes the strengths, the challenges, the opportunities that the committee discussed, and then the recommendations. So really, how do we move forward with the site? And so that's really what's in the bulk of the document. It's a little bit different than the normal management plan looking document. We just wanted to explain what that difference was. So let me hand my screen, Jesse, do you want to pop up? So everything we're going over today is on Pitkin OST projects, like all of our projects. And we also developed a story map to kind of update the document and the site, because just with everything going on with the coronavirus, we couldn't have our traditional public meetings and things. We are offering any interested members of the public site tours. We have been taking up. A few people are going to tour it later this month, but for the bulk of our outreach, we kind of had to shift a little bit online. So Jesse developed this lovely story map. And so we'll go through kind of the committee's discussion and recommendations using that story map. So Jesse, do you want to jump to the summary of the strengths and challenges page? Jesse? Can you guys see the story map?
Jesse, can you hear us? There,
yeah, is that working?
I still just see the entry page.
Oh, it says mine is pause. Zoom share. Okay, let's see. Does that work?
Yeah. So
sorry about that.
organized following the PDF. But so jumping to the site strengths, just to quickly highlight what the committee had discussed. Of course, the buildings themselves, we wouldn't even be talking about this if there weren't these lovely historic assets on the site. The ability and the space within the buildings, there's actually quite a bit of square footage, depending on how you want to divide up the space and have a second floor, have a basement. You could have 7,000 to 8,000 square feet of usable space, and that ability to accommodate potentially multiple uses. And then architectural flexibility that I think, you know, everybody obviously drives by these buildings, sees the front of the buildings, but the back in particular, or the roof, were specifically left open to allow for flexibility. So not only the interior of the spaces, but then the structure on the back side of the space is all open to be redesigned and tweaked. The location, obviously the highway can often be listed as a drawback, but it is also a great asset that it's such a visible site and visible from the highway. The location between Old Town Basalt and Willis, that it's more of a central location between those two halves of Basalt. The connections to the recreation and commuter trails is a huge asset. Being right along the Emma Trail and accessible from the Rio Grande Trail via the Emma Underpass is all a great asset to the site. And then the location along the Roaring Fork River is even though it's separated, I think we thought it was about 50 feet, that access, that proximity to the river is a huge asset to the site. And then the history of Emma itself, obviously Emma has that link between early settlement in the Wild West to modern day times, and then in particular the agricultural and ranching history of Emma. All that is, you know, a beautiful asset to the site. And then the opportunity to fill a community need. Basalt was going through their plan update while we were discussing things with the committee, and they didn't identify at that point a specific need, but they just said that there are many needs the community identified, and this could be a site potentially that could accommodate those needs. The site challenges and then potential strategies for mitigating or addressing some of those challenges we spent a lot of time on with the committee. And the idea being that we aren't gonna start implementing those strategies and mitigation measures that a future use would help define what those would be, but that the committee wanted to talk through the challenges and help to try to identify some of those solutions now, because a lot of times those are just they're the end of a conversation. It's like, well, you can't do that because of this. And it's like, well, what are the ways that we could work with that challenge? So the first one, of course, is proximity to the highway. There's two big challenges with that. One is the vehicular noise, so just the noise on the site alone, and then the snow debris. And as you guys know, we seasonally put up that barrier on the front of the buildings to help protect them from the snow plow and when they blast and hit the buildings with snow. So some of the mitigation strategies the committee discussed, the first one being a barrier, so some type of permanent barrier along the highway right away between the front of the buildings and the highway itself. We worked on getting some potential cost estimates for that and what that could look like to help the committee's discussion on that. So there's a variety of solutions from like a chain link fence to plastic, like plexiglass, clear material that the committee had kind of discussed as ways that we could have a permanent barrier to protect the buildings. Different architectural strategies we also discussed so that we could have soundproof windows in the buildings and things that could be done to the interior of the spaces to dampen the noise from the highway itself. The trail realignment, so not only would it be a better user experience to run the trail behind the structures, but also would give more space for any mitigation measure between the front of the buildings and then the highway. Building relocation, which was an interesting one about the idea that we could slide the building back into the site so that it's not removing them from the site, obviously, but just pushing them. There's ability to slide them back towards the auxiliary structure so that there was that setback from the highway, not only for the snow plow, but also for the noise, and then have more real estate space for mitigation. And then the last potential mitigation strategy the committee discussed was lowering Highway 82, that if we were in a perfect world with unlimited money, what we would want to get rid of the highway. And so we put that in there because there's also been a lot of discussions in this area about wildlife crossing. But just in general, the idea that if there was any grade separation from the highway up to the buildings, that would help with those two major challenges. The biggest maybe challenge for the site is the trip generation and access. So in 2013, Open Space and Trails had a traffic study. So keeping in mind now that's a 7-year-old traffic study, and that any future use would have to redo that traffic study. But at that time, the trip capacity based upon site distances and CDOT standards, it could not exceed 10 vehicles per hour. So that really is probably one of the more limiting factors for the site. The committee talked a lot about the different strategies for mitigation there, like having alternate transit, or having, if there was a special event on one night, having a little shuttle for those specific things. And then also utilizing the trails. Again, the trail access to the site could help reduce the vehicular trips in and out. But that, as you can see on the map right here, that west entrance, so there you go, thank you. That is really the entrance and the side that has been identified in the traffic study as what would be the preferred access. It has the better site distances. It also has a parcel kind of at the end of the arrow there, where CDOT, when they expanded Highway 82 through this section of Emma, had acquired a triangle to preserve access to the store buildings. So the fence line on the ground probably isn't matching the right-of-way boundaries in there, but there is CDOT right-of-way in there to provide access to the structures from that side. So that's just, yeah. The building, or the main road that we currently take to get to the Mather House, for instance, had basically the site distances, sight lines would not meet CDOT standard for any increased use of those buildings.
Can I, Lindsay, real quick, can I just ask, is the west access in Pitkin or Eagle?
That's a great question. We think it's Pitkin, but as you can see, I think the little dotted line on that map is.
Yeah, but I don't think, because I know that red barn is not in Pitkin County.
It's not, yeah. So it's just on the other side of that dotted line. It would be interesting to survey on the ground that boundary at some point, because I think the GIS is always open for a little interpretation, but it splits through those lots in that area. But our understanding is the west access is Pitkin County.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then the other couple infrastructure things to mention that were challenges or things that will just have to be addressed in the future is the septic system. In the wastewater treatment field, we put in a septic field to serve the Mather House, but the hookups, we didn't extend hookups to the store, and then the capacity of that would be a limiting factor for uses potentially in the future. The water well, we would also need to do some adjustments to the existing water well on site. And then the parking, that if there was any future use of the building, they would need to have a parking area identified. So that all being said, the committee went through that, and then we began to work on parameters for future use. So basically, there was a lot of discussion about if there were future uses in that building, you know, what would guide the decision around that choice on who could be that champion and what that use would be. And so the committee came up with these 6 parameters. The first one being that it advances the vision statement, meets that vision statement. The second parameter was that the future use would need to be compatible with the traffic safety, traffic trip generation requirements, that it was compatible with the Emma Caucus Master Plan, that the future use would, they would have a preference for it being a multi-use space. And there was a lot of conversation around a lot of square feet. Second of all, you can program things differently in there so that certain spaces are used in off hours from other spaces or off seasons, so that the whole area is not just one use, standalone use. The 5th parameter was that it's compatible with those infrastructure constraints, and then that it meets the historic building requirements. So those are the 6 parameters that they felt were appropriate to place for any future use. And they did a brainstorm and worked through the ideas, kind of like checking, you know, are these going to work and what would these work for? And ultimately, the ideas that they supported were that there could be a community space in there, some sort of community meeting room space, scale offices or a smaller scale incubator space or nonprofit offices, an art heritage craft center / studio, so like an artist co-op situation, artist live work spaces, agriculturally related community uses to provide classes or maybe dinners, maybe some sort of limited farm product sale, museum, and there was a lot of discussion about the idea that museums would be good and could be a component, but we don't support it being the only use because that can get stagnant, and that it would be more appropriate that it would be paired with some of the other proposed uses, potential uses. Trail amenities, so providing restroom and water stations, for example, for users. They also support housing as an accessory use, so again, in incompatible use with some other uses like artist live work space or agricultural housing, but they don't support housing as being the only use. And I think the bigger concern was that it really didn't meet the community aspect of it, that it wouldn't invite the community to be engaged with the space. They also supported a small scale like shop. It was not a coffee shop or a sandwich shop, again, in compatibility and in conjunction with other uses, not as a standalone use. There was a lot of conversation about bouvettes in Europe, and that having a small little coffee stand with another larger diverse use in that space. And then some very specific examples that the committee felt would not be supported and not meet those parameters included a restaurant and a brewery. A lot of that had to do with the master plan, the caucus master plan, trip generation concerns, and then just like septic sewer concerns. So that those things as a standalone use in that space, the committee just felt would not work. A meat processing facility, and that was a clarification to be very specific because they support agricultural uses, but they don't want it to be like a slaughterhouse, for example. And again, definitely not supported in the caucus plan. So very specific that it couldn't be that, a meat processing facility. A visitor center, which was also an idea that's been brought up over the years, but they just felt that with trip generation and the location between the two parts of the salt, that it was maybe not the best location for that visitor center, and then housing as a singular use. Like I said, that they felt it just wouldn't be available for the community to visit. And then we talked through partnerships and potential funding partners in the future, because they're very aware, and there's a lot of conversation that open space cannot fund this. We are not the ones that can program this, that there has to be this third-party champion that would be willing to take this on. But we did capture and identify the different partnerships that they spoke about. And then actually the State Historic Preservation, actually Colorado Preservation, Inc., one of their staff members participated in multiple meetings of ours. So it was a really great benefit to have to the committee, and continues to be there for support if we need them. So steps moving forward, a path forward. The last part of this plan is really now what? You know, like how do we take this and move forward with what happens on that site? And so the committee was very clear that nobody wants to press anything, so right, and it's best to wait till there's a critical mass before moving forward with anything. And that it was broken in, the path forward broken into 3 sections. So the first section is inspiration and innovation. And the idea is that currently the public has very limited interaction with these structures. They just drive by it, and that there's a couple opportunities to be able to broaden that interaction, and then therefore help the community begin to think of the structures in maybe new ways. The first one being a university partnership in this past spring. It was a charrette, so it was a week-long project as part of, or a couple weeks actually, but as part of a partnership between architecture firms in Basalt and University of Denver, or UCD, so University of Colorado Denver students, where they did quick charrettes, kind of like understanding there are constraints on the site, but not fully having to respond to those constraints. These were very quick graphic exercises on ideas of how the site could be in the future. And the committee enjoyed that, and the ideas the students created, and the the action item, or it's not an action item, but the path forward in the plan is that we would partner with the university and do a semester-long project. So that would allow the students time to understand the site, understand the constraints on the site and some of those challenges, and maybe have a multidisciplinary team so that they can develop conceptual ideas that take in more of the site realities. And then ultimately that could be shared with the community and discussed with the community to help spur thought. The second inspiration innovation item was just realigning the trail now. That the idea is that currently the community doesn't feel that comfortable leaving that Emma Trail route, and that they aren't familiar with the backside of the site. So as it's currently drafted, the idea would be that we could create a soft surface trail that brings the community through the backside of the site. We've also just recently, the orchard on the other side of the Mather House, those trees went in as part of the management plan for the area. We were planting heritage fruit trees back in there. So just to kind of encourage the community to feel more comfortable engaging with the site, that we could create a smaller pressure-fine trail behind the structures, and therefore giving them a different experience of what the potential might be. Then looking to long-term, so after those two things, in particular the university partnership, are complete, we could engage once we felt it was appropriate, we felt there was the right time. There could be a request for proposal or request for concept to kind of ask the public, all right, who is interested in potentially being that third-party champion and advocate, who has the right team, and see what's out there. And the thing the committee really emphasized is that it needs to be the right fit, and that if we don't see that in any RFP response we get, it doesn't mean that we have to move forward. That they want to make sure that it's somebody that meets those parameters and understands the value of these buildings to the community, and has the ability and financial to rehabilitate buildings, and that's a good fit. But that would be a way to move that discussion forward in the future, could be the request for concepts. And the committee would like to be part of that if they can in the future. Like I said, they're a very passionate crew and would love to continue to be engaged in the process on the site. The committee also said that in the meantime, because there's a lot of conversation about the interior of the buildings and the fact that there's no floor in them, and they don't support us doing additional improvements until that champion or that future use team has been identified, that they're okay if there's additional improvements to help facilitate the storage that occurs in the buildings, but that we shouldn't be spending additional funds at this time to make additional improvements, not knowing what that future use might be. And then in the interim, they still support it being a storage area for uses that meet the open space and trails mission, essentially. That, I don't know what, it can't become like a mechanics storage shop or something, that it needs to meet the mission of open space and trails, but the highest and best use right now is probably still storage until that champion is identified in the future. So with that, we are, like I said, we are just, right now, this is the first time the public has gotten an opportunity to review and comment. So we are open for public comment for a few more weeks. We're still working on a time to talk to the town of BOCC, the board, about it at least. Maybe just their post committee, we're trying to get that time slot. But we are going to the caucus, Emma Caucus, in mid-October to update them on to give them the opportunity to review and comment if they would want to. And then in the meantime, we're providing tours to members of the public who are interested. And really the survey online has gotten a huge response already. It's only been open for a little over a week. But yeah, we'll see what we get. And then update the plan and bring it back to the board. So Jesse, what did I skip or miss? Anything?
I think you got it all. That was pretty comprehensive and efficient.
Okay, do you guys have questions?
Steve, I have a question.
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, this might be a good topic for a joint meeting with the BOCC and the Town Council in BASALT at some point. I think that would be appropriate, maybe an introduction by Jesse and Lindsay and Open Space to BASALT Town Council, but when we get further to decision making, since they, not only because it's BASALT, but also they were a funding partner, and I think that might be an appropriate elected level conversation at some point. But good job. This is exciting. I remember when we purchased it, we were afraid it was going to fall down before we could do anything, and now look at where we are. So it's really exciting.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks for this. It was really fun to look through the report, and I like seeing your presentation today too. It's great stuff. It really helps put us in the position. I made some notes here when I was reading the packet earlier, and then along with today as well. The two things that really stuck out for me, that disappointed me, was upon hearing the suggestion that, well, nobody suggested that it not be moved, but it certainly suggested it would be very expensive to move these buildings. And to me, I want to ask, what is the opportunity cost of not moving them? I think these buildings would have incredible value and usefulness if they weren't so close to the road, as everyone has pointed out, if they weren't getting hammered by snowplow debris, and there's always the possibility of a car hitting them at some point. They're close enough. So what's the opportunity cost of not moving this over the years? If it costs $1 million to make that change, I think we'd be getting a lot more value over time. So I wanted to put that forward. But then, because I'm also frugal and I don't want to see us wasting any money, I'm also wondering if the group considered, quite honestly, we could leave the facade of the building alone and create a new front on the back of the buildings and put the trail back there and the access, and actually let's just switch the front to the back. Would that fly? And I don't know, I didn't read in there if it had been considered, but it seems like maybe there's a way to add the ornament, the brick ornament, certainly the tin and all the other stuff. We could recreate that on the backside. The backside of the building is not particularly historic, near as I can tell. So maybe we could modify that, the rear of the building, so that the entrance is far enough from the highway and it actually becomes usable in its current location. Wanted to throw that idea out there. The second one is, when I heard that a restaurant had been ruled out because the caucus doesn't want it there, it disappointed me, I have to say. I understand the caucus might be against anything that generates more people or traffic or activity, but I was imagining the wonder and beauty of a great little restaurant there, maybe limited number of serving tables, whatever, but what a great place to ride your bike and spend an afternoon. So I know I'll get some resistance from George. He's the immediate neighbor. The next thing that came up, that bricks can be reused, things can be rebuilt. I'm wondering what the cost would be to disassemble parts of it in all or part and rebuild it. Have we actually looked at the cost of doing that? It's done everywhere. I know it's done, but is it a good idea? And I know you've all discussed that. I'd like to hear more. I know, George, I can see George shaking his head. It's like, no, that's impossible. Okay, wildlife crossing. This perhaps is the most important thing on one of my lists. This area has been identified as a place where we kill off a lot of wildlife every season, whether it's the raccoons or whatever is crossing, or this is a place where maybe a wildlife crossing could be incorporated somehow in the replanning of this spot. I mentioned switching the front to back. It seems like a crazy idea. I think it's worth investigating, and I'm ready for George to savage me with his rapier wit here. Thanks.
Can I respond to a couple of those? All of them, maybe? So front, I think the intention is that any future use, the reality would be the front, the back is the new front. So like whatever's behind me, that's what you can actually change. That's where people can actually enter. That was why it was left as a blank slate in the past restoration effort, is that the reality is that is how people would access the site. And at the front, it would be just the facade, that it would be the aesthetically historic front facing the highway front, but not an opening. The moving of the buildings, Susanna Reed had worked on an estimate, and the biggest limiting factor right now is frankly that she couldn't find the closest group that could move that kind of structure was in Nebraska or something. Like, she was having a very difficult time even getting an estimate for that. And that they could just be jacked up and slid backwards on the site. I think disassemble and reassemble would be redoing, essentially rebuilding the whole building. And I guess I defer to her expertise on why one would be a better alternative than the other. Restaurant, I think the committee would allow for it in conjunction with other uses, so something small scale could work. It just can't only be a restaurant for a variety of concerns, but you could, according to the committee's parameters and the committee's potential future use ideas, have a coffee/sandwich little shop called the Buvette. That, you know, if there's a museum and some offices, that there's also a little coffee and snack stand potential. And then that's mainly for trail users, or visitors to the site for other, they're there for something else. That's not the draw itself. And then the wildlife crossing. So when we worked on this with Eagle County, when they were doing their study last year, whenever that was, the better site for the crossing is about a mile, I think roughly a mile further towards the salt, where the highway is at a lower grade than either side. So to be a crossing location. But that being said, this whole area is usually a bubble of identified needs, looking at it being a pinch point in the valley where there's public lands, conserved lands that facilitate crossing. So did I hit all of your questions? Yes?
I think you did. Your answers are disappointing, but I'm following you.
Okay. You could have a wildlife cafe.
Roadkill cafe.
Good, George.
Greg, thanks for your brainstorming ideas. It's always interesting to hear, although reality usually sets in. There is a wildlife crossing just east of the Emma Store. It hasn't really got utilized very much. I think we've done counters in the past, right, Lindsay?
Yeah, it's an underpass.
The underpass, yeah, maybe it needs to be expanded or somehow, but there is a wildlife crossing there already, Greg. It's been there for years.
If the animals had a restaurant to go to, perhaps they'd use it more, George.
Well, good idea, Greg. You could push it uphill. Lindsay, I thought what I was most impressed with, well, lots of things, but the historic narrative was really interesting. I mean, I learned a lot, and I've lived down here for 40 years. And so that led me to think about, and maybe I missed this in your presentation, but something that could be done immediately is some really nice interpretive signages like we're doing at the Coke Ovens up in Redstone.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. On the Rio, have interpretive planning for this coming year to address that, but it's on the Rio side, looking at the buildings, looking at that side of Emma. But yeah, as the committee, we didn't discuss it all very directly in front of the buildings, although we can bring that comment up and back to them.
Yeah, so even on the Rio sign, which would be like the old schoolhouse, right?
Correct.
Which would be nice to incorporate that, as well as the heritage orchards. But I think you could also put something right along the bike path somewhere, because that does get utilized by bicyclists and walkers. And I don't really have a problem with having another soft path trail right behind the buildings, just to sort of get a different view. But I would think that we'd still want to maintain the paved frontage bike trail as well.
Yeah, and that right now is our proposal. And that if in the future the buildings are activated, there's something happening there, then we can look at realigning that paved trail. But for now, the phased approach is keep the asphalt, but have a soft surface side path.
Right. Okay, well, good. Well, thanks.
And then the history is Janet. I mean, we have to give Janet credit.
Oh, good. Well, thanks, Janet.
She does an amazing job.
Yeah.
Kelly, did you have something?
Yeah, I did. Just, can you clarify, so has that, arrangement with UCD architecture program been solidified? Are they working on that this semester or next semester? Or?
Not at this time. They had previously inquired, and we said, yes, we want to include that in the plan where we would think that'd be great. Then we worked with them on the charrette weeks, and then that staff member has left. And so we were kind of just waiting to get through this planning process to then move forward again with that conversation. Although it feels like they have a strong connection to our valley and firms in our valley that, depending on when it gets phased into their school schedule, it feels like it can happen.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I was wondering, just a real detail here, but on the covenants, is the one related to the state historical grant? It called it a 20-year covenant. Is that something that those restrictions then go away after 20 years? I'm not clear on that.
Oh, I don't know the answer. Jesse, do you know the answer on that part?
I mean, that's the way it's written, and that would be my understanding. But it would be something we would have to clarify with them.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
So, looking at these old pictures, I've been going through a flood of memories when that was the Emma Road. The bike path was the county road there. It's just more of a dirt than a gravel road, actually. Went right in front of the store, and then it did a right turn and across the railroad tracks right there. There was a railroad stop there in Emma. And then it came right at that corner where the Emma roads went down towards Happy Day Ranch in one direction and Cypress Creek went up the other way. And there's just this flood of memories, and then seeing that the Bastons used to store potatoes in there. Well, their place was just across the railroad tracks from there. And just brought back a flood of memories from me when I was, younger, going to school in Basalt and visiting friends over there in Emma. And to keep that memory going as much as possible, I think that part of it should be used for some sort of a museum thing. I think that would be wonderful to have that be part of the mix, because that would be a way to showcase, some of the history of the Emma area and the railroad and the history of the salt, the history of the farming. All of that is such a rich thing that it'd be really nice to showcase. It's so unfortunate that it's right next to the highway, but I do like the idea of going in from the back to have the public entrance into it from the back into the buildings. Could be a way that it would be a pleasant thing on the back of the building instead of right by the highway where people are actually entering the buildings for whatever uses are in there. And I'm not opposed to taking the trail around behind the building. One thing I think that would be important, if it's something that is attracting a lot of people, somehow we have to have a transit element, like a bus stop. And having a bus stop on Highway 82 isn't too attractive there, but something over on Two Rivers Road where it'd be a little ways away, but then the people could walk over the bridge over the Roaring Fork River and walk back to there, or bicycle to it, I think would be a good way to get people there kind of in a slower fashion than just driving their car right up and parking in a parking lot. Because things were slower back in the day when that was built. Everything was on foot or, horse-drawn equipment and whatnot. And then the train was a slow train going up through the valley. Nothing happened fast. So people getting there slowly would be okay. I'm curious about the process that the Open Space and Trails Board what kind of recommendation, like to the level of the recommendation, are they going to go to? Are they going to be actually trying to pick the exact uses for the buildings, or are they going to keep it more general like the committee has come up with so far? Because there's lots of terrific ideas they've come up with, and it's going to be hard to narrow it down to what actually happens there. So could you talk a little bit about that process of the narrowing down, the focusing in on the best ideas?
Yeah, they're recommending this, they would be the document, the parameters the committee set, and then the path forward. So that the idea is that it's really relying upon the right mix of people and the champions of the community in the future being able to take it on, and we can't make that decision at this time. But this is our path forward, and then any time that somebody wants to put a brewery in, we say, well, this is the process, and this is what we've, where we are today, and how to check your idea against that. The thing that we talked about a lot was the idea and the timing about whether or not we wanted to do an RFP or a request for concept. And just that you want to wait until the community has energy, and obviously during a pandemic is not the time, but also just in general, the community hasn't had the opportunity to engage with the site. And so the first step is really providing those opportunities to engage and inspire the community about the site. And then maybe a couple years or however many years out, so it feels right to then request those concepts and try to move forward. But our board the committee right now, nobody's recommending one idea. It's just that what can fit with those recommended parameters in the future. And there's a bus stop there's a pedestrian bridge and a bus stop on Two Rivers Road, and the potential with that was there was a lot of conversation about that it's a reality that people could to the site and bike over, walk over in an existing trail infrastructure.
Steve, I have a comment.
Okay. Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, because we're already over time and we've got a really tight schedule for this afternoon. But, we had a lot of issues up at North Star with the heron rookery. Please keep in mind we have osprey nests there. Those are my birds. And I want to make sure that we don't do anything to disrupt them, because we have one nest on the bridge and the other one on the pole just up east of the Mather House. So let's keep in mind we don't want to disturb those beautiful birds when we're moving forward.
Okay, Greg.
Thank you. Lindsay, Jesse, is there any indication that there are partners with money who are willing to invest in something like this if they can create something viable there? One of the worries I've had about this, because it represents such great possibility, yet I'm wondering what the opportunity is for it to actually be viable. It could easily be a very expensive negative budget item going forward. Who's going to subsidize the museum? Who's going to subsidize the activity there? It's a very expensive project, and I think if the building didn't exist, there's no way we'd ever be considering doing this. So, in a way, it's almost like we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't really exist yet. But I appreciate the exploration and the exercise, and I certainly get excited about it. But I'm wondering, has anybody come forward from the community and said, yeah, I'd really like to do something here? Or are we looking to, are we a solution looking for a problem, if that's the right way to put it?
There has been, I would say there's been interest from the community. I'm not familiar with how much money some people say they, can do it. I think from our perspective, the State Historic Fund still has granting opportunities that we could help partner with. So the Open Space Fund could still help with things like window replacement, but that's kind of where our funds start to, then it really is relying upon that third party figuring out how they can fund this. But there has been a group that has expressed interest multiple times around the idea of a museum, sort of a historic agricultural museum. And so I asked them, and they're aware of the document. Hopefully they're providing comments. I think the critical thing for the committee's perspective, at least, was that a museum alone, like you're pointing out, first of all, funding is always a problem. Second of all, it maybe gets kind of stagnant, was the word the committee used, and that it could be a component in collaboration with other elements. But some local examples that the committee discussed as successes are like a 3rd Street Center or like Anderson Ranch. Like there's different local examples where collaboratives gotten together and achieved things before, and that it's more just having that critical mass of energy and good idea, and it can be done. So I would say there's no obvious answer right now, but that we have gotten interest for sure. And
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So far.
It'll take that, but I really appreciate the work you've done and that the committee's done. It's exciting to learn about it. As George says, the history is fascinating, and Steve's view of it as well. So thank you for all you've done so far.
So Lindsay, one last question for you. How does the public make comments on this plan at this point? What do they need to do?
So the best way for us is that if they visit pitkinostprojects.com, we have our Emma steering committee page. I could probably pull it up real quick. And so they can, maybe I can. So anyway, they can get on there, they can look at the story maps, they could look at the full PDF, they could read every meeting minute and every background info they want. And then there's a survey with, I think it's just one very simple question about gathering their feedback. And then maybe 2 or 3 like demographic questions, but it's really just, it's just really that is where they can do it. pitkinostprojects.com. And then if the public would like a tour, they can reach out to Jesse and I, and we're happy to provide that. There, Jesse's showing us website, survey button, and then the 3 other buttons are the summary presentations, the story map, and then the draft recommendation PDF, and then the appendices. And then all the meeting stuff to date.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindsay and Jesse, for coming and presenting this to us today. It was really interesting, and the committee did an excellent job on their meetings and what the product that they've come up with so far.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bye.
So, moving on to our future agendas, and we're running about almost 15 minutes late right now. We're coming up to our break here in about 2 minutes. So, John, future agendas, what do you have?
Yeah, so I will try and be quick here. Future ASE meetings, right now we have September 22nd from 3 to 5 p.m. I think there's also time on October 6th, another 2-hour block. My sense is that we're going to need maybe a little bit, either another 2-hour block or a little bit longer time for the board to go through its deliberations. And just wanted to see if the board would be open to an off meeting day, maybe a Thursday or something like that. I think, Kelly, you may have suggested that last time. And we can look for a Thursday date for that.
George?
Yeah, I would be supportive of an off meeting day, but we could also look at an off Wednesday, like the first Wednesday, perhaps, right? I mean, Thursdays, we've got in the morning, we've got second Thursday, we've got RAPTA, third Thursday, I've got CORE. So.
Fourth Thursday, we have COG.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, yeah, there may be a couple of days. So.
Yeah. So next week, of course, we've got the regular meeting. So I just wanted to look at the board's availability then for the Wednesday after, which would be the 30th, which is the 5th week, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say let's not do it during the 5th week because, I mean, we're planning on probably going to Utah as sort of our plan right now, the 5th week. But maybe the following Wednesday, the first, after the first Tuesday, what would that be, October 7th perhaps?
That'd be the 7th, yes. October 7th, yeah. And so that would be right after the 6th, so that may be a good flow. So maybe if the board is available, we can block out some morning hours, maybe 9 to noon, and see how that works.
It's fine for me.
Okay. Similarly,
Yeah, and I don't have my calendar right in front of me, but I think that would work fine.
Okay. And then similarly, I think after your meeting with the Planning Commission this evening, we may have a similar request for some off-agenda time just for you to spend a little bit more time on the growth management, which is also a big issue. So we can revisit that next Tuesday after your meeting today and see how we want to handle that.
Well, John, on that note, the meeting we have with P&Z, the next one is the 6th. It's only an hour and a half. Maybe we could stretch that one to 2 hours, too, because I don't think an hour and a half is going to be enough time if we're looking at a third meeting. So maybe that'll help shorten up the third meeting.
Okay. And that's all I have for future agendas.
Steve, I have a couple.
Patty?
Yeah, on October 14th, we're moving the closure. That's the application on the back of Aspen Mountain. It just needs to say that it's continued. If we continue it on the 23rd to the 14th, you just need to make sure we move that continued from on there. And then on the work session on 10/20, I will only be present for half that meeting. I'm not sure what time I need to head to Denver. And I'm going to let Charlotte know that, John.
Thank you.
I'll send a note to Charlotte. And then on Tuesday, November the 3rd, are we taking that day off for sure? It's Election Day.
That certainly has been your practice.
There might
I
be
won't
a
be
need
here.
in the election office for some assistance from some extra election judges. So to pick up drop boxes, etc., whatever we can do to help Janice out.
And I don't know. I know she usually asks to use this room, but I'm not sure if that's the case.
I think she's got the Roaring Fork room scheduled. I don't know if she. But we typically do not have the meeting on election, so I guess I need some direction from the board.
Well, I think Kelly and I are working at least some part of that day for Janice. At least we're tentative on Janice's schedule, but not till the late afternoon, so it's up to the board.
So we could do a work session on the Wednesday, the day after the election. I think we've done
We
that.
have a regular board meeting that day because it's November and we had to shift our board meetings because of the Thanksgiving holiday.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, because of Thanksgiving. Joe?
Yeah, I would say that it seems like we're getting behind, probably because of COVID, in terms of trying to catch up with a lot of things. We're going into the budget season as well. So I would be amenable for a half a day in the morning. That would still free up Kelly and Patty for the afternoon to help with the election. So if it's okay with the rest of the board, I could do it.
My preference continues to be to have the whole day off, just because there's a lot you can do on Election Day. But I do also want to know, I think we have a joint meeting with the city of Aspen on the 5th. So perhaps a work session on the 5th prior to that joint meeting with the city. We could look into that.
Maybe some budget time or some.
Kelly, I think the city, and I'm sorry, I thought I mentioned this last time, but I think that meeting has been moved to December 1st, actually. So let me double check that. Is that
Well-
still?
We might be able to use that whole day on Thursday then as a work session. Or if there's some specific things, we don't need to fill it with non-specifics, but budget or.
I'll double check.
Yeah.
If you guys are open to that Thursday, yeah.
Good idea, Kelly.
Steve, unless there's other items from the board, it sounds like we will not have a meeting on Election Day. We'll look at the following Thursday. We'll double check on the timing of the joint meeting with council and schedule a work session time as appropriate that day. Did I capture that correctly?
I actually have us down for a work session that day anyway.
And then I would just note what we heard from the audit about getting the approval of the audit on our consent calendar.
Oh, yes.
We can do that next week.
Just figure if John's putting in notes or Charlotte's listening.
Yeah, Charlotte's probably watching
Yeah,
us.
that's me. I'm a terrible multitasker too, just for the record.
What is this?
So does anyone else have anything else? I think we've covered it mostly. So we are scheduled for 3 o'clock. That's 8 minutes. Let's take an 8-minute break and we'll start the open discussion right at 3 then. That gives us all a little break here.
Okay. All right, Grassroots will be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, September 15th. I'm Vice Chair Kelly McNicholas Curry. Commissioner Patty Clapper's in the room, and commissioners joining us from home are Greg Poshman, George Newman, and our chair, Steve Child, who I will turn the meeting over to now.
So, thank you. Next item on our agenda, we have board open discussion. We have it scheduled to have a special meeting to discuss the ballot initiative from the Colorado River Water Conservation District. My first question is, was this meeting, special meeting, properly noticed? It did not show up on the county website until this morning, as far as I could tell. I know it was supposedly written in there, but I don't want to hold a special meeting if it was not properly noticed. If we don't hold a special meeting, we could still discuss the proposed resolution in just open discussion. But John Ely, what's your take on whether it was properly noticed? There have been members of the public complain about this for the last couple of days.
Bless you. Excuse me.
Sorry. As far as I know, it was properly noticed. I talked to Charlotte yesterday morning, and I believe she noticed the special meeting. Noon today. If that is the case, then it would be appropriately noticed. I did not confirm it myself as to when the agenda changed on the web page. I just I left it with Charlotte. That's all I can report to.
Well, John, Steve?
Patty?
Well, just the fact we got an email from Andy Mueller who said that he had already noticed it, he'd already seen it yesterday, so it means it had to be posted somewhere in order for him to see this opaquely worded item on your agenda for September 15th. He noticed a special meeting. So.
Yeah, I think if that's the email that you're referring to, the question was, there was no packet materials, and I think his concern was the description of the meeting. So John, it was posted as a special meeting for a ballot initiative discussion with you taking the lead on it.
That's correct. So did we need to post anything more than that?
Appropriately posted.
So just so everyone knows, Thane Kessler called me yesterday, and I actually sent him a copy of the draft resolution because they didn't have access to it in the packet material. So just so you all know, and then he sent me the literature that he had put together for the River District, and that's what I had forwarded to all of you that Charlotte sent out this morning. So is everyone okay with going ahead with a special meeting? I mean, we could do it that way. That's okay. Greg?
Just a question. Are we allowing public to participate? Are we allowing anyone else to comment on this? Because the impression I get is a lot of the people regarding the proponents of this don't feel as if their side of the story has really been heard fully. And I don't want it to sound as if we're not getting the full story. And I'd rather err on the side of including some of these invited guests perhaps to comment, or if it's public comment, so that we can hear them out. I think that's important. And I'm not prepared to make a decision today. I can say that until I feel more comfortable understanding their position, because I did hear some things that I had never heard before regarding, this ballot initiative. So I want to know more before I'm prepared to make a decision on any of this.
Kelly?
Sure, I think George was first, but I'll just note that this topic has come up in prior conversations at work sessions with the board. Just so the public knows that this isn't the first time that we are deliberating on this, that, you know, we had a conversation over the summer, I think in July, when the River District Board was initially discussing whether and what to put on the ballot. And John Ely brought information to us on, on his no vote, and we received communications from members of the public about that vote at the River District level. And then additionally, our work session last week was also noticed for a ballot initiative discussion, which we, had to table some of the items on that, but did discuss this matter as well. So, just the narrative that this is sort of happening overnight isn't true. There's a history of this conversation that's taken place over the last few months.
George?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, so thanks, Kelly. This is not a big surprise. Last week at our open discussion, we had an in-depth conversation about this. Anyone could have listened in. I'm surprised the press didn't pick up on it. And it's a lot of this quick little string of emails are coming in. I don't think people really understand what the ballot means and why we would like to pose an opposing statement to better educate people. And so I think to your point, Greg, we could pull up the ballot initiative, take a look at that, which we looked at last week. Look at the proposed resolution for the Blue Book and see where we're at.
Okay, so I will proceed like the agenda reads, that I will call a special meeting of the board to consider a resolution of the board opposing the tax increase for the Colorado River District. And John, does that require a motion to go into special session for that, or just to come out of it when we're done?
You can just announce going into it, Steve, and you can take a motion to adjourn the special meeting when you're concluding.
Okay, so we are in special meeting right now to consider the resolution. So John Ely, do you want to present this?
Well, it is a draft resolution, the position of opposition to the proposed tax increase. It, I believe, tracks the comments and thoughts that I heard at last week's work session. I tried to encapsulate them into a resolution format. The language was buffed a little bit, but I think I captured the comments of the board. So I don't really have anything to add to that, Steve. I'm prepared to take any direction of the board, any modification or changes or whatever the board would like to do with it.
Steve?
George?
Yeah, I mean, John or someone, John, you may be best, just for the public knowledge, because they haven't had the opportunity to see this resolution and the rationale in terms of why we're discussing it, I think would be important.
Well, I guess I would summarize the primary theme that's contained within the resolution of dissatisfaction with the way that the tax question is proposed. In other words, it is open-ended. It does not identify particular purposes, either projects or general types of work or efforts that the tax revenue would be committed toward. it is an unfixed and unspecified tax. The tax would go into simply the general operating fund for the district. The tax involves an increase of roughly 100% of the existing mill. And so the amount of the increase, at least relative to the existing tax, how any type of indication of how the money would be utilized or how or why it is needed was dissatisfying to the board, particularly in regard to Pickens County's experience. Ourselves as a county, as well as a majority of the taxing districts that operate within the county, generally pose increases in the mill or modifications to their mill or tax questions and relate those to a statement of justification of why it's needed or what the intended purpose of the increase in taxation is for. And without that, there is something to be desired. The other, I think, central theme is that without a commitment as to how the money would be used, the district board is then free to use it however they would want to. The district board, being one of the anomalies in Colorado law, is not elected but appointed, and so therefore it receives the money from the taxpayers without any direct relationship to taxpayers. In other words, they're not voted into office. And so there's no ability for the taxpayers to check or to affect how the money might be spent over a unlimited timeline of future collection. And there was a dissatisfaction indicated with that.
Can I just jump in here real quick? Do you mind, Steve, if I just put the ballot language up on the screen?
The ballot language?
Yeah.
Our resolution or the ballot language?
The ballot language.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly. That's okay.
Thank you. I don't know if people can read that.
Yeah, they should be able to.
Anyway, I don't think we need to stop. I just thought if the public watching at home wanted to read it while we're talking about it, then it's there.
Yes, it's certainly a brief question. Easily skimmed through. Yeah. Let's see. There was discussion that related to the implementation plan that was adopted by the district board, and a dissatisfaction that this implementation plan, although outlining how the money currently is expected to be utilized, the tax revenue is expected to be utilized, the implementation plan is a document that's produced by the district board and therefore can be changed and modified at any time. So it's not a firm commitment on how tax revenue will be utilized because there's no reference to it or incorporation of it within the ballot language. There are four general purposes that are stated within the ballot. They're represented by the bullet items within the ballot question, but there's no dedication of a percentage of funds. There's no guarantee that funds would be used on any one of these particular areas, simply that these areas may be areas in which funds would be utilized. So there's a lack of reliability as to how the funds would be utilized contained within the ballot language itself. The only limitation really appears at near the end of the question, where there is a commitment not to use the funds from the tax revenue for fallowing purposes. It fails to take the next step, however, and say that tax revenue would not be used for buy and dry projects, which probably was the original intent of that, but the commitment is not really a fully fleshed out idea, nor does it constitute much of a directive or limitation on how funds could be used that are generated through the tax. There was discussion in the board meeting that historically the district has not been aligned with many Pickens County objectives, particularly, well, the easy one is the wild and scenic designation of the crystal. But generally speaking, Pickens County's initiatives in water work have revolved around trying to augment and enhance stream flows and drainage, as well as the environments associated with water habitats, riparian environments. And particular objectives have been emphasized by the River District. And even though Pickens County is one of the largest contributors of tax revenue to the River District as a consequence of our property values here, these particular objectives, as they've been articulated by the BOCC and the county's Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, have never really been pursued or emphasized, I guess I would say, by the River District. Rather, the River District is more traditional in seeking ways to fully develop the West Slope portion of Colorado's water allotment under the various state compacts and regional and basin compacts that exist, to which Colorado is a party. I think that hits the high points, or at least the central points of the board's discussion. Looking at the resolution now, see if there's anything that I'd like to highlight. I think that covers it fairly. The proposed resolution, of course, ends with a statement of opposition to the property tax increase. It is an informal resolution as described in the Home Rule Charter. Therefore, it does not need to have, or is not contemplated to have, a public hearing. It's up to the board how the board can conduct the meeting however it feels, but there's no requirement for that. It becomes effective on a singular reading. It does not come back to the board for a second reading. I think that is it.
So Steve?
Okay, Patty, then Greg.
Yeah, John, would you also clarify so that the public knows that you've had a role in this because you sit on this board? Not on this board, but on the Water District Board?
I do. The BOCC has appointed me to consecutive terms as its representative, or the county's representative to the River District Board. And so I have a participatory level of experience on the board. And to be quite frank, before I was the sole nay vote on the ballot proposal, quite frankly, I was looking for a way to support it. And the idea that I suggested or threw out for consideration was to incorporate some sort of general commitment as to how funds would be used or how funds would be allocated or proportioned for various projects or uses or enterprises. But that was rejected. The feeling was that the ballot question would be twofold. The implementation plan that the staff of the River District put together in an attempt to outline and highlight particular projects or purposes for the tax revenue, I thought was a good idea. And if we could rely upon it, then that would be a way to put the tax question in the framework where it could be supported. But the opinion of the board collectively was not to refer to the implementation plan and not to be bound by it. I would say the majority opinion was such that they did not want to tie their hands to particular purposes or particular percentages of the proceeds from the tax revenues to be spent in a particular manner, and that the question should go forward as written.
Okay, Steve, I have another comment to make. I want to let the public know I really appreciate, we've been receiving email after email after email from members of the public asking us to not support this resolution, but to support the ballot question. And from my position, it's not that we don't support the efforts of the water district. It's not that we don't support protecting water on the western slope. It's just that I would like more clarification, more specification in the ballot language as to the benefits to the Pitkin County taxpayers. And I have a responsibility, I think, to represent the best interest of the taxpayers in Pitkin County. And I think the timing of this question, the vague language of this question, doesn't mean that if they brought it back at the next election where it was appropriate, with more clarification, more specification, and more just guarantee to the taxpayers of what these dollars were going to be used for, that Pitkin County would not support it in the future. I think between the timing and the vagueness of the language, I'm uncomfortable representing the people of Pitkin County, asking them to support this question where I'm not sure what the benefit will be to the taxpayers here.
Greg?
No, thanks. I think I generally agree with everything I've heard from Patty here. I want to make sure that we reiterate that this meeting was noticed properly, and that what I'm hearing from John and others is that all the issues have come to light before this board, and I'm still looking for clarification of that. I know that we don't like the way this is written. It's too ambiguous. I agree with that. I know that maybe there's a necessary and justified amount of suspicion or mistrust that the money could be spent against our interests, because we do have a misalignment with Pitkin County and the River District have in the past, as John points out. I do understand that, and I appreciate that. I think we do need clear ballot language, but I want to make sure that the part that's bothering me is that the people I've heard from, the advocates for this, whether they're in the public or CRD, people directly involved with the board or the staff at CRD, have basically said that they don't think John has given us the full picture on because they keep, I've had people tell me, we do have specific plans. We do have, we do have plans for this money. We have stated this, or it's either that or they said, we don't think we're being heard. So my concern is that, although I agree with where this is going and that it's not clear enough ballot language and it doesn't seem responsible to our tax-paying public the way this is written, I really would like to hear the advocates have a chance to speak, because I think they would disagree with some of the information that's been presented to us. And honestly, John being one, our representative, and two, our attorney, just muddies it a little bit. I would love to hear more, and I'd love to have a chance, whether it's Zane Kessler or Chelsea or someone, to speak on how they see this, because I don't think they intended to do it this way. I do know this is going to be an issue that's debated, because when you look at this ballot initiative, I agree and want everything that they've stated in this. I am completely in favor of what they're after, but the way it's written, it seems that we can't, or I can't support it right now. Thanks for that. Having said that, I would like to hear more and give a chance to speak to some of these advocates.
Just read their emails.
George and then Kelly.
Yeah, this is a ballot initiative, John, that goes out to 15 counties. Is that correct?
That's correct, George. The River District is comprised of all or part of 15 different counties. So essentially counties that have tributary waters to the Colorado.
So, okay. Okay, so there's going to be widespread participation in this. Us taking a step in terms of identifying some of the weaknesses of this ballot initiative will provide the proponents the opportunity, Greg, to make their case to the broader public. Had we not started this conversation, the public would be not as well informed or be able to ask those important questions. So for us, for me, whenever you add a proponent statement or an opponent statement to a blue book, it provides that opportunity to entice and engage the public on these issues. And that would be the opportunity for the River District to try to clarify some of these concerns. But I recall when we worked on RAFTA's ballot 7A, that was 2 years in planning. It was only 2 counties involved and 6 municipalities, so much, much smaller. But the ballot initiative and the work plan that went out to all the municipalities and counties was very, very specific in terms of how those dollars were going to be used and what the benefit would be to every member jurisdiction of RAFTA. And this ballot wording falls way short of that. And so what I'm asking is that the River District come back next year with a better language and or use this opportunity themselves to better inform the public on some of these questions.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks to all the comments that we've heard so far. You know, we've received some input that looks at this ballot measure from just the very highest levels. And, you know, I would say that Pickens County has been fierce defenders of water availability, healthy rivers, and strong climate action. And so, you know, saying that we don't support those by not supporting this ballot measure is a bit of a straw man argument for me. And, you know, there really is important nuances to this question. And this is not how we typically forward tax questions to our county electorate. It's not specific as to how the money will be spent, even though John Ely, our representative, asked for that to be added. You know, a reference to the fiscal implementation plan could have been made in this ballot language while still keeping the language simple. That would tell voters what the money is going towards. And there's some really good stuff there. You know, there's some really good stuff in that fiscal implementation plan about riparian health and water access and, you know, protecting farmers and ranchers that I know we would get behind. I additionally have concerns, you know, our tax questions, even the popular ones, have a sunset date. And that causes us to have to prove that we've used money well, to go back and ask for reauthorization. This question does not have that. This money, this mill levy, goes in perpetuity without any opportunity for the voters to sort of reevaluate if it's been spent well, and I think that's a concern. Again, as John mentioned, you know, this is an unelected board, so there's not that direct level of accountability. I couldn't even figure out quickly how each district member gets appointed to their seat. So, you know, I think that that is an issue as well. And so I'm confident that there is a ballot measure that we would support, that Pickens County would support, because there's really some noble goals here. But I don't think that this is it. You know, to me, it's analogous to like our open space question. It's a broadly supported issue. There's great concern that everybody recognizes. But when you get down to the buckets, it's important to define what those are. For example, to make sure our trail, you know, construction isn't going to take all the money away from acquisition or something like that. We don't have these protections here. As to saying that, you know, the bucket that we might be interested in, like conservation and efficiency projects, will get some of this money. There's no assurances. And I think that the River District could write a question or write a measure to give those assurances to us. And so, you know, that's why I'm not supporting it. And I think the voters really, you know, should have all of that information to consider when they're making their choice on the ballot this year.
Don, one question I have is, and we talked about it a little bit last week, that Pickens County voters pay, because of our property valuation here, our voters here would pay a higher percentage of this than people in other counties. Do you have a breakdown on those, the figures on how much each county puts in to the current mill levy that the River District gets?
I don't have anything that's current, Steve. I'm sorry about that. I couldn't assemble the current information on that. However, if you look back historically on the collection of revenues from through the River District's existing tax, the proportionate share of Pickens County is always one of the highest, if not the highest, in the district. And if you look at the number of residents within the various counties, Pickens County is one of the lower populations of the counties within the district. Not the lowest. There are some very sparsely populated areas in the West Slope within the district, but Pickens County is certainly lower on the end. And so, proportionally per property or per individual resident, however you would break that down, Pickens County is very high proportionally in its contribution to River District revenue compared to the other counties within the district.
So Steve?
Patty?
There's been a request that we don't vote on this and let the River District come forward. I just went through our future agendas again, and you know, we're booked and packed. And they said they've been asking since the first of the year or and I don't know who this is from because there's no name. It says they've been asking to come before the board since February. I thought we had them scheduled and they pulled off of one of our agendas at some point. So as George said, I think this is just grounds to start a conversation with the public and obviously through all the counties that are involved here to be involved in this. And if it's the right thing to do and they convince the voters, then it's the right thing for the voters to vote for. I think we're just expressing the concerns that we've been expressing since before they drafted the ballot language, and that our concerns were not addressed at that time. So I don't know how the board feels about that, but we can delay till the 13th, but the elections ballots are going to be going out. And I think time is of the essence here at this point. And I apologize if they asked in February and whatever happened with that discussion, but yeah. So I don't know when they actually formulated their ballot language, but I just wanted to bring that up because I just received a text message and I'm not sure. It's an unfamiliar phone number, no signature, so I don't know who it's from.
I do remember, Patty, we were scheduled to have a meeting with them at some point, and I don't remember if that was because of the COVID-19 pandemic coming right then, if maybe that's why it got put off, that we couldn't meet in person. We didn't have all the Zoom meeting thing worked out yet, and maybe that was what happened at that time. I can't recall. But it was more kind of in the springtime we were scheduled for a meeting. So my feelings are, you know, I really support working with the other counties across western Colorado and trying to solve the water problems. I hear what each of you are saying about how this language is not really up to the standards that we put on ballot language asking for a tax increase. I have a feeling that, you know, very likely this ballot measure would pass across the 15 county area. because a lot of people wouldn't be putting in that much more than they are. You know, they have low evaluations on their property. Their tax increase is going to be pretty small. However, with the pandemic and the economic dire straits that a lot of people are in, that could kill the thing to begin with, just because people are going to vote against any tax increase, very likely because of their economic situation. So I'm kind of with Greg in wanting to, I mean, I would personally like to hear out the people, have it as a public hearing so the public could weigh in on it. I got a phone call during our meeting that I listened to during our break from someone from Conservation Colorado urging us to support this measure. There's conservation groups, there's agricultural groups supporting it. I would like to hear them. I'm sure we would hear them in the general discussion leading up to the ballot, you know, the election. One last question. We, for some reason, put this special meeting today because of there's some kind of a time crunch on why we were doing this today. And John, can you remember what that was? Maybe had something to do with getting comments into the Blue Book on it?
We can't
comment
to the Blue Book.
The favor comments, in other words, comments in support of or in opposition to, are submitted to the various taxing district, taxing entities representatives, and then sent to various county clerks. In this particular case, for this particular tax question, it would be sent to the Mesa County Clerk for assembly and then included in the Blue Book. That deadline is Friday of this week, but that is a deadline for individuals. That is not a deadline that concerns an entity such as Pickens County. Those comments are voted by eligible or registered electors to the various district representatives. So the county itself would not be participating in that, although, you know, any individual taxpayer, or I should say individual elector within the 15 area can be doing that particular step. The ballots for out-of-state, overseas individuals go out 60 days before the election, and I think that is Friday next week. I was just talking to Elizabeth, actually.
60
I
days.
forget.
They go out October 2nd.
October 2nd,
ballots.
overseas?
We put them done.
For overseas voters?
So those are I think the relevant deadlines concerning.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg?
So I think the problem I'm still getting stuck on is that we could have included some invited guests to speak today about their concerns. And what I'm hearing from them was that all the entities who worked on this ballot initiative expressed that it was a heavy lift to get all these water interests to align and agree to put forward this measure. As flawed as it is, and it is flawed, in my opinion, and obviously in yours also, and I appreciate John's perspective on that. I'm glad we have a representative who stands up when he's the only one. I do have to say, I appreciate that. I think that not including them is probably a disservice to the process. I've got to say, I have a problem with that. So I think I would probably vote no today to oppose this, maybe as my own protest vote. And I'd propose that we don't vote on it either way. Maybe we leave it blank and we let the River District make their case to the public. We can provide an opposing opinion. I do like that idea. But I'm having trouble here because I don't like the way this has gone today, and I think it could have gone better.
Kelly?
Sure. And I respect you, Greg, and I respect your concerns. I don't think anything any proponents are going to say are going to change the structural deficiencies of this question. So, so you have to sort of make your mind up about that or not, I guess. I think for me,
I agree with you on that.
I think for me, when it comes to like an endorsement like this, a split vote, I'm not sure how helpful that is. And we haven't had that sort of discussion as a board about when we're looking at endorsements on ballot measures, what a split vote means for the public, right? I mean, part of doing this is we're just giving an endorsement. The real outcome, this is not our policy outcome. We're giving an endorsement to a different, to a decision that everyone gets to make individually on their ballot. So, the fact that you and Steve are not on board is, for me, throws a wrench in really the statement that I want to make, which is that as a unified county, we think that structurally this question is not up to par and should be done better for everyone and to protect everyone's interest, especially the taxpayers of Pickens County who we represent. So if we're not going to get there, then delaying this discussion doesn't really matter. I'm still going to submit my personal comments for the Tabor notice because I think they're important. I think people should read them and consider them. I have some real concerns about the accountability of this money. So that's just, it's fine by me if you don't want to do that today, but those are some structural issues that I see here.
Kelly, I can just say I might join you with those comments. I might sign on to that
We have to be careful.
after I hear what people say.
Yeah.
Thanks.
George?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly, for that, and thanks, Greg, for keeping more of an open mind. I think we all agree, and even you said it, Greg, that the language is flawed. I understand you're getting hung up a little bit on the process, but of course, River District did probably a quick email out to all their supporters, lobbying us. Those people really don't understand our concerns. Many of them are not in Pickens County, so they're just going based on what the River District is looking for, which we all want is protect our waters. But again, what I'm saying is that this is an opportunity for us to provide a statement that then the River District and those proponents have the opportunity to discuss and debate. Without us doing this, people are not going to get all the information that we're providing. So I would like to make a motion, Steve, to go ahead and approve this resolution as written.
I'll second.
Okay.
With a comment.
Patty, you said? Okay.
Yeah, I'll second with a comment, though. I truly understand Greg and perhaps Steve's position about letting the River District come forward, but as I said, looking at our agendas, not to be an excuse, but our agendas between now and the 13th, we have no availability. By then, ballots have gone out. People are voting. So I think we need to make a decision today to move this forward, to start that discussion before people have the ballots on their table and don't know what decision to make because they haven't seen both sides of the story. And I think if anything, I don't know if the board, if we can amend this, it's probably not the best time after we've made a resolution to add a statement about Pickens County supports the protection of waters on the western slope, or something that shows us that we're not anti-water. If anybody, Pickens County stands at the forefront of protecting waters. And maybe that's the statement. Pickens County has a history of standing at the forefront of protecting our waters, period. And adding that in here to clarify that we're not the bad guys in the water thing. We're just protective of our water and protective of our taxpayers.
Okay, Greg, and then Kelly?
Thank you, Patty. I really appreciate that. I think I'd be much more comfortable with that because when I think about it, water might actually be the single most important issue that we could all be talking about here. And so that if we can move the process forward and improve the process without tying it up unnecessarily. You know, I'd hate to see the momentum go away and this ballot initiative not come back because maybe it's more fragile than we think. I don't know. But I really think that we could probably find time to bring them back if we thought this was important, and I certainly do.
Kelly?
Yeah, I also just want to point out then when we were initially discussing bringing the ballot initiatives onto our future agendas, you know, one of the questions was, do we need to have outside people come and present the opposing sides? And the board said, no, we don't need to do that. We can look at these and evaluate them. So, you know, we had sort of had that discussion prior to the heat turning up on how we deal with these. So I just want to fill in that memory a bit. But, you know, I would support, you know, if George would accept a friendly amendment of Patty's language, I think is good. And then I would also like to see some language that acknowledges that there's not a sunset clause and that the district doesn't have to make a case for future reauthorization for this money. Because I do think that is really, voters should have that opportunity on every tax question, in my opinion.
George and then me.
Okay.
I would support, I would amend my motion, and maybe John Ely, we can write like a preamble to this, saying our strong support for ensuring the quantity and quality of our water, and then how we want to work that. But a little preamble showing that Pickens County stands strong behind protecting our water and streams, probably more so than any other county, frankly, given that we're the only county that has a Healthy Rivers and Stream program that's funded by the public. And all the work we've done to protect water on the west slope from diverting over to the east slope with our recent Aurora agreement that many people don't know about. So a preamble with that, and then I think that would be good to go. I think that was actually one of Greg's original thoughts last week. We just kind of missed that. So.
And Kelly's addition of the sunset?
That's fine. That could be sort of a concern. I mean, you know, not all tax districts have sunsets. Rapid doesn't have a sunset. School districts don't have a sunset, but you know, if the board wants to go that direction, that's fine.
So I drafted sorry, George.
Yeah, it's more of a question of accountability, really, as John spoke earlier. This is one of the few special districts that have a property tax that do not have elected officials on it.
So Steve, I drafted real quick kind of a thing for John.
Yes, go ahead.
Pickens County has a history of being at the forefront of protecting waters on the western slope and beyond. And then, and beyond. That means all over, because we do. We protect them all over the country, if you think about it, guys. We don't just protect them here, because our waters pretty much go all over the country. And as far as Kelly's, it's really up to Kelly if she wants us to add that. I'm looking at her face to face in this.
Yeah,
room.
I would like to. I think it's important. I guess it's up to whether that amendment is acceptable to the board or not.
I'm fine with amending it, and if we want to do a preamble, John Ely, is that sufficient for you to do something starting this off about Pickens County's history of protecting waters?
I don't want to invent language after the board's review, but I can certainly insert the language that you just offered, Patty, and I've got the language that Kelly brought up as well, and I can put those into the text of the existing reso if the board directs.
Okay.
So let me weigh in. What I would feel much more comfortable doing would be to continue this item to our next regular meeting, have John do the rewrites that we're proposing so we can see the language and actually have it be a public hearing at that time, so the members of the public could weigh in on it, and then we do our final vote on it at our next regular meeting. That's personally what I would do.
So Steve, our
Because, I
next,
mean,
the next regular
agreeing
meeting
with
is,
a lot,
the next regular meeting is the 23rd, and,
I know. We have a lot of things on there already.
and you know how we do when we've been sitting in this
Greg?
room for 12 hours, so.
I was just going to say, oh, sorry, George, I thought I had he called me first. I was just going to say, this is an important issue. This is a critically important issue for water in the Western Slope. If we call it another special meeting, I would support that. We don't have to wait for a regular meeting. I think that, the way this has been presented to us, it's 100% increase in the tax, but what does that actually mean in terms of dollars and cents per 100,000? And I think we have it in there, but it'd be nice to explore that. That the board is appointed and not elected it's a great talking point, but that board is appointed by elected officials throughout our counties, and people on that board include elected officials. Kathy Chandler Henry, from Eagle County, who is an incredible ally of ours, is on there, and actually we can go down to Karen Stiegelmeier, all these other people who really are putting a lot of themselves into this thing. I think we're not giving, I don't think we're respecting all the work that's been done from them if we're not hearing from them. So I would definitely support what Steve just proposed. I think we're getting closer. And yeah, it's going to take more work on our part, but if I can just reiterate, this could be the most important thing we do, short of, the presidential election. Thank you.
Okay, George?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, we've got a motion, we've got a second, we've got some wording for an addendum and I would trust John to come up with the correct wording. And so I'm ready to vote on this. As Kelly mentioned earlier, we had this discussion in terms of having different groups come in and basically lobby us for support of their tax initiatives, and we could be doing that all day long with other groups as well. And we decided that really was not the direction we wanted to go to as a board. So we're sort of shifting in midstream just because of this one issue that we have an appointee on the board, River District, who has presented Pickens County's views and concerns, and the majority of the River Board discarded those our opinions. And so I'm here just to make a point, and then allow the River District to go out and defend their initiative. So I would call for a vote.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? Seeing none, all in favor of our resolution opposing the tax increase for the Colorado River District, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
I'll say nay.
So 3-2 vote, the motion passes. John Ely will do the rewrites on it with regards to our discussion today, the points to be added, and we'll go forward. So we have about a 5-minute
You need a
break
motion to adjourn the special meeting?
Patty moved, I'll
Patty
second.
moved to, Kelly seconded. All in favor of adjourning the special meeting, say aye.
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 We have 5 minutes to convene our meeting with P&Z.
So,
are we going to be on this? Are we on the same site? Are we on the same Zoom meeting, or do we go
No,
somewhere
same
else?
meeting, it's just a continuation of
Same
our
meeting,
work
okay.
session.
So I'm not logging off. I'll see y'all in 5.
All right, grassroots, we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Or about there. And now we have 4 minutes.
welcome everybody to this afternoon's Board of County Commissioners work session. It is Tuesday, September 15th, and we are being joined by Pickens County's Planning and Zoning Commission. And so I will turn it over to Steve Child to run our joint meeting.
So welcome all the members of the P&Z board. And I can tell which ones of you are in the room. Cliff and Jeffrey have your masks on, and Suzanne has her mask on also. Are there others in the room there that I can't see actually, Kelly?
So Steve, we have a quorum. It's in the room. It's Monty as well as Jasmine, myself, Jeffrey, and then next door I think we have Cliff, and on the line is Chelsea. So there's a 5 of 8 I've seen for planning and zoning so far.
And we're working on Joe.
And we're working on Joe's connection.
Okay, so you have a quorum. And so Jeffrey, we are going to respect the P&Z letting you have a public hearing time and I'll let you call for public comments.
So on our standing agenda, we have 2, which is one is commissioner comment that's unrelated to this evening's docket item, which is growth, and we also hold public comment, again, unrelated to this evening. We ask that you keep it to 3 minutes, and we'll recognize anyone from the public who's called in, again, unrelated to this evening's agenda item.
Okay, Jordan, do you see anyone who has called in for public comment?
We have no call-ins at this time.
Okay. So Jeffrey, I would recommend giving it a minute or so because it takes a lag at home for people watching.
And while we have dead space, I think the item I'd like to share with both the planning and zoning is last week there was a conference which is called Designing to Meet 1.5C. It was run by Ed Mazaria, who's a New Mexico architect. And the good news is the IECC, which is our energy code in 2021, has adopted what's called zero code. And zero code is whether you're using on-site or off-site renewables, you can get to what's called zero code. And again, the good news is it's adopted as an addendum to the IECC 2021. And I'd like to, see how Brian Paul and the community can adopt that, obviously sooner than 2021. But it's a good move given, 40% of CO2 emissions today are from building operations as well as new construction. So that might be a good lead in to this evening's conversation. Any public comment unrelated to this evening's agenda of growth and home size? Seeing none, we're closing public comment for planning and zoning unless there's any other commissioner comment. Seeing none, I'm turning it back to Steve Childs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, my near neighbor, we don't see each other very often, especially these days. So, our big item of discussion today is regarding growth management in Pickens County. This has been a project that the community development has been working on for a really long time, with lots of members of the public involved in the discussions. And Cindy Hubin, the Director of Community Development, will be leading this discussion. And so, Cindy, I'm going to turn it over to you right now. We are scheduled for, we have to finish by 6 o'clock, hard stop at 6 o'clock because some of us have to go to the Democratic dinner. It's not a dinner, but the Democratic annual meeting, which is a Zoom meeting this year. So, Cindy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Great to see everybody, the P&Z and the board tonight. I'm here with Ellen Sassano, our senior long-range planner, and Zach Hendricks. Trying to look for him on the screen. There he is. And Zach is our senior administrative assistant and our climate action manager. So with that, I'd like to just say that I'm going to start off the meeting by basically saying that we have 2 main objectives for tonight. We have another meeting scheduled for October 6th, and we're going to try to see if we can squeeze in yet another work session in between now and then. But the main objectives for tonight, so that we all can stay on task with our short period of time, is to tell you what we've learned from our public outreach process that was over this past summer. And then also to find out which amendments, code amendments, if any, that the board and the P&Z would like us to bring forward, and on what time frame you would like to see those. So with that in mind, I'm going to do a brief overview, then Ellen's going to give a bit broader look at the primary discussions that we had with our public outreach group, and then Zach will outline our potential timeframes for code amendments to review by both boards. And then I'll kick off the discussion with an overview of an alternative that was most widely accepted, the alternative that we looked at that was most widely accepted by the public outreach group. So with that, I'd just like to remind everyone that the board and the P&Z had several meetings last spring, and with those meetings, the board sent us off to a 9-week series of public engagement with a vision statement. And that vision statement's on the very front page of your packet. And to paraphrase that vision statement, I have to laugh a little bit because it was just so easy. I mean, you asked us to look at equity, you asked us to look at regional economy along with quality of life, climate action, and I think we threw in resiliency and probably a few other things that were just so easy. I'm laughing because those things are difficult on their own, but I do believe we had a great discussion with our public, and we were lucky because we had we covered all of the areas that we'll look at tonight that were in our matrix that the P&Z and the Board of County Commissioners looked at early on in our discussions. We had a variety of participants from the community, and we're pleased to have both the City of Aspen and the Town of Basalt planners in every meeting, along with some of their climate action professionals. We also had citizens representing themselves and digging deep into the future vision for the community, just as the board had set out, but also digging deep into tough concepts that are in the land use code and existing provisions of the code. And while we didn't have many of the development professionals in the community, we did have a few, and it turned out actually to be an opportunity to hear mainly from citizens rather than those involved in the day-to-day development review in the community. With that, we're going to try to be very succinct in what we cover today, and I'd like so that you can have most of the time to discuss all these issues. The things that I'd say, the 3 things that were on by the public outreach group were simplify, 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 zone it like you mean it, make things easier in our land use code to understand, reduce the square footage of the growth management exemption from the existing 5750. And it was generally agreed upon to look at that around 3250, although there were people who suggested a higher number. And where feasible, the third thing is where feasible, to stop allowing mitigation for the impacts that we see with development and require direct offsets of those impacts. An example of that might be, rather than providing money for affordable housing, have that housing built or have housing, have a buy-down program for housing relative to whatever the impacts of the development are. And to also say that mitigation might be necessary in some cases for impacts. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be very feasible to look at trying to have a direct offset for maybe our road impact fee. So we might still look at a road impact fee versus a direct offset. It doesn't make a lot of sense for everybody to, you know, do a little paving program in front of their house. So with that, those are the three main things that I feel like we found commonalities in. And then I'd just also like to point out additionally, because the land use code and open space have been so intertwined over the last at least decade, if not more, we were able to have several meetings with the Open Space and Trails Board and get their feedback on how our exemptions and our growth management scoring are so closely tied, and get their feedback on what might be beneficial for not only the growth management outlook, but the outlook on our objectives with open space and trails. So they have provided us information that, unfortunately, because we're trying to be very succinct tonight, we're not going to get into the details of those comments, but my understanding is Dale and Jesse are both here if we have questions and want to follow up on any of their comments that were in your packet. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ellen and Zach, and then I'll swing back around to look at the alternative that was most widely accepted by the public outreach group relative to a combination or structure for potential looking at growth management in the future.
Great. Thanks, Cindy. Can everybody hear me? Yep. Yes. Okay, great. So I am going to do a brief summary of recommendations made by the public outreach group. I think it's fair to say that we didn't have full consensus on every topic, but general agreement on most of the topics that we're planning today. We had some great background data, a lot of it's in your packet, that helped inform the discussions and ultimate direction from the public outreach group. I'm not going to delve into that data, but we certainly have it ready to throw up on the screen once we finished our presentation and you get into your discussion in the event that it's helpful. So with that, I'm going to start with the first item where there was general support from the group. And Cindy actually stole my thunder. She's already touched on it, so I won't take a lot of time on it. But yes, the group recommended that the residential floor area exemption from growth management that currently exists in the land use code at 5,750 square feet be reduced to something in the vicinity of 3,250 square feet. The 3,250 coincides with the average house size in the county, and also the reduction is a 2,500 square foot reduction, which is equal to 1 TDR. So potentially increasing demand for TDRs. Before we move on, Zach, if you could go back for a sec, I just have to share the photograph that I grabbed from the Aspen Times last week. Real estate ad for a legacy home in Maroon Creek that is about 3,400 square feet, and the asking price was about $12 million. So I just thought it was a great example of a smaller home that exists and is being advertised as a legacy home. So with that, next slide, thanks. So the group as a whole supported reduction of the 15,000 square foot maximum floor area cap that exists today. It's really important to put their conversation, their lengthy discussion in context. Large home impacts that they discussed absolutely focus on energy consumption and emissions, but that was not the only impact that led to their recommendation. They also covered the topic of impacts associated with embodied energy, carbon footprint, construction waste, traffic, the local and downstream effects of job generation associated with larger homes, and quality of life impacts associated primarily with construction of larger homes. The construction period tends to take more time, something like 3 to 5 years, and there are traffic implications and noise implications, et cetera. So those were all a part of the discussion that ultimately led to general agreement that there should be a reduction in the existing max floor area cap. So there were some, the discussion was robust, and there was some question about whether house size should be mandated through zoning or whether smaller homes should be incentivized using tools such as prioritizing smaller homes in the building permit queue. Discussion of house size ranged from a low of about 6,000 square feet as a max to about 10,000 square feet, and there was no definitive answer to the ultimate size question, but there was a fairly lengthy discussion about that piece. There were some that said the 15,000 square foot house is the Aspen brand and a draw to the area. Others said, hey, if it's not visible from off-site, no harm done. There was conversation about the potential need to allow for 15,000 square foot pockets in the county, even though if there's a reduction in max house size elsewhere in the county. And specifically, Starwood was brought up as a potential location. Perhaps water here. And then there were also several who said, you know what, based on climate change and related impacts of large homes, we're out of time. We need to act now. So, yeah, it was a fairly robust discussion, and generally everybody agreed that there should be a reduction. We didn't come up with the final size. So then the group also agreed that it's perhaps time to sunset the TDR system. Everybody agreed that it's been a very successful program and that it has achieved its original objective of preserving the rural remote backcountry, but that it's achieved those objectives and has also had some unintended consequences. The additional floor area in rural areas has had some impacts on rural character and has had other implications. And the thinking was that we should sunset the system, the TDR system, but recognizing that there are about 135 TDRs out there that have been severed and not landed on receiving sites. One idea was that came actually through the Open Space and Trails Board was in the short term, during the interim, while those 135 TDRs remain, we could reduce the value of a TDR to 1,000 square feet for use in rural areas and maintain the 2,500 square foot value for use in the urban growth boundary areas. That would achieve a couple of things. It would encourage people to use their TDRs in the urban growth boundary areas. At the same time, people would have to use more TDRs, purchase more TDRs if they are to use them in the rural areas, and that would be a means of using more TDRs and using up the remaining TDRs in the shorter term. In the longer term, I think everybody, P&Z members, board members, and this group agreed that perhaps we should be looking at repurposing TDRs for other uses, other than floor area. Next. So then pulling back, looking at some of the bigger picture pieces associated with achieving managing growth objectives, the group agreed, well, there was discussion about two different approaches. One was to simply modify the current growth management system that we have today. The Planning and Zoning Commission and board have talked about this as an alternative as well. Simply update the scoring system to make sure that it's achieving community objectives that exist today. That's one alternative. And then the other alternative that was discussed was completely restructuring the approach to managing growth, really relying heavily on development standards and zoning to achieve the identified community benefits, and then potentially using growth management for subdivision only, and that would be for subdividing new lots and 35-acre subdivisions. Next. So, as you may recall, recently I don't remember whether it was just Board of County Commissioners or a joint work session, but we came to the board to talk about the location of development. This is a discussion about sprawl and whether urban level development should be contained within urban growth boundary areas or allowed to sprawl into rural areas. And it was a very interesting conversation. It really came to the forefront in discussing development pressures in the Brush Creek intercept lot area, that vicinity. And so when we discussed this issue with the Board of County Commissioners, you knew that we would be convening discussions with this public outreach group, and you asked us to pose the question to them. So we did. And next slide, please. So the group generally agreed that urban level intensity and development should be located with within the urban growth boundary areas, but that there was perhaps potential for some limited transit-oriented development along the highway corridor in very specifically identified areas. That type of development, urban level, urban scale development, should absolutely not be located in the rural valleys outside of that highway corridor. As part of this discussion, there was a lot of concern about equity issues associated with the location of development, specifically talking about the location of affordable housing as it relates to employment centers, community patterns, quality of life, etc. And that's a lengthy conversation, but it took a lot of time and focus, and rightly so. So next slide. Cindy touched on this as a recommendation from the group. Basically, the group agreed that it makes sense to eliminate cash in lieu options and to require direct offsets wherever possible. And the example that Cindy gave is simple. Basically, rather than paying a cash in lieu payment, provide on-site affordable housing as a direct offset or buy down an existing unit in the urban growth boundary area. So that was direction that the group generally agreed to. I think that's the last slide, right? So, yeah, so with that, I think Zach is gonna maybe give a little follow-up by giving a little more detail on what we had in mind in terms of timing for short, medium-term, and long-term code amendments.
Thanks, Ellen. So as Ellen just went into, we have these core 6 items and recommendations from the public outreach process. Included in the packet is the growth matrix, which is a much more detailed explanation of all of these. We weren't going to go over that today. However, if you want us to go over it in the discussion, we are prepared to do that. What we're hoping to get from all of you from this discussion that we're beginning today and looking to continue on October 6th, and perhaps another special meeting, is a prioritization of these, which ones you want us to focus on first, what time frame you would like us to bring them back to you, but also what material you would like us to provide for future discussions so that you can make decisions on what you think is maybe not addressed in these, if you have perhaps other recommendations that aren't necessarily the same as the public outreach ones. And we've split them down into short-term, medium-term, and long-term based upon the complexity of what we believe will need to be done to enact these particular recommendations. The short-term ones we believe that we can get to you before the end of the year, primarily because they require minimal language change in the land use code. They're obviously complex discussions to have with all of you, but we believe that once you give us the go, we can make those changes quite readily. The medium term will be significantly more complex in changing the land use code. It requires substantial rewrites of the language in the code and perhaps creation of some new systems. And the switch to direct offsets will take far longer due to the need to conduct studies and research to make sure that we're actually addressing all of the impacts related to development, as well as creating the systems that will equitably allow for the county to manage them. We can attack this in a number of ways. We can bring it back to you in a multitude of pieces, doing them one at a time. We can bring them back to you in the sections as they're lined out, giving you the short-term ones first, the medium-term, and the long-term later. We can split it in half with the understanding that you won't see language amendments until 2021, or we can do it all as a lump sum, again with the understanding that that will be a long-term process requiring considerable work on our part to make sure that it all is integrated and brought back to you in a coherent manner. And the last part I want to mention is that as we go into this discussion, we know there's a lot of data and details that were included in your packet. We also have some that we haven't included. And if at any point you wish to go over any of that in the discussion, we are ready to do that, to explain where that data came from and what assumptions were made on the broad average to arrive at those numbers. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Cindy. Cindy, you're muted.
Thank you so much. I think we are on track here with our timing, but I'd like to point out to you attachment C in your packet, alternative B. And alternative B was the alternative that I have mentioned that is the most widely accepted, if you will, by the group that we talked with. We decided after we had gone through a lot of the growth management discussion to throw out 3 alternatives. And those alternatives range from kind of leave it pretty much like it is, don't change things too much, to this alternative, which is more of zone it like you mean it, if you will, and then a hybrid alternative, which was alternative C, which had a number of different steps in it. But for our purposes tonight, we just wanted to point out that the majority of the group was okay with looking at the concept of taking growth management back, if you will, to its original intent, which was to look at new development rights, the subdivision of parcels, if you will. And we didn't add in square footage into growth management until much later in 2000. So take that back out and deal with additional square footage in a different part of the code. Also, to reduce the maximum house size, and establish, a new maximum house size, establish a new maximum house size, and do that through zoning throughout the county. That could mean a number of different things. That could mean there is a maximum house size, but within various zone districts, we have a floor area ratio given where the development is. And so there may be areas of the county that would not reach that maximum house size just given floor area ratios. Also then, what Ellen had mentioned in some detail, sunsetting the TDR program, looking at repurposing TDRs. We had a lot of discussion about that, making them more relevant in the urban growth boundary perhaps, and having the 135 TDRs that are out there today that have been severed from the land but have not been landed on any development site. And with those 135 TDRs, given the pacing of the use of TDRs today, in Gabe Preston's work that he did for us, he estimated around a 20-year life cycle to use what we have in the 135. So the idea would be to no longer allow severance of TDRs and to sunset that provision relatively soon. Then to also look at more stringent development regulations in the code, and to put some of those as benefits, if you will, within the growth management system. And then finally, pacing of development. We did talk about pacing of development. That was one of the original premises of the growth management system 40 years ago. Pacing is really important relative to quality of life and a lot of the things that I think people are feeling as far as the intensity of development. And the board asked us to look at intensity of development. So pacing is very important. And we looked at what might work relative to pacing and some of the ideas that came along with that. But, you know, the devil's in the detail, finding out exactly how we could pace our development. Some of the concepts that have come up on the table in other communities are giving priority to smaller projects, only having a certain number of projects allowed per year through the building department, approvals, that type of thing. Something else we'll get into in our discussion later, hopefully, that will kick off is that much of our development today is redevelopment, and that is not captured in our growth management system today and how we want to deal with that. So with that, Steve, Kelly, three, you guys, we'll turn it back over to you and let you decide how we want to move forward. But hopefully everybody's had a chance to look at the memo. We've got lots of data and we're ready to have the discussions to get started tonight.
Okay, we have lots of different things to be considering here and discussing. Anybody have any initial comments you want to make? George?
Just some questions, Cindy. Two questions on some of these scenarios. One, when we're looking at the mitigation, and you use the example of affordable housing. So we just raised our fees to mitigate for housing, right? And so would that equate to being able to do a buy down, or is it still sort of out of whack in terms of reality?
Would our current numbers for affordable housing equate to a buy down? You know, we haven't looked at that detail to look at that. It may be, you know, a partial detail. We haven't gotten into a lot of the details because we weren't sure what the board and the P&Z direction would be at this point. So these are concepts that we will have to work through hearing and the review process.
Okay, good. And then the other question I have is regarding the TDRs. So right now we're not only utilizing TDRs for more square footage or GMQS, but we're also utilizing them for historic preservation, for constrained lots. And so did you guys discuss, or how would you address those needs?
We did discuss that, and again, that's something that in the review process, the board and the P&Z would discuss the value of keeping the TDRs for other exemptions.
Okay.
so that's part of the review and the discussion process. We only looked at it relative to the growth management square footage.
Okay, and so from your experience, do you think that there's still opportunities for further extinguishing building rights in sort of the rural, remote areas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there are opportunities. We have by no means taken all the development rights out of the backcountry, but I think that this program has done a significant job with that acreage. And when we look at the combination of the total acreage, I believe it's something like 18,000 acres of land that's been preserved in the backcountry with transferable development rights. So we've done a great job with that. It's done what it was meant to do, and we would say that we have zoned it like we meant it. So there's no fear that the development would be anything other than what we would expect in the backcountry with 1,000 square foot development rights. With that being said, there has been discussion that we should look at all the zone districts again. We should look at rural and remote again and say whether or not each of those zone districts, including rural and remote, need a refresh. Should we be looking at a different size relative to development in the backcountry? All of those things.
Okay, one last question. You mentioned Gabe Preston gave an estimate of about 20 years to utilize the 135 TDRs that are still out there. Does that take into account some of your ideas in terms of perhaps within the rural area just utilizing TDRs for 1,000 feet versus 2,500?
No, we haven't done that analysis yet. The 20-year projection Gabe was using was based on the current level of use today.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
So not seeing hands come up really quickly. Kelly.
Thanks.
And then James.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure about the layout for the rest of this meeting or the next one, but I do want to acknowledge some of the packet material that we had, which I think would be really valuable for the public to know. In particular, the charts where you lay out the impacts, the various impacts associated with different house size. And so I don't know if we're going to cover that in detail. I do think the public would really be interested in looking at, just the sum of like global greenhouse gas emissions related to certain size houses after consideration of all the various impacts for employee generation, trip generation, et cetera, because I was really impressed by that work that came out of this committee. And, want to make sure that the public knows it's there.
Well, with that, I'll say I'm going to turn that over to Zach. But at the same time, I'll just say that one of the aspects of the vision that we went forward out to our public process was how do we get a handle on climate action with the tools that we have in the land use code. And by looking at all of the studies that we have done relative to energy, relative to waste at our landfill, affordable housing, vehicle miles traveled, jobs generated with construction, we put together this chart that really did analyze the comparison between square footages or among the square footages from 3250 up to the 15,000 square feet. With that, we realized that that really wasn't enough. It was good to see that comparison, that an example comparison would be between the 3,200 square foot relative to energy use on a kilowatt basis. You have quite a jump, 700% between the what's a 3,200 square foot level versus, a 15,000 square foot level home. But that wasn't enough because people were concerned that, well, now we have created a new energy code, and that energy code, hasn't been given a chance to work yet. So, maybe we don't have to be as concerned. But with a level of new home development that we have per year, say we have a maximum of around 20 new homes a year, be those either brand new or scrape and replace homes. With that, it would take us quite a while to replace with all the energy efficiency needs of the new code and the code that Jeffrey mentioned today, the 2021 codes that are coming out. It would take quite a while to replace our inventory to be energy efficient. So we stepped back and we said, well, what does it look like when we're looking at climate action, and what does that look like relative to our carbon footprint? How can we take all of those actions in the first chart relative to the studies we've already done and convert those to EPA standards for greenhouse gas carbon emissions levels. So we've also included those in the packet. And that's about as detailed as I'm going to get, but we have great work on that, and I'll let Zach in with anything beyond that. You might want to.
Can I interject real quick, Cindy, please? While you're talking about that chart of the energy consumption uses and their percentage differences, before Zach takes it away, sorry, a quick question about that chart. Do we know how many houses are located in Pitkin County that are 3,250 square feet, and how many are 15,000? Do we know the numbers? Because that's missing from the table.
Ooh, it might be missing from that table, but if you go, there's another exhibit.
Exhibit E.
Exhibit E. Okay, that's the one I haven't seen.
Oh yeah, Exhibit E
has all that information.
How many there are? Okay. Sure.
Yeah, we had to resend that one. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Send it, and it's sitting there, Exhibit E, and it gives the number within each of those categories. So hopefully that's there for you to take a look at.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach?
Yeah, as you can see on the top of Exhibit E is the answer to the question you just had. I always think the number of residences are not entirely an accurate picture, so I want to point out the second one, which relates it to square footage. And so you can see what a substantial portion, those larger than 5,750, when you combine these, and what a significant portion of that maximum square footage of the county it is. I think it's a more accurate representation of the impacts that we feel from larger homes. And then just jumping back over real quick, since Kelly said she wanted to share this with the public, I just need to pull it up real quick. I apologize. I've got all of the attachments open, so I'm jumping between them real quick. So I do want to clarify all of these annuals. These include secondary and primary homes. So part-time residences and full-time residences were included in this resource engineering group study. Just to note the trend that as you go up, it's a linear increase in the amount of energy used per square footage. So a 15,000 square foot home uses significantly more energy per square foot than a 3,250 square foot home. And to translate that over, all of these conversions came directly from the EPA, from studies they've done on greenhouse gas emissions. All of it is converted to the equivalent of CO2. There's a lot of other greenhouse gases out there, but as a baseline for everyone to understand, tonnage of CO2 is a good point to go from. And to put some of these numbers in perspective, in 2017, the total CO2 tonnage of Pitkin County was 240,000 metric tons, a little bit more than that, but that's a pretty good estimate. So you can see how quickly these can add up to contribute. And this green column here is if you include the waste. So the waste during construction, again, these are averages of both new residences and demolitions. So a new house would probably have a smaller waste footprint than a redevelopment would. So just to clarify that as well, this is an average across all of the ones that we've seen. And down on the second page, we did, because these houses are around for quite a while, I wanted to illustrate what the 10-year impact can be expected of these. So you can really see that a 15,000 square foot home puts out quite a bit of CO2 tonnage over 10 years, and typically they're around for a lot longer than that. And also to address the energy code concern, I know it's come up a couple times. That energy code was to reduce energy usage by 70%, and the system we use, HERS, creates a model replica of the exact same square footage and then does a 70% reduction from that. And so even under the new energy code, we would still expect the trend of a larger home to use more energy per square footage than a smaller one to remain the same. It would be a more efficient home, but its energy consumption would still be less efficient than a smaller home. So just to clarify that really quickly as well. And then just to relate some of these numbers into, because tonnage of CO2 is a bit abstract, how many acres of forest it would take to reach that equivalent of CO2 tonnage emitted, or how many gallons of gasoline would have to be burned to be the equivalent of that as well. So that is the chart that Kelly was referring to, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on this.
James had his hand up earlier. I'm going to call him James first.
I've got it up again. Thanks, Steve. I wasn't sure if you could see it. So I've got a number of questions, and I'm going to withhold my editorial comments till a little later in the meeting. But I've had a lot of discussions with friends and peers and people around the valley about, as a precursor to this meeting, and there are a number of questions that came up. So first of all, has there been any discussion of grandfathering? Let's say somebody has a house, an old house right now that's 5750. Can they tear that down and replace it with a new house at 5750, or are they only going to be able to build a smaller house? Second, how would renovations be impacted? Let's say somebody has a house that's under 3250 and they want to renovate it and increase the size. Are they going to be limited in doing so? Third question, there was one of the charts that someone put up said something about modifications to reducing exemptions. I assume that means garages and basements, but I didn't see or hear anything concrete about what that might look like. And last, I was just wondering why we seem to be wedded to multiples of the 2,500 square foot TDR value. It seems to me that a reduction from 5750 to 3250 is a pretty significant drop. Why did anybody throw out, or in discussions, did anybody consider maybe going to 4,500, which is, halfway between the two? And that comment is based on the fact that I personally have been shopping for a house. I've lived here for 20 years and have never owned a home. And the sweet spot for what I've been looking at seems to be between 3,000 and 4,000. But there aren't a lot of homes that I've looked at that are under 3,250. So that seems very small to me from my personal experience. And I don't have a large family. So 4 separate questions.
Go ahead, Cindy.
And
you're muted.
If you want me to recap, it was grandfathering, impact on renovations, thoughts on reducing exemption, and why aren't we considering something kind of at a midpoint between 3,250 and 5,750 rather than trying to tie this to an arbitrary 2,500 square feet because that's the TDR value. We could start at 4,500 square feet and just add 2,500 square feet from there for TDRs.
I'll start off that discussion by just saying all of those questions can be answered by, the review process, because these are ideas and concepts that have come up to kind of guide us to beginning a look at potential code amendments. Nothing said in, right. And I would assume during the review process, all those questions are going to come up, and there'll be answers about all of those. Relative to the public process and what the public said, we did talk about renovations and replacements, but we couldn't come up with, any consensus on that at this point. What I said earlier was that it is an issue because 50% of our building permits are based on renovations, scrape and replace, the renovation itself, the remodel, if you will. So we've got a lot of growth or intensity, if you will, that has not been captured in our historic growth management process. So we were looking at how do we capture that. So those questions will come up. Exemptions, in my mind, when we talk about exemptions, our whole, we talked about the 5750 exemption from growth management. There's a whole list. If you go back to the anatomy of the code chart that we put together, there's a ton of exemptions that are out there already that we need to kind of relook at and see if they still meet the desires and the goals of the community. And we really didn't get a chance to look at much of that in this process. And TDRs, I don't know that we're wedded to it at the 2,500 square foot level, but that is historically the value and maybe what the community perception is that we want to keep in mind. So.
Well, and Cindy, just to be clear, I wasn't questioning whether or not a TDR should be worth 2,500 square feet. I was questioning why we have to drop from 5750 to 3250 just simply because a TDR is worth 2,500 square feet.
Yes, I'll tell you that the discussion in the public outreach group looked at the 3250 because we presented it with that 2,500 square foot margin. The average home size in Pickens County is right around 3,300. The discussion was, just like you said, maybe we look at 4,000 for the exemption. Maybe we look at 4,500. I mean, it was definitely still part of the discussion, and nothing's been landed on, but I would say the majority of the public outreach group were okay with the 3,250. And
I would just say anecdotally, I don't know any locals personally that own a house that's 5750, but I know a lot of locals who own houses that are 3,500, 3,700 square feet. And I can speak to that because I've been house hunting for a year now, and that's a fairly common size amongst people who are selling houses, and they're all locals.
Okay.
That's it for my comments and questions right now. Steve, I'll let somebody else talk, but at some point I'll have more comments.
Okay, thanks, James. Let's see, Cliff, did you have your hand up at one point? I'm not sure if you were raising your hand or not.
No.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Just look at this one.
Yeah.
I muted that.
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Perfectly.
We were talking about prioritizing which code amendments would move forward, and I want to express what I thought should be a priority. I had three. Rural and remote. I feel like to zone it like we mean it, it's time to take down the 1,000 square foot to 500 square feet. It is becoming, I guess it's my own anecdotal experience from being in the backcountry, more and more of these 1,000 square foot cabins are going up and they're becoming homes with circular driveways. So that's one. I would like to immediately eliminate the GMQS competition, except for subdivisions. The whole square footage giveaway competes with the TDR program, and I feel I'd like to sunset the competitions. The whole concept of the scoring, I never felt worked, and I don't think that we'll ever come up with a solution that makes sense. And last is, I'm not for sunsetting the TDR program. I'm for reforming it. I don't think everything has to be 2,500 square feet. You might get an allotment for sell or for not developing in the backcountry of 2,500 square feet, that you'd be allowed to sell it in 500-foot increments, which might make them more palatable to sale. Those are my three priorities for code amendment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cliff. So we need to start somewhere on our prioritization, and I will just respond to Cliff's comments right now because you just said them, just to give you some feedback. On the rural and remote 1,000 square foot size, I would leave that the same. 1,000 square feet is not that big. It still is a small, small compared to everything else out there. I wouldn't be in favor of doing that. Eliminating the GMQS competition, I'd be totally in favor of that. I haven't liked it for years. It does, it has provided some where people will give some amenity to the public, like a trail access or something, but I think there could be other ways to achieve that besides the GMQS. Oftentimes it promotes more urban or suburban type proposals in rural areas, which I think the rural areas, we need to try to keep them rural. But if we could come up with something totally different than the GMQS, I would favor that. I would agree with you on the TDR program. I've been urging that we look at fractional TDRs for quite some time and never have gotten any traction on that. But, there have been a lot of benefits from the TDR program. My family benefited from being getting TDRs off our ranch land and being able to sell them. So I've had a lot of experience with that, but I think if we can come up with, just reforming the program and extending the life of it rather than sunsetting it, I would more favor that. So just a little bit of reaction. What do people think about the reduction to the 3,250 square feet for basic house size? I personally would agree with that. I know John McBride always says, why does somebody need a big house? His house is probably about 3,250 square feet. It's, that's a pretty accurate size for it. It's a plenty big enough house for virtually everybody. And if you need to have an exercise room and an indoor swimming pool and all these other amenities, well, you go to a rec center for that, or to an athletic club. So, Kelly, going to Kelly now.
I'll defer to Patty because I don't think you saw her. She
see
beat
me.
me to the punch a little, and then I'll
As
go.
far as house size, I was here when we went to 57.5, and Cindy and I talked because I couldn't remember how we got there. And she said it was kind of a throw the dart and came up 57. Well, it came up, the 750 was for a garage because we wanted people to have a place to put all their stuff because they were leaving it around their houses, leaving it outside. You know, it was not amenable to the neighbors. So I would support, if we are going to go with a house size reduction, which I think the majority sitting at this meeting will probably be heading towards, that we make it 3750 and do the 750 for the garage and the 3,000 for the residential section of the house. But I want people to have garage space to put their stuff in. That's how we came up with the 5750. So that's the direction I would be going. As far as, I am a big supporter of incentivizing smaller houses. I think that we need to be creative in doing so, moving them to the front of the line or whatever other incentives we might come up with. But one of my neighbors just built the most incredible small house, and it's environmentally efficient, it's creative, it's a blessing to the neighborhood, and I think we should be looking at a way to incentivize people to build the smaller houses, because then you have a tendency for people to live in them and be part of this community. And as far as GMQS, we're talking about equity, so I need to know how we can come up with a development right without having to buy a TDR, because in many cases that'll throw people out of their financial ability to build a small house or to build a house. So we need to look at the whole picture, not just, we don't like the GMQS system, so what are we gonna do? We need to know how we're gonna allow people, especially people, to build smaller houses. I'll have more, but I just wanted to respond to the house size.
Well, and I'll just tag on, because mine was a question, and that was basically what Patty had just said is, you know, what is the alternative for a subdivision if GMQS goes away? So I'm not sure I quite understand that.
I don't think that we were recommending that GMQS go away totally. We wanted to explore we would say that for subdivision, GMQS stays in place. The subdivision of land. That would be very important given the fact that we don't want to see the backcountry or the countryside subdivided to the state law of 35-acre parcels. So we'd like to encourage, the growth management, we'd like to encourage the goals of the code through growth management for subdivision.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Currently, though, growth management is not only for subdivision, it's also for the addition of square footage.
Right.
So
I don't see subdivisions very often.
Addition of square footage might be handled in a different way and taken out of the growth management process.
Cindy, how many subdivisions have we seen in the last 10 years?
Not many.
Two? Three? Two?
Lot subdivisions. You know, we do have that statistic for you, but I'm looking at Jack, who might be able to bring that up.
Give me 1 second, I'm pulling it up now.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's a question because we don't see them often.
And
we don't
Patty,
see them often, but it's important to keep it.
And Patty, if I may also respond, while we don't see all that many subdivisions going through county subdivision on an annual basis, the potential for 35-acre subdivisions,
is still
which by the state legislature, is always out there for some of the larger acreages, and we do not have the ability to regulate those 35. So the potential is there, although, yeah, So,
Well, Ellen, they can subdivide it at 35 acres, but they don't get a development right with that. So that's where the GMQS competition would come in, for them to get a development right. We can't stop the 35 acre subdivision. So if
Which is-
somebody came in and wanted to do a smaller subdivision, I don't know. That's just a question, and you know, I don't want to wait. We have so much on our plate. I want to make sure we prioritize what issues have the biggest bang for the buck. Before we wear all of you out totally.
To answer your question really quick, Patty, in the last 10 years, we've had 9 properties use growth management for a new development right. 7 were on the rural area and 2 were in the urban growth boundary, and we've had no TDRs used for a new development right at all in the last 10 years.
And those were subdivisions?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, a lot more than I thought. So they're all done now.
Okay, we're gonna go to James next and then George.
Okay. I agree with Patty's comments. I think she's on the right track, that 3750 might be more palatable than 3250, although I would be in favor of more incremental change. You know, we're talking about a pretty big drop. If we did 4,500 like I had suggested before, we could see what the impact of that is. But what I would like to point out is with the exemptions, I am in the process of managing a 10,000 square foot house that's being built right now in Aspen Highlands, and it's being built without a TDR. 10,000 square feet, no TDRs, and that's because we've got 5750, we've got 750 on the garage, and we've got a 4,000 square foot basement. And I don't know why anybody needs a 4,000 square foot basement. But that if you want to reduce house sizes, I would think that would be a good place to look, the basement exemption. I agree with Patty that 750 square feet is probably a good size for a 2-car garage with a little bit of storage. That's the size of my garage right now.
Steve?
Okay, George.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, we have about 45 minutes left. I would just love everybody to have the opportunity to just sort of give their quick inputs. We have sort of an overview, sort of use Supreme Court rules. Everyone gets to speak once before they get to speak twice.
Well, tell them to raise their hand. They're not raising their hand, so you got to raise
Steve,
your hand to speak.
Well, Steve, just call on people and say, let's get your input. I want to hear what people have to say, and this is the opportunity.
Good idea, George, I've been trying to call if someone new raises their hand. So Jeffrey just raised his hand. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So I just want to touch on a couple things that we didn't directly hit, but the public need through the outreach meeting, part of what we're discussing actually reduces the potential for employee units. So part of having a larger square footage available also means we could do ADUs or CDUs. So we need to be careful what we wish for relative to employee units, because we know the employee impact fee is not the solution. Sorry, I am speaking, I swear. We know that's not the solution. The employee impact fee alone is not a significant enough fund. So again, in terms of these discussions, we need to be cognizant of the public need and the general county need for employee units. The other thing that, again, at the risk of not repeating something, we didn't discuss compounds, but one of the things that's come up over the last couple of years is sort of family units or family parcels and how they can better utilize property and square footage. And I think something that we all agree upon is that what's missing today in the system, and part of what GMQS does satisfy well, is a fractional share. So it's basically, you're only buying what you need. It was, with the community offset, you're buying exactly what you need. What we didn't like was that they were banking square footage or banking underground square footage. But part of what we like in GMQS is the ability just to consume the exact square footage that we need. And my last comment before the second round of Supreme Court discussion is an overall concern with where we are. The BOCC declared a climate emergency, which was basically a reaffirmation of the climate action plan. But what we do every fortnight or every first and third Tuesday is still based on existing land use code, is still based on master plans, and I don't believe we have enough of a climate overlay in this discussion in terms of what we are saying yes to and moving forward. And I'm throwing that out there in general to the BOCC as a challenge, and I'm happy to follow up with more details of some of what's just been approved relative to what should change relative to, again, approving a climate emergency. We're still doing business the old-fashioned way, which is master plans that sometimes are clearly outmoded and 15 to 17 years out of date, and a land use code that, again, because of what we did in April, is coming to bear. And I think, as Ellen and Cindy have pointed out, will show that we've done the right decisions around Earth Day and the changes that we made to the land use code. So, thank you.
Okay, hands up. Greg?
Thank you. I really appreciate hearing from all the P&Z members and my fellow board members as well. This has been, I'm daunted by the enormity of the task and the consequences before us. Very succinctly, I can say I really appreciate Patty's suggestion. I did like what James said about this basement exemption. The 4,000 square foot basements or bigger in some cases just seem it seems crazy, and as Jeffrey points out, how does something like that work with the climate action plan and the overlay? So Jeffrey, I do want to follow up with you on that, and we'll have a chance to. But I do like what I'm hearing, and I appreciate, as I pointed out, what has been said. If I left anybody out, sorry, but I'm thinking what Patty and James and Jeffrey have just said seems to be getting us in the direction that I'd like to go.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I accept the suggestions that we saw as far as the prioritization of some of the more straightforward stuff to do that seem to just trigger less levers than the land use code. And maybe Zach could throw that up again. But, I'm looking at, for me, I think prioritizing max house size reduction, looking at the exemptions for GMQS. I just think we have to bring in renovations as soon as possible, given just the impact that it really has on, our efforts here. And then, looking at the TDR program. I'm not fully comfortable right now. I probably just have a lot more questions on what sunsetting that really means, because I do see a lot of value in that program. So I just have concerns about that. But I think, how we use that could definitely be adjusted. And so I got 2 out of 3 in the top 3 there.
Thank you, Steve. I like listening to what everybody's feedback's been thus far, and just to sort of cover my personal opinion, and just based on what I've looked at as far as data, I don't think we have enough data yet to reduce the maximum square footage, and I appreciate the suggestions that Jim's made regarding some sort of a compromise, because it just seems like we're limiting size too severely to 3250. If there needs to be a reduction for purposes of energy consumption, we should wait a little bit longer and let the new energy policy play out and take more data over time. So I'm not in favor of a reduction in square footage so severely at this point in time as a short-term fix. Although I do agree with removing some of the exemptions from the GMQS system. And I think that the answer is in fixing the scoring system in the GMQS system if it's going to continue to exist, because I think it does function well. And I prefer the GMQS system to some sort of a building permit limitation, because I think that that will have a lot of unintended consequences countywide. Jeff gave a good example too of the unintended consequence of limiting house size, and then you lose all of the employee dwelling units that are elective options for people with larger houses to include. Finally, I think that the best suggestion is to really zone it like you mean it. I appreciate that it takes longer to modify the land use code, but I think that if we look more closely at zoning districts and the regulations therein, we can come up with better solutions. So I'm not in favor of limiting house size at this time or reducing the house size, but I would be willing to work with people on a land use code amendment or removing some of the exemptions. Thank you.
Can I have a point of clarification real quick, Steve? Chelsea, you're talking going from 57.5 to say 32 or 35, not from 15,000 to 30,000.
Right. I think that the 5750 number is a healthy number for now while we have more data. I'm okay with 5750, and I don't see why it needs to be brought back to
3,000 or something. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So if I could get a
Do you want to come up?
clarification of
Have
the
him sit.
30,
Is there a mic over there? You need to have the other speaker
30
though.
Sorry, Steve. Monty here in the room would like to
But
give
he
a
needs-
comment.
First, I'll just sit here.
He needs this other.
You'll just have to project to there.
okay, you be moving and I'll be talking.
As far as I'll go.
Because we
Your
would
slide
say
over also.
3250 or 3750, people could still build a bigger house, but then they have to give up something to get to that bigger house. And I would suggest that one of the things they could give up if you wanted to build a bigger house, it has to be net zero energy wise, would be one of the criteria. That kind of criteria that, you know, we set a high bar. If someone wants to build a bigger house, then 3750. I like the 3750 idea actually, based on Patty's suggestion. But so we're not limiting. You know, the 3250 thing is not going to be the maximum house size. That's just the sort of the exempt. Anybody can get the 3250 or the 3750. If you want a bigger house, you've got to give up some stuff for it. So who was it who wanted to talk there, Patty?
Monty.
It's Monty.
I can't.
You're on.
Oh,
Okay, Monty.
Hi, it's Monty. You know, a few things I think that I've kind of noticed over the years too. It seems like there has been a reduction just in what people want, you know, as a builder too. I don't see so many big homes coming out. I think that they need to be capped and brought down. I don't think there's a big, you know, problem with the fact that the 5750, I think, was kind of a pretty good sized house for here. My question is, if I have a 35-acre parcel and I've only got a 3,200 square foot house, or if I'm a, you know, not a super rich person and I have a 32 square, and I want a little bit bigger house, then I think it impacts the less economically successful people when you limit the size of the house for it. The other thing is, if you look at size of families these days, you know, people now, I think, are being more into their homes, you know, they're more in there. If I've got 2 or 3 kids, you know, is 3,000 square, you know, I live at 1,000 square feet, no problem, right?
Me too.
I'm by myself. But I try to think outside of families, what they really want. You know, again, garages, we need that, and stuff like that. So I think that there's more to be looked at here before we, you know, just go right ahead and do these things. I don't know what, you know, going back to the timeline, as we space things out, I think we see better what maybe will work and what work. But I've noticed it seems like to me over the last 10 years, things have been reducing. Things haven't been growing. So in growth management, I think it's important to not do everything really fast. Let's stop and take our time when we make big decisions. You guys at the BOCC, you know, you have the big job. You know, you're the one that makes actually the decisions that the county expects, you know, the results for. So I think more public outreach and really understanding what all the public's saying is an important thing. But I think that taking it from 5750 to 3250, one big swoop like that, I think it might have some negative impacts on the average people, right? I don't think it'll affect the billionaires that much. So anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on that. Well, and the other thing too is, the other thing we never really talk about is the population of our valley. You know, how much is our population going? You know, to me, you know, climate change is, you know, it's the symptom of really what the three pillars of it are the cause, which is overpopulation, unsustainability, and pollution. And that's just, you know, all basically on population. And, you know, how much this county has grown in the last 10 years, 15 years as far as population. I don't know, you know, what kind of effects that has on energy consumption and, you know, the effect of everybody's quality of life is the amount of people that's in Pickens County or Aspen, and we survive off of the amount of people. So those are kind of my comments that I was thinking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monty. Joe.
Should we get Jasmine?
Okay, can you hear me? So, a lot of information to absorb, and, you know, kudos to the staff and all the consultants for all the information they've put together for this. I was around on P&Z in 2006 when the land use code was substantially amended, and my recollection, because I remember some big meetings out at the high school maybe. But in any event, I would like to see a little more public outreach. I think it's difficult for people who work to go to meetings that are in the middle of the day, and so and I haven't seen any, you know, advertising or whatever to try and get more community input. I can't, you know, I looked at some of the videos and the letters that were written in by those who participated in the public outreach. I don't know, I guess that could tell us what our population is, but I would say the percentage of people that participated is probably under 1% of our population. I think that a lot of people who, you know, don't follow politics, this is not on their radar screen, so I think that that would be important. I think on the reduction of the base GMQS exemption of 5750, so the history on that was it used to be 15,000 square feet, and in 2006 it was reduced. The initial proposal, as I recall, was 5,000 square feet, and then there was a discussion of, okay, we should be able to have a two-car garage, so whatever. They ended up with another 750. But if you take the basics from back then, which was 5,000 square feet, and you look at what we're doing now, we're basically cutting it in half, which I think is fairly radical to take that step all at once when we have a number of other things that might be able to be done incrementally over time, as Chelsea mentioned, getting some handle on the energy production. It seems that energy production of larger houses, well, it's clear it does increase exponentially. I do recall the very lengthy meetings when we went over those consultants' reports, but as I recall, it really started to kick in when you got up above 5,000 square feet. True, there's a difference between having a 1,000 square foot and a 3,000 square foot house, or 3,000 and 5,000, but it really began to exponentially increase over 5,000. As I kind of recall, it really started to hit the high numbers when you got up to 6,500 and 7,000 square feet. So that being the case, I think some of the low-hanging fruit might be the 15,000 exemption or the growth management, the ability when you're in the growth management, when you're in the urban growth boundary to go up to 15,000 square feet. I'm not sure what the rationale is for having it higher in the urban growth boundary. I think that was based upon the original concepts of sprawl and trying to have infill and, have the bigger houses where the services are available. But I'm not sure that that really fits anymore because, the urban growth boundary has certainly got a lot of development. The other thing that I think we should take into account is that a lot of people are going to be surprised when they find out that, my square footage is, my exemption is 3250. I don't, there's going to be a massive transfer of wealth and value from the people who haven't developed yet to the people who have the 15,000 square foot houses. And the people that are super rich are just, they want the 15,000 square foot house. They'll find somebody who's got one that's willing to sell it. And I don't think it's going to impact them so much. But certainly the people who have built and are already, out of the barn, so to speak, are going to have, I think, a massive increase in the value of their properties and the value of the properties that are, that didn't develop, are going to have, a big impact on the downside. On to TDRs. So I think I saw in one of the reports that, the TDR program has saved some, and maybe Zach can tell me the numbers, but of my recollection, it was around 8,000 to 10,000 acres in our county. Our county is about 90% BLM and Forest Service to start with, so there's not a lot of private land. That seems to me to be a huge benefit, and I think the TDR program is a great program. I think it, it provides an outlet where there's not an outlet, where things can, potentially be developed based upon, that pesky U.S. Constitution of ours that grants people property rights and denies takings without due process and so on. But I think the TDR program is useful. I think it serves a purpose. But I do agree with Steve's comment that it would be very helpful if people could fractionalize their TDRs. Maybe you don't allow them to fractionalize them down to the 1 square foot level, but, in 500 square foot increments or something like that. Because if you do end up, I'm not a decision maker as far as what happens with the growth management exemption, but if you do drop it down to 3250 and someone wants to do 500 square feet, well, they got to buy a whole TDR to do that. And I think it makes it more within the economics of, the smaller additions to be able to, not have to buy a TDR. Certainly there's a benefit with the fact that, you buy the TDR, you extinguish it for 1,000, you actually build 1,000 square feet. Well, you've knocked off 1,500 square feet, nobody can ever build again. So true, there's a kind of a residual that gets, taken away, if you can't use it all. But I think that's something worth looking at. Let me just look at my notes on the rest of this. I think that we need to think about, or maybe get the county attorneys to weigh in, which I'm sure they will at the appropriate time, in terms of whether we can even legally take an existing TDR and say, well, today it's worth 1,500 square feet, and tomorrow it's worth 1,000 square feet. So you sell it before that happens and extinguish it. They're selling anywhere from 225,000 to 240 or 250,000. I think there's going to be a big hit on the people who have some sort of, expectation, who have, sterilized their ranch, for example, and are relying on those TDRs going forward to have either income or, to be able to, have assets that are not, depleting. So I think, I'm not so sure that we can just say everything that's out there, the 135 that are out there, are now suddenly worth 1,000 square feet. So I think that should be taken into consideration. As to the 35-acre plus non-state law subdivisions, they're not defined as a subdivision, hence the county does not have the power to regulate them. That was determined in the Penobscot case by the Colorado Supreme Court. As a result, growth management was put in place to give the county some ability to regulate a division of land into 35-acre plus parcels. So I think we need growth management at some level to have an outlet for that. I believe that was one of the things that the county attorneys were concerned about, was if you don't have any way to do it, then is it legal? So, I think the growth management system, certainly for new development, needs to survive. I agree that we've had some gaming of the system for the growth management for additional square footage, but on the other hand, it's now been, the quotas have now been reduced to 4,000 square feet, so fairly massive reduction percentage-wise over the total allotment. True, it was based on the average of the applications that have come in, but 4,000 square feet is not a lot of square footage to have in the competition annually for additional square footage. What we're talking about here, that would be like a house once a year. And let me see if there was anything else I wanted to just mention on my notes. I've probably exceeded my time, so I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Let's see, we've got about just 20 minutes left maximum. George, you want to speak?
We have some P&Z members that haven't spoken
You're
yet.
muted, George.
I'm sorry, I need more information.
I just want everyone else to spoken first.
So, let's see, Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I just want to comment really quickly just about the GMQS. My personal feeling is lately, most of the GMQS applications we've seen in front of the PMZ board, a lot of them, and this is just my feeling, it's become a little bit of a loophole for the applicants who might be able to afford a TDR or might make better use of a TDR, have found the GMQS system that it's not as competitive as it used to be, and that there's some things that I think that we could fine tune and adjust to make the GMQS system a little bit more competitive, and so we get a little bit better end product out of that system. And that's all.
Okay, thanks, Zach. Let's see, I'll keep talking. Going forward, Cindy, when you mentioned matrix, my initial vision of a matrix was basically something different than what our matrix is in the packet, but the matrix would be all of the decision points we have to make are all down the left side of the chart, and our options, we might have different options for what to do with maximum square footage. And I suggest maybe we should have a decision point kind of a matrix that each of us will get and fill out between now, before October 6th, our next meeting together. So we each have to think about each of the decision points and actually make a decision on our own time. It's so much to think about right now on the spot that it's kind of overwhelming. But in the next couple weeks on our own time, we could make those, put some thought into each of the points, put our preference for it, and then get that back to community development. You could compile the results and see if we have sort of a consensus on the different points or points of major disagreement that we need to discuss more.
Cindy.
Thanks, Steve. That definitely would be one way of looking at it. I think for due process, we're not really asking you to come up with the square footage. We're not asking you to come up with, what a new TDR program might look like. We're not asking any of those things. We're asking today what you would like us to bring back to you through an amendment process so that you can have those more specific discussions. And I don't know, Zach, if you could bring back up that chart with the time frame on it. But I think, Steve, I'd be a little concerned about the matrix, the way you described it, just because I think people might get vested in what they think is the right answer relative, to instead of going through the amendment process. So tonight we're really asking, what amendments would you like to explore sooner rather than later? And then have specific discussion through the adoption process and through the amendment process, which would be, work sessions or public hearings, and really more fully looking at all the data that we pulled out some of today, but really going over that in detail. So what we had said was that we, we think if you wanted us to bring things back to you before the end of the year, what we could achieve, with all the data that we've collected and going through more of the process to look at it, we could probably achieve those first three before the end of the year, if you felt like those were what you wanted to see. I heard a little bit from people prioritizing, and I think some of the things that people prioritize aren't even really on this list yet, but some of the things did include a top set square footage as well. Other than that, I'm not really sure I heard a lot of prioritization yet. So we can do more prioritization on the 6th if you prefer to think about that a little bit more. But
Okay, George?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Cindy, for that. I'll just give you some of my concluding comments. First of all, I think that the staff has done an exemplary job in terms of providing an incredible amount of data and analysis. So thank you. It's really helped in terms of looking at this. And I think we always have to go back to that vision statement and remember that this whole process started because we're concerned about climate change. We want to make sure we're looking through that lens and reducing that carbon footprint. And the carbon footprint goes far beyond just the house size, right? We know there's a lot of externalities in that. So I support phasing in terms of a short, mid, and long term, and taking this off in chunks. I think we waited to do this all at once. It'll be probably 10 years down the road, and most of us will be gone, and you have a whole new group of people trying to resolve this. So I like that the short-term goals. I would be supportive of looking at lowering the by right square footage, lowering the max square footage. I would look at TDRs either sunsetting or perhaps reforming, because as you mentioned earlier, Cindy, there may be some other uses of TDRs besides what's currently being utilized. In terms of an outreach, I think we could utilize the caucuses for that. To Joe's point, in general, Joe, as you know, if you got 1% of the public providing input, that's probably really good. You're never going to get everybody in there. And I think that, my last comment is that, there were some drastic changes made in the early 70s by the county commissioners then. And they took a lot of heat for it through the down zoning. And there was a lot of controversy and a lot of anguish about that. But as we look back 50 years, forward 50 years, I think we've seen it was successful. And I think we're all happy that they took that huge risk. And they didn't do it incrementally. You make a decision and you do it, because if you do it incrementally, then you've got, again, 5, 10 years down the road, you've got to go through this process all over again. So 50 years from the down zoning, I think it's more than time to downsize, given the climate change and all of the things that we're worried about. We see this every day, from wildfires to water. We're in a crisis mode here, and if we don't make a decision and become a model for other communities, because people look to Pickens County, look to Aspen for many of our programs. Now's the time to do it. So those are my concluding comments for today. But thanks, and I was glad to hear all the different comments and prioritization by the P&Z. So thank you for all your comments.
James.
And I'll give you my concluding comments too. Thank you, George. Here's the filter that I look at these things through. I'm supportive of some moderate reductions in house sizes and the various things we've talked about today. But what I look at when I look at any of these things is, how does this impact wealthy second homeowners versus how does it impact full-time residents? We all know that the wealthy second homeowners will spend money to do whatever it is they want, but the full-time residents can't afford to do that. And Steve mentioned earlier that just because we reduce the house size to 3250 doesn't mean that you can't have a bigger house than that. But for full-time residents who can't afford TDRs, it essentially does. So I look unintended consequences of anything that we might do on these issues. Joe mentioned the impact on TDRs. If we reduce the value of a TDR, if we reduce the square footage on a TDR, then we reduce the value of that TDR for people who may have, sold the rights to develop their land years and years and years ago. People who have spent their whole lives in the valley and we're counting on that revenue from a TDR for their retirement. When we reduce house sizes, we reduce land values. And in my neighborhood, I'm in Brush Creek Village, where Greg is too. We have 4 or 5 lots for sale in this neighborhood. And if we reduce the maximum house size to 3250, that would have a negative impact on the value of all those lots. Now, that may not seem like a big deal, but my next door neighbor has a lot that she has owned for 35 years. She's in her late 70s. Her husband has passed away, and she's selling her lot, and this is her nest egg. This is all she's got for the rest of her life. And if we reduce the house size that much, it's going to severely impact what she can sell her lot for. And we need to be cognizant of the impact on the local economy. If we dramatically reduce building is a huge part of our local economy. And if we're dramatically reduced building, then we dramatically impact the local economy. So I think we just need to be cognizant of unintended consequences and proceed with caution and moderation.
Thanks, James. Joe.
So we started these conversations, some of these conversations back in the Dunaway room, I call it, when we met with REG and we met with Black Hills Energy and we met with Holy Cross. And today's conversation is almost a mirror of the conversation we had 2 years ago, but today it's clouded by poor air quality, fires, and I'd say what's changed in the last 2 years is we're seeing incredible sprawl. And we're seeing dirt get acquired, as in land get acquired both in Pitkin as well as Eagle. So I think the schedule that's proposed by staff is fine. We could argue whether 4 and 5 should be swapped, because in some ways 4 is being taken care of by the caucuses themselves that want smaller house sizes. And they've done that through overlay zones. So for example, the Maroon Creek caucus that said we want a maximum home size of 5,750. We don't want 15,000 as the entrance to Maroon Bells. So I think the schedule is fine. You can play around with swapping 4 or 5. 5 is more difficult, which was the GMQS revision, but it's something we need to do and we all agree upon. So I would swap 4 and 5, but agree with the rest of the schedule.
I have a thought about, the energy hog houses are the real big ones, and I would place a priority on reducing the maximum house size first before reducing the lower house size for the GMQS exemption. Although I'm still in favor of doing that, I wouldn't place as high of a priority on that. But I kind of like the idea of, we're going to have to take this in chunks to make something that's workable for the community development staff. I would like to have something, this is George's last few months as a county commissioner after 12 years, and I'd like to have some successes for George's sake, because he's been pushing for this for so long. And so if George really has something that is, he needs it for his feather in the cap and he wants to push for it, I would listen closely to what George asks for.
I'm going to give him hemp. I don't know about house size. So.
I don't know about hemp, so there we go.
Steve, I have one comment.
Yeah, Patty.
Just real quick, I need more information about zoning related to house size. How would we zone your neighborhood for 15 and my neighborhood for 10 and your neighborhood for 8? So at just some point I'd like more information on that as part of the house size discussion. And I think in the first short-term objectives, we have the TDR thrown in there with house size, but the next term objectives, we have the zoning. So that probably needs to be up with house size, so it's all in the same vein. If we're going to talk about house size, we need to talk about the zoning possibilities to regulate house size.
So looking at the clock, we need last comments right now. We really only have 6 minutes before the Democratic meeting starts, where some of us have to be at that. So
we have to have a break.
James.
Just 2 quick comments. First of all, Steve, in response to your comment about these large homes being energy hogs, these large homes use a lot of energy because of what they put in them. They have whole house air conditioning. They have home theaters. They have TVs in every room. They have lighting out the wazoo. A 10,000 square foot house has a lot of stuff that 3,000 and 4,000 square foot homes don't have. When I sit in my own living room, I have 1 or 2 lights on. When I sit in the living room of my clients' houses, they have 1,000 lights on. So just simply reducing house size is not going to change energy consumption patterns for these wealthy homeowners. We need to find a way to give them incentive to reduce their energy consumption, because just simply cutting the house size isn't going to do it. Second, on unintended consequences, we need to be cognizant of the fact that anything that makes large homes more expensive eventually trickles down to small homes. So as the large homes get more expensive, the small homes are going to as well.
Okay, Cliff, do you have a comment, Cliff? Okay, he doesn't. Cindy, do you have enough to work on here?
What?
Lots of random thoughts from different angles here.
Well, we certainly appreciate all these comments, and I think we're going to put them all together, absorb them a little bit. And luckily we have the 6th of October, if not before, to get back together and start formulating a plan for moving forward. But I think this gave us a flavor for what might seem like priorities, and we can go from there. But what I would ask of all of you is to really dig into the data that we have and take a look at that, because many of the questions tonight, I think there is background data for. So please take a look, give us a call. We're happy to supply that data and maybe continue this conversation on the 6th, because we as staff felt very limited in our ability to make a presentation tonight, because we knew that there'd be a lot of initial discussion. So, we also have a lot to add to that discussion, having been through the data and through the public outreach thus far. So hopefully on the 6th, we can give a little bit more input in terms of, what we've heard and direction you may want to head towards. But I think we've heard a lot of good discussion, and that was the main point. We hope you've heard what the public outreach resulted in, and all that data is on the website. Please go to the community development website and look at all of the data that we pulled together. So with that, Steve, I think we have enough. We can pull this together and maybe summarize it a little bit for our next meeting and go from there. But we, as staff, feel that there's a lot to be gained from having these joint meetings, 2 or 3 of these, to kick off the actual formal amendment process, so that we'll be more efficient in that process.
Don't forget the public outreach.
That you
Joe Kraybacher suggested that we do more public outreach, and I totally am in agreement with that. Because it's going to come in at the last minute. Let's try and bring as much as we can in before we get too far into the process.
Okay, and maybe at our next meeting, and maybe the reason for having 2 additional meetings is that we already have at least 25 people who have participated, and I know we're sitting there tonight listening, and would, I'm sure, love to make comments. So maybe we can start at our next meeting by hearing the ones who have participated in the 9-week series, and as Joe suggested, and I think Steve suggested, we will continue to reach out to the other groups that we have, and caucuses were included in our format and our outreach, and we did have several members participate, but we will continue to reach out. We have about 95 people on our mailing list each week, so we'll continue to do that and make more of an effort. So thank you.
Thanks, Pete Z.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank all of you for being here this afternoon, and look forward to the October 6th meeting.
If not before.
So I don't know, P&Z, are you going to continue meeting on another item, or are you done for today also, Jeff?
We're done for today. Thank you for your time, and thanks for the invitation.
Anytime. You can come see us anytime.
Everybody.
Okay,
All right,
thanks, everybody.
guys.
Thank you, Grassroots.
See you.
Thanks, Grassroots.
Thank you, Grassroots.
Cindy, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Kelly, I'm going to go in the Maroon Creek room.
Goodbye.
Are you going home or are you staying here?
Thank
I
you
was
so
gonna
much.
go home.